Yeah, that's right. How about that? He went right from Vegas right to Coachella. What are you doing, Luke?
Well, like I just told Vinny out in the newsroom, good thing that I spent the weekend watching the Masters because that game plan is out the window. Ron Wolfley, are you ready for this moment? Rory McIlroy was ready for the moment. Ultimately, are you ready for this show? I don't know. I'm looking at you. It's a big show.
Yeah, I
we
know,
got
Paulie.
big news. We have live coverage of Patrick Peterson. Anything and everything is liable to happen over the next 4 hours. Can you meet the moment akin to Rory McIlroy yesterday?
Yeah, I'm going to try to do that, Paulie. I'm going to rally myself the way that Rory did right now because we've got an awful lot of news coming down.
You know what? Speaking of Coachella, there's an album, one of the all-time great albums, Joshua Tree by U2. And there's a lyric, Wolf. I think the song was One Tree Hill. The lyric goes something like this. A sun so bright, it leaves no shadows, only scars.
That's deep.
The Suns, the Phoenix Suns, are about to be that sun so bright, no shadows, only scars. Starting with the news this morning, Mike Budenholzer done as Suns head coach.
Oh, man, where do you begin on this one, Basinonians, right now? Where do you begin? Coach Bud is done. The news has come down. He has been released, or the way the Suns put it, he has been relieved of his head coach duties. And can I just say, Paulie, right now, the press release from the Phoenix Suns was pretty direct.
Do you have it in front of you?
Yes, I do.
They didn't even include his name.
They did not. The Phoenix Suns announced today that the organization has relieved head coach Mike Budenholzer of his duties. Competing at the highest level remains our goal, and we failed to meet expectations this season. Our fans deserve better. Change is needed. That was it.
The key word in there?
Whoa.
Competing. Because that's exactly what the Suns did not do. And I think that's exactly what triggers the fans more than anything else. Because guess what? Effort is a controllable. And when you're going out there and you're mailing it in, when you're going out there and you have one of the worst defensive ratings in the league, and the effort and the intensity, the angst, the push, none of it is there, especially down the stretch, especially the last 2 months of the season, especially an 8-game losing skid that commenced in late March with the playoffs, the play-in on the line, and you lose 8 straight games by double digits. The effort was not there. The compete was most definitely not there. And to me, I think that's what triggers the fans, rightfully so, more than anything else, because you can control effort.
Yeah, you can control effort, Bully. There's no doubt about that. But this is that was the official press release right there from the Phoenix Suns, and there was one. Wow, was my response. As a matter of fact, listen, you know me, Paulie. This is hard. Coach Bud is a human being right here and knows an awful lot about basketball. And would you say that Coach Bud has actually accomplished a lot of things in the game of basketball?
It's why he was hired.
It's why he was hired. There's no doubt about it. Yet at the same time, they blame him for something. Ron Wolfley reporting. Maybe everything. And see, that is the question right now to me. That is the question, Paulie, right now. They blame him for something. That press release was a sledgehammer to the face, metaphorically speaking, of course. How much do they blame him for? That's what I'd like to know. That's the question that needs to be answered right now.
Well, a year ago at this time, you had 49 wins. You were the 6th seed. You had the number 12 or 13th ranked defense. Now you're one of the bottom feeders in defensive efficiency, which ostensibly was the reason that Coach Bud was brought in. I was actually on the air when they hired him with you last year, filling in for Luke.
What are you doing, Paul?
Do you notice a pattern here?
Yes, you.
No, it's Luke taking the 3 and 4 day weekends. That's beyond the point. They brought him in to be Bud heavy. Remember talking about that,
Yeah.
Wolf? He can't come in and be Bud
That's
Light.
right. That's
He's got to
true.
come in and be Bud heavy. He's got to bring the accountability. He's got to bring the physicality. Everything that was lacking in that 4-0 playoff sweep where the Suns got punked by Minnesota a year ago. Yet it only got worse. A lot worse. In fact, there are debates right now among NBA insiders if there has ever been a worse predicament, situation that an NBA franchise has ever been in. You had Brian Windhorst with his weekly podcast.
Yeah.
He had on Tim McMahon.
I saw that.
Tim McMahon is reported extensively on the Suns. Obviously, he had that interview with Matt Ishbia, who said, you know what? Hey, ain't no stinking rebuild around here. We're going to reboot. We're going to reload. Anyway, Tim Bontemps was on there as well. Here they are arguing whether there's ever been a worse situation in the league.
Part of the problem the Suns are going to have is there's very little cap space out there this summer. So if you're making a trade with Durant, because of all these apron rules, even in the summertime, you still got to find teams that have the ability to take on that kind of number that he's making, $50 million or more, which means even if you're making a deal where you're getting flexibility at some point in the near future, you're still taking back a ton of money. So, there's just no good path out of this thing on any level.
What I'm saying is
it's as bad a situation as we've ever seen in the league.
Let that hang for a minute.
Yeah, I'm going to let that hang, Paulie.
They went
Wow.
on. They went on to say, you know what? The 76ers are in a better spot right now. In a lot of ways, the Wizards are in a better spot right now than the Phoenix Suns.
Okay, so once again, Coach Bud has been fired, Basinonians. What this came down, half hour ago? About a half hour ago, somewhere in there, Rick? Okay, 30, 35 minutes, whatever it may be. It really doesn't matter. Right now, Coach Bud has been relieved of his duties, as the Phoenix Suns press release says. 36 games, man. The Suns won 36 games. But maybe it was asking a guy that needs to be a team leader to quiet down that really was the fait accompli that made this thing a done deal. Maybe it was asking Devin Booker to quiet down out on the floor and in team huddles that made this firing something that has already been done. Maybe the moment that came out, maybe the moment they talked to Devin Booker and Book looked him in the eye and said, yeah, I was shocked. If the Chris Haynes report is accurate once again, we know where it came from. It came from Book. And the report on Chris Haynes saying that Coach Bud wanted Book to be more quiet in the team huddles, be more quiet, of course, out on the floor as well, right? Listen, this is exactly what he needs to be. He needs to be the team leader going forward. When you've got Devin Booker, you still got this guy. Everyone says he can't do it. Listen, I have seen guys do it. I have seen it with my own eyes. Guys actually take on leadership roles when everyone said, well, it's either innate or it's not. You either have it or you don't. I think for the most part, generally speaking, that's an accurate statement. I do. Have I seen exceptions with my own eyes? Yes, I have. It can be done. Devin Booker is a competitor. You watch him play, how he competes hard. He can learn to be that guy. He can. But you got to have a coach who's going to back him.
So if one superstar was told to pipe down, and then we witness on multiple occasions the other superstar was interjecting, cutting off, and arguing with the head coach, think of those two dueling dynamics.
Yes.
And if you're wondering why you weren't getting effort, maybe it was just a matter of the players didn't believe, because that's what I saw this year. A collection of players who didn't believe in the direction of the franchise.
More on this as the show unfolds.
All right, who are some potential candidates the Suns could go after as their next head coach? That is next. Paulie Pinchitter in for Luke on Arizona Sports, local sports leader.
With the 5th pick in the 2011 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Patrick Peterson, defensive back, LSU.
Patrick Peterson to retire as a Cardinal.
One-day contract,
retire as an Arizona Cardinal.
We'll take you live to the press conference from Cardinals HQ this morning at 10:30. Keep it here on the home of the Cardinals, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Shane O'Hanrahan. And Shane, with all the confusion over tariffs, what does it mean to the automobile industry?
Right now, all that is in limbo, but what I can tell you is every vehicle on Chapman BMW's lot is tariff-free. With financing as low as 1.99%, the time to buy is right now. So get in and get your best selection of your brand new BMW.
That's really good news for people who want to drive off in the ultimate driving machine.
Yes, it is, and Chapman BMW is here to help.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Desert Diamond West Valley brings you the Legends Tribute Series. See an incredible outdoor concert for free every Thursday. This April, see Voyager, Sweet Home Alabama, the Country Artists Tribute, and tribute to Tom Petty and Stevie Nicks, Dragging My Heart. Go online for the full schedule. It's time to live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino West Valley.
An enterprise of the Donna Organization.
And Wolf, you can pretty much go anywhere with the speculation at this point. Are you looking for a proven head coach like you did with Frank Vogel and you did most recently with Coach Bud, who, by the way, gets the last 4 years of his deal paid off?
Yeah.
While everyone else is watching their 401ks tank and maybe they won't retire. That's a good golden parachute right there.
Well, it happened with Frank Vogel.
Yeah.
And now Coach Bud.
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
Good thing there's no luxury taxes associated with coaching salaries and further hamstring the team's salary cap situation. So now you look, okay, wait a minute. Do you want a proven guy with years and maybe even titles on his resume like the last two? Do you want to go with someone young and energetic, up and coming, newcomer yet promising, like, I don't know, a J.J. Redick with the Lakers?
Okay.
Do you go with someone who
You're thinking big, Paulie, of course, right
I'm
now.
saying a J.J. Redick type.
Yes, I see.
The next year. Do you go with someone who has ties to the organization? I don't know, a Steve Nash, who obviously has a history with Kevin Durant. But will Kevin Durant be here?
A Willie Green.
Hello?
Now, see right there, Willie Green. That's a possibility. I see that as a real possibility. Being a former Suns coach and actually knowing Devin Booker as well and having that kind of relationship. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. There's established coaches that are out there right now. Mike Malone, Paulie, Taylor Jenkins. Guys that have been let go, of course, that are big-time names that are out there. It's one of the reasons why this is not a total shock, is it? I think we all suspected there was going to be major change this offseason for the Phoenix Suns. Major change. But, man, when I saw the news come down of Mike Malone and Taylor Jenkins being fired, being let go from their respective teams, man, this became something that I thought was almost a must.
You know, there's something that still resonates with me after the Suns lost to the Minnesota T-Wolves in the playoffs a year ago. There was an anecdote told by their head coach, Chris Finch. He said when he took the job, he came in and he asked for permission to coach the guys hard. He looked at Anthony Edwards. He looked at Karl Anthony Towns. He looked at all the luminaries. He said, I want your permission to coach you hard. I think that is the state of today's NBA. So much money. It's all guaranteed. Ain't nobody the boss of any of these guys. You better get their buy-in. And if you don't, if you have resistance, it'll undermine your entire existence as the head coach. And once you don't have a KD in a book, like we just speculated earlier, or at least connected the dots and all the reports that are out there, did not seem like either Book or KD were on board with Coach Bud. So to what degree does that undermine his entire authority and nullify anything he can do as a head coach?
Yes. Oh, man, this is unbelievable. Where do you begin on this? Where do you start? Where do you think this is going right now? This is a domino. This is the very first domino. Again, is this it? Is this the beginning or the end? Which is it right now? You could build an argument, Paulie. You could build an argument right now that this is all they needed to do. I'm not inside that locker room, Basinonians. I am not. But if I were inside that locker room, I would know just how culpable was this of Coach Bud. Just what exactly did he did? And the reason why I bring these questions up, I'm sorry. You know me, Paulie. I am the grassy knoll. I'm reading into this press release. I'm reading into it. No mention whatsoever thanking Coach Bud for his efforts. Paul, that is almost something that is a guarantee in any press release when you're going to fire somebody. You're going to thank him at some point in time within that press release. Do you see it anywhere here? I do not. This is just me, Basinonians. Again, I'm reading into it, and I probably should not. This is not fact, but it is my opinion as I read this. This is as contentious of a press release as they don't even mention his name.
Do you believe that any team in any sport takes on the personality of its head coach? Do you believe that?
Yes, I do.
Because what you saw on the court, agree or disagree, true or false, could I summarize the Sun season with 2 words? Quiet quitting. Remember that term from COVID? people going through the motions.
Yes.
I'm on Zoom. Boss doesn't know. I'll put in an hour of work, go out, do some gardening, maybe run a few errands, hit the gym. Quiet quitting. So to what degree would that stem from the top down? If a team takes on the personality of its head coach, and the head coach isn't all in, isn't completely invested in, how many times did you hear Coach Bud after the loss say the same thing over and over and credit the other team? And so to your point, of course there's no thank you. They got demonstrably worse over the course of the last 12 months.
You know what I would say, Paulie, to that right there, once again, if you've got a leadership problem, if you do have a leadership problem, and I do believe that the Phoenix Suns had a leadership problem. If you've got that problem inside the locker room, what you're saying, Paul, is spot on. It is. You will take on the personality of your coach. And maybe that wasn't the best thing for the Phoenix Suns. But, man, what they need a leader. I've been talking about it for 2 years now, man. I have. And I'm not saying it because it's, look at me. I'm not saying that, Paulie. I'm not, because I'm dead wrong on so many other things that are out there. I'm not trying to champion my victories and ignore my defeats. I'm not. But this is at the core of the Phoenix Suns problem. Devin Booker has got to be the dude inside that locker room. And it's the reason why I said at the time that Chris Haynes, the story came down. If there's any truth to this story whatsoever, that Coach Bud was telling him to be quiet, they got to fire him. Fire Coach Bud now.
Speaking of now, we're going to go out to Cardinal headquarters. As advertised, live coverage of the Patrick Peterson press conference, going to retire a Cardinal. That is next. Calvisi and for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Suns have fired head coach Mike Budenholzer.
After finishing 11th in the Western Conference and with a 36-46 record.
A team that sought a change from a year last year, bringing in Mike Budenholzer as a championship coach, and regressed in every single way.
There's one domino to fall, maybe the first of many.
We talk about the Suns' single season of the Budenholzer era today on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Gambo. Did you know the average roof in Arizona only lasts about 15 years? Most homeowners don't know how old their roof is and often wait until it's too late to replace their roof because they can't visibly see the damage that the sun, wind, rain, and elements cause. What could have been a repair for a few $100 turns into thousands of dollars in damage to insulation, floors, drywall, baseboards, and more, which is why I want you to know about my friends at JLC Roofing, a third-generation family of roofers right here in Arizona. Right now, JLC is offering our listeners $1,500 off a full replacement if you need a new roof. A $1,500 discount just for mentioning my name. JLC Roofing also offers free estimates, and they service the entire valley. A roofer-owned roofing company. They specialize in tile, shingles, foam, and rolled roofing. So if you need a repair or a new roof, go with the roofing company that's roofer-owned for generations. JLC Roofing. Call 602-ROOFING for free estimates on your roof, and give your roof some TLC with JLC. Call 602-ROOFING or jlcroof.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
two words we've been waiting for: employee pricing. Yep, employee pricing right now at our Desert Ford dealers. From America, for America. Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford has been part of our country's story for more than a century. That's why Ford is offering employee pricing. That means we pay what Ford employees pay, and we're talking the full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Take that 2024 Ford F-150. If you're looking for a perfect work truck or a powerful weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. Besides, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get employee pricing plus 5.9% APR financing for 72 months and $3,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. But employee pricing won't last forever. Click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2024. Terms and conditions may apply. See your local Ford dealer for details.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement, but you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare, side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, I have so many friends that invest and have financial advisors, and they tell me they hear from those guys like once a year. What makes you different?
I have a very simple rule. Communication is everything in a financial relationship, because if you can't communicate, things are going to be missed. I think it's really important. All of my clients have my personal cell phone number. It's important that they reach me when they need to reach me.
Now, how can you do a great job for somebody when you're only contacting them once a year? You can't, right?
Listen, we are in an evolving world. Things are changing quickly. We don't know what's going to happen with the Tax Cut and Jobs Act. We need to have a plan, but we need to be ready to call an audible if things change.
Now, if you have a financial advisor that only contacts you once a year, you need to find out about Stuart Willis and Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Call 602-877-PLAN for a free portfolio review, or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns fired head coach Mike Budenholzer after one season with the team. The Suns were just 36-46 this season, despite having a roster featuring Kevin Durant, Devin Booker, and Bradley Beal. And Patrick Peterson is retiring as an Arizona Cardinal today. We'll take his retirement presser next. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
You've got this new head filled up with smoke. I got my veins all tangled close.
If you can find a Patrick Peterson in this draft, you do it. I know we talk a lot about building from the inside out, and I'm definitely guilty of that, right? But if you can find that sort of dynamic cornerback, if Will Johnson is that guy, if Jahdae Barron is that guy, you think Travis Hunter is that guy, he's going to be long gone by the time the Cardinals pick at 16. But if you can find that guy, all of a sudden, you know what? I'm good if you don't go edge or D-line or offensive guard or even maybe tackle for build from the inside out, because Pat P was that good in an Arizona Cardinals uniform.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Paulie. I think I'd be okay with that for the most part. But, you know, once again, I'm hoping the Arizona Cardinals are going to get an interior offensive lineman because they need that. I think that is the one need they still have right now. I think Monty probably would disagree with me. Yet at the same time, I think that is what I want to see them get, is an interior offensive lineman who's going to put his hand in the dirt, Paul, and come off the ball with a dark heart and a painted face and bury somebody. I want to see that. Listen, as you know, Will Hernandez was that guy.
Yep.
For me. He was that guy for me. And I don't know what the situation is. I know he's coming off the ACL. I don't know if he's done. I don't know what is going to transpire. But I would sign him. I'd be interested in the Cardinals bringing him back on a one-year deal right there. But having said that, again, they need an interior offensive lineman. That, to me, is a need. And I'd love to see them get Tyler Booker, even if they trade down. That would be my ideal situation for them to trade down 25, somewhere in that area, and get a guy like that, Tyler Booker, and then collect some draft capital as well.
A little bit later, we may debut a brand new game show, Need or Want. But it's a busy day. Phoenix Suns have terminated Mike Budenholzer.
Yes.
And we're about to join a live press conference. Patrick Peterson is going to retire an Arizona Cardinal. 8-time Pro Bowler in his career, 3-time All-Pro with the Arizona Cardinals. And it's funny, right before we came back on air, you said, remember Pat P as a rookie? Remember the punt returns?
Wow.
And he was a shoelace tackle from setting the NFL all-time record with a fifth. But the stinking punter, the kicker or whatever for Seattle, the specialist, actually got a piece of him.
Paulie, I forgot that.
Remember that?
No, the fact that he could have broken an all-time record. I totally forgot that, Paul. That is an excellent memory right there by Paul Calvisi. Ring it up right now.
He went down right in front of me. And he was that close. But he was so dynamic as a punt returner his rookie year.
Yes.
And Wolf, look, you were the 1% of football players who played on an NFL gridiron. But I used to like to half joke that when Pat P would break the huddle and he'd come to the near sideline,
right,
and he'd be lined up over Calvin Johnson, DeAndre Hopkins in his prime. His first game ever was against Steve Smith Sr. It was like
the biggest trash talker in the history of the league.
You talk about a welcome to the NFL moment. Hey, rookie, Pat P's like, what is going on here? This guy is absolutely out of his mind. It was hand-to-hand combat against Steve Smith Sr. And I'm like, there's 10 feet between me on the Cardinal sideline and the field of play, and that might as well be another universe when you see a Pat P lining up against like Megatron and just the stinking athleticism right there on the field.
Absolutely incredible to think that Patrick Peterson came in. He was the 5th overall pick in 2011, Paul. Think about that. Number 5 overall. Came in here, made the Pro Bowl, and was first-team All-Pro his rookie year. That is so good when you think about it right now. Do you remember, Paul, there was a punt return, 99 yards against the St. Louis Rams, November 6th, Paulie, 2011. A 99-yard punt return, house call, Patrick P. Man, that is bringing back all sorts of memories right now, and they're fond memories, are they not?
See, rookies don't know what they don't know. I just emceed an event last week with David Johnson, who in his second game as an Arizona Cardinal, second game in the league.
Paul, we know you do a lot of MC work.
He
right?
He took a kickoff return back.
We understand this. You don't have to bring up the fact you emceed David Johnson.
I don't want to hear any name drops. I'm telling you an anecdote that he returned a kickoff return, 108 yards. Well, what are you doing 8 yards deep in the end zone taking out a kickoff?
That's right.
Well, he's a rookie. He doesn't know what he doesn't know. It's sort of like Patrick Peterson. What are you doing fielding a punt at your own 1 yard line?
Yes.
What are you doing?
What are you doing, Pat P? I think I said that on the broadcast as well, just watching that. But we're waiting for Patrick Peterson right now in the press conference. It will be starting here shortly. Command and Control talking to us right now. But at the same time, you know what, Paulie, there's a lot of people out there that they have an issue with the guy signing a one-day contract. I don't know if you've noticed this.
Because?
Well, just because it's cheeseball.
Cheeseball?
It seems stupid to a lot of people. Okay. You're going to sign a one-day contract, Well, it is ceremonial. It is.
Sure.
It's a ceremonial signing. We all know it. But, for a guy to end his long career, especially with the organization that he started, for him to want to do that, this falls into the category of people who are looking to be offended. Do you know what I mean, Paul? I mean, honestly, if you're offended by the one-day signing, I think you're squarely into that category. I'm offended the one-day signing. It's so cheeseball.
But you know what? It's kind of necessary in a way because of the manner in which his Cardinals career came to an end. Things got a little sideways, Wolf, a little bit.
Yeah, they did.
Okay, there were contract demands that were not met. There was the suspension.
It's the business of the NFL, Paulie.
Yes, I get it. But, things were said by Pat P. in the press, on his podcast. Cardinals went to Minnesota. There's Pat P. after the final horn, and he's looking around. Where's Steve Keim? Okay, I mean, that kind of stuff. Believe me, I was down there. But at some point, let bygones be bygones. It's the business of the NFL. And, yes, it's symbolic, but in some ways, I think it's a necessary process and or ceremony to signal that he's been an all-time great Arizona Cardinal.
Right.
And the organization has opened up its arms, and I'm presuming at some point his name will be in the Ring of Honor.
Yeah. Once again, I don't fall into that category of people that are offended by this. I am not offended at all. I think it's ceremonial once again. And to your point and the point you just made, an absolute olive branch between Pat P. and the organization. And you know what? I'll bet you Pat P. probably is going to live here. Probably have a house here, probably wants to live here and have that kind of relationship, I'm sure, with Michael, of course, and the Cardinals organization, to me. But, there are people out here who do get bent out of shape on this kind of thing. I will say this, as we wait for Pat P. I do wonder what kind of shape he's in. I do wonder.
Okay. Wait a minute.
I'm just saying, how old is he, Paul? He's 34.
34.
He's 34.
Okay, what are you saying?
Okay, Paul, do you have any idea how long Darryl Green played in the NFL? Do you have any idea?
I mean, yeah, because I was at a game where he was checking Jerry Rice, and the two of them were it's absurd, the athleticism.
Darryl Green was 42 years old,
oh,
based
my
on audience.
goodness.
42 years old.
Wow.
Patrick Peterson has been healthy his entire career. Think about this. He missed 10 games in 13 years. That is really, really good. And it's not a surprise. Pat P. has not only been healthy for the most part, but would you say Pat P. has kept himself in shape? Yes, is the answer to that. I don't know what his BMI is, but I know it's better than yours, Paul.
Look at Wolf. He's been Captain Broccoli for the last year or so, and all of a sudden he's talking trash about
well, that's what you do, Paul.
Body mass index over there.
If it isn't Captain Broccoli, especially on Fridays in the studio.
I mean, if it isn't BPI in March, it's BMI when he's trying to.
That's right.
Here's the thing. All right, Wolf. Even when he was 40 years old, Darryl Green was still a 4'3" dude, was he not? Maybe 4'4".
No, he was not a 4'3".
I mean, come on. He was still Pat P. And I'm going to cite a play everyone remembers. Do you remember when Buda Baker got hawked by DK Metcalf?
Yes.
Remember Buda Baker?
Yeah.
At the goal line.
Yep.
Interception.
Yeah.
He's in the clear. He gone! Until he wasn't. Until rookie DK Metcalf tracked him down inside the 10.
I remember, Paul.
And Buda was shocked. He was mortified. I mean, here's a guy, Buda Baker, who won the 100-meter dash in high school. I've never been hawked before. And I remember talking to Pat P. after that game because Pat P. was on the field at that moment. He couldn't keep up. It was Buda and DK Metcalf, a two-horse race.
Yeah.
Boom! There they went, lightning. So to this point, he knows he's not that sort of cover corner. Now, could he be a zone corner?
Hey, listen, though.
If he was more physical, he could maybe be a safety, Wolf. I'm playing along your reindeer games here because he's not coming back.
I know he's not coming back. I know he isn't. This is why he's signing the one-day contract. I understand that. Yet at the same time, it did pique my interest when I thought of Darryl Green playing until he was 42. When I thought of the fact that Pat P. has been healthy, wildly healthy, for his 13-year career, in great shape as well, always. Would you say the Cardinals have a need for a veteran corner, possibly, to help the young guys develop these young guns?
Well, let the record reflect they did a one-day deal with Adrian Wilson. He retired as an Arizona Cardinal.
That's right.
And he joked up there at the dais. He said, is this for this season? And Michael's like, no.
I'm just saying right now, it makes sense.
Okay, so here's the deal. Live coverage, Patrick Peterson to retire as a Cardinal. We're going out to Cardinals headquarters, owner Michael Bidwell alongside. And right about now, they're playing a video, a little montage, tribute to his career.
Yes.
And you're going to hear from various luminaries, former teammates, and other Cardinals decision makers talking about Patrick Peterson at Arizona Cardinal headquarters. And we're going to cover all this live right here on Arizona Sports, your Cardinals flagship, as Pat P going to retire as an Arizona Cardinal. Once again, 8 Pro Bowls, 3 All-Pros, and he's back for at least one day under the Cardinals fold.
Pat, congratulations on the Hall of Fame career, my man. It is a true honor to have been a little bit a part of it, having coached you and leaned on you for your leadership and everything that you did as a Cardinal to help us win. Just unbelievable, man. You answered the bell every single time. Need to get you back on the golf course. I'm a little short of money right now, so need to tee it back up soon, baby. God bless you and the family. Just unbelievable, great career. So happy for you, and God bless you, brother.
Pat P, congratulations on a masterful career, man. I had so much fun watching you compete and play, and just appreciate the opportunities I had to compete against you every day in practice. You absolutely made me a better player. You brought your A game day in, day out. We're always working at your craft and trying to be the best player you could be, and you lifted up so many guys around you and brought the best out of them. Thank you for everything you did for the community, for the city of Phoenix, and the local communities. You were always at work, always sharing and giving, and meant so much to our Cardinal fans and all of your teammates. And I just wish you nothing but the best of luck. I know the future is bright for you, and I just appreciate the opportunity to call you a teammate, and for all the days we had an opportunity to work together and to practice against each other. Be well, brother.
P2, my brother. Man, you've always meant so much to me, man. With the way you inspired me, like you've always wowed me. You've always impressed me, man. You're one of the best football players I've ever played with. You're one of the best teammates, one of the best friends, man. Someone that I really can count on, man. And I don't want to get choked up right now, bro. I'm pretty sure we'll celebrate, in the near future. But man, I love you, man. And you're a big reason and a big part of why, I've been able to last in this league 13 years, man. Like, you taught me how to do it the right way, and it wasn't easy for you or me. I'm extremely proud of you, man. You've inspired me, beyond my imagination, you know what I mean? And I know you're someone that I can always count on, man. So I'm wishing you well, man, in the future. And like I said, man, let's celebrate a little bit in the near future.
Patty P, my guy, I just want to say big congratulations, brother. What an unbelievable journey it's been on to be able to watch you from day one. You always brought class, energy, leadership, greatness to every team that you played on. Man, your plays always inspire me. Still to this day, I think about that punt return, walk-off touchdown against the Rams. Moments like that really define who you were as a player. You showed up big in every game, and you always elevated the guys around you. And I'm unbelievably proud, bro. Like, it's so cool to be able to see this come full circle, to be able to call you a friend, and be able to experience unbelievable moments that I think define you as a man. Being at your wedding in New Orleans, seeing your daughters born, being able to be in Australia with you when you shot in the 60s for the first time. Those are the things that really stand out to me. It's so fitting that you're being able to retire where it all started with the Cardinals, man. And, you obviously are one of the greatest to ever do it, and obviously one of the greatest to ever wear the Cardinal jersey. And I'm really elated to see this be bestowed upon you, brother. I love you. I appreciate you, and a big congratulations as always.
Larry Legend right there. That works on radio because we recognize all those voices. Tyrann Mathieu, Carson Palmer, B.A. batting leadoff, looking for some money on the golf course from Pat P. How about Tyrann Mathieu? As we go to live coverage, Pat P. retiring as a Cardinal.
Today's big announcement that Pat's going to make in a few minutes. But before we get started, we've got some special guests here. Chandra Johnson, his mother, Patrick Peterson Sr., his father. So welcome, Mom and Dad. We've got some special gifts for you. There you go, Chandra. And Dr. Antonique Peterson is here. And Peyton and Parker, here you go. Welcome. Well, let's grab a seat, Pat, and I get a chance to talk for a second here. I remember draft day, and 2011 was such an exciting time for you and obviously for us, the beginning of your career. And when we got you here, but it really started week 1 against the Panthers at State Farm Stadium. You know, the interception and for the touchdown, and you know, we won by 7 points. You helped us secure that victory and so many others. And then there are the plays that we can't show, which are, you know, he was a shutdown corner. There were so many plays, we all remember them, where he's just tapping the balls away in front of the receiver, or the plays where the quarterback didn't even look your way because you were just all over that receiver. You helped us win so much. And then I think about just all the things you did in the community. We talked about it a little bit here, but you know, Patrick's Corner and all the books and all the reading programs that you started, the Shop with the Jocks, all the different things that you did as a Cardinal. You made a big difference here, and it means so much to us. And then, of course, Peyton and Parker, this is going to be a fun part of the story. We had this show. You were actually born during the show. This is in 2015 on Thanksgiving Day. All or Nothing. And so we had All or Nothing, and your dad was the face of that show. And we went in the spring of 2016 to New York City for a couple of days to do a big media tour. And in Times Square, there was a big video board with your dad up on it. And he must have been about 100 feet tall in this big video board. But it was a ton of fun and really enjoyed that. But Pat, we're so pleased to have you back here. Looking forward to handing it off to you right now for the big announcement.
All right, cool. Yeah, we're all here today. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone for being out here. You guys mean the world to me. But I'm announcing that I am retiring a Cardinal officially. You know, I came back home. This is where it all started. I felt that it was only right for me to end my journey, you know, where it started. You know, so I appreciate the Bidwell family for taking a chance on me back in 2011 with the 5th pick. I had no idea what to expect when I was drafted here because, like I told Mr. Bidwell, I had no communications with the team throughout my draft process. So coming here, you know, the first people that I was able to meet was Larry Fitzgerald and Adrian Wilson. You know, they greeted my soon-to-be wife at the airport and brought us over here for our, you know, my welcoming speech and everything like that. So I appreciate Larry, Adrian for not only showing me the how to be a professional, but how to study film, how to conduct my business on and off the field. Mr. Roy Green, man, I appreciate you, man, like no other. You gave me the name The Standard, and that still sticks with me to this day. I really, really take heed in the conversations that we have had, how you envisioned me. I did not take that responsibility very lightly. So I wanted you to know that, and that's why I wanted to have you here with me today as well. To my beautiful family, man, you guys know how hard I work. To my mom and dad, each and every day, the dedication I put into this game, how great I want it to be, the goals I set out for myself, the endless nights, you know, even in Little League, like my teammates got a glimpse of it, how I was, you know, as a professional, but that was me at this age, you know, so I appreciate my mom and dad for instilling those skills in me to help lead by an example for my other siblings. I am the oldest of 5, you know, so I just appreciate the journey that you guys were able to put me on and be a part of. To my beautiful wife, a lot of people don't know this about her, but she is the most competitive person in the house, and she's the one that honestly keeps me going. My wife was so hard on me, she didn't want anyone to catch a pass doing it when I was going into games. I was like, babe, they professionals too now. They're going to catch something. But it was games that I did come out successful that I did not give up a pass. But it was things like that, you know, coming home to each and every day knowing that she wasn't satisfied with the passes that I may have given up, but knowing that I wasn't satisfied as well. To my baby girls, Peyton and Parker, you know, Daddy love y'all to death. I know y'all get tired of Daddy talking to you, giving you life lessons, but like I tell you all the time, it's not gonna stop, because that's my job. To give you as many life lessons that I can to make sure that when you step into this world, that you're ready. And I wanna continue showing you girls, whatever you put your minds to, hard work and dedication, it will pay off. Man, to the community out here, you know, I know I was able to build a strong foundation out here, but I got some guys that I was able to build relationships with. Bill, Ruben, Byron, James, Alex. You know, you guys were a part of my community. You guys made my life a lot easier when I left this building, when I left this community, when I left this family. You guys made my job a lot easier to move around in the city, man. So I thank you guys, man, and Alex as well. Forgot about missing out my main guy right there, man. So thank you guys. To my teammates, all you guys here, Dennis, Tony, you got little man here, Calais, Drew, Batman, Larry, Jay, Dre, got a couple young guys in the back, man, Buddha, man, you guys kept me going each and every day. You guys kept me going. You guys lit that fire in me and made it so joyful to come to work each and every day, man. Like, you guys don't understand. I know a lot of people saw the videos on tape. That was me every day. Just having fun, wanting to bring the best, not only out of myself, but my teammates each and every day. So I appreciate you guys for dealing with me, Buddha, me pulling you guys in on Thursdays and Fridays to watch tape, to make sure that everybody was on the same page when we stepped on the field on Sundays. I know you probably still doing that with the guys as well. So, man, it was an honor being a teammate of yours as well, man, because you worked so doggone hard, man, to be the smallest guy in the locker room and to be able to give it your all the way that you do, man. I'm telling you, you inspired me as well. And that's real talk, man. So to the media team, I'm sorry, I got to go back to my to the equipment guys. My guy Mark, Stein, Jeff. I know I used to pull on their legs a lot because I was kind of like the uniform inspector here on the team. So if anybody wanted to wear a certain uniform, they came to Pat P, and I had to go up to Mark, which it was never an easy conversation to have with him because he always ended up sending me to this guy right here.
That was easy. That was the easy part.
But we ended up getting it done, man. But Stein and Mark, and now Jeff, you guys made it very easy for us to be prepared, you know, as far as having our equipment laid out for us, make sure it's all nice and clean, practice, training camp, and so forth. So appreciate you guys as well, man. To the training staff, to Chad, Jeff, Machine, who retired a while ago. I don't know if Sheen is in here, but Tom, I know I was never in the training room. That was always my goal, to not be in there, you know, but I used to always come in there every single morning just to say good morning to everybody, just to see how they was doing, you know, just to speak with them, you know, have conversations, small conversations, whatever the case may be, because that's something that I enjoy doing. I really believe that I am a people's person, and I just love being around people. To the community team, Chris and Mark, you know, I know I made you guys' job a little hard over the years sometimes, but I appreciate you guys for polarizing not only me, but, you know, this team the way you have been over the years. So I appreciate you guys as well for the all or nothing trips, to the Pro Bowls, the trips that we was able to take, to when it was back in Hawaii, when it was the good old days. But man, I really do appreciate you guys as well. And to the media team, Darren, I know I'm going to forget a lot of names. Ken, God dog it, and I see it.
Richard Sines,
Yeah,
Silver
Richard.
Circle.
Yeah, I know I'm forgetting a lot of names out there, but I remember the faces. But I appreciate you guys for covering me and, sometimes putting out some delighted stories about me. But I appreciate you guys all in all, man. And to the one more team, the video team, my guy Rat, man, got me. But anywho, to my guy Rat, man, he knows I was one of those guys. I was a study junkie. He'll tell you every offseason I wanted every single press rep that I had, every single press rep that Julio Jones was going up against. So it was Calvin Johnson, A.J. Green, whoever it was, he'll tell you I wanted every single rep so I can be the best that I can be when it was time to step on that field on Sunday. So I appreciate you as well, man. Going back.
And that is true. Patrick Peterson always wanted the smoke. He always wanted the other team's number one receiver. Didn't matter how good that guy was, how big a name he had. And as he said there, it's only fitting to wrap up my career where I started. Patrick Peterson retiring as an Arizona Cardinal, flanked at the press conference by owner Michael Bidwell. And really cool to hear him shout out not only all the teammates, all the support staff, but in particular Fitz, Adrian Wilson, and Roy Green.
Yeah.
Has been so instrumental in his words, showing him how to be a professional, and all the conversations he had with the Jetstream himself on what he could be as a player. So there you go. Live coverage. Patrick Peterson retires. It is official as an Arizona Cardinal. Suns, oh boy, have had 4 head coaches in 4 years. Is this a place the next head coach even wants to be? We'll discuss that next. Calvisi and for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat, if you don't mind? That's what I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen. Say it with me, Basinonians. It's the Big Spring Refresh at Brooklyn Betting. Now through April 29th. There we go. April 29th, you get 25% off everything in-store and online. That's right. 25% off everything in-store and online. You got to head on over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations. Grab a knowledgeable sleep expert who will help you find the perfect sleep solution. And then tell them Wolf sent you, by the way. You don't have to tell them that to get the 25% off. You don't. But I would say do it anyways, right? And remember, shipping is always free, brothers, for the best sleep ever. Get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com. That's brooklynbetting.com.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
Hey, it's Gambo. Summer is coming and you got to get your air conditioner ready. My friends at Christian Brothers HVAC are doing an AC tune-up only for the month of April. This full 22-point AC inspection also includes the condenser coil cleaning plus a condensate drain line cleaning. All this for only $129 per unit. I just had it done at my house and you should too. Call my friends at Christian Brothers today and ask for the AC tune-up at 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, your local GM dealer. And folks, there has never been a better time to get in a new GMC truck or SUV. Take advantage of low 0.9% APR financing on a 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 Turbo Max full-size truck. Or electrify your savings with an even lower 0% APR for 60 months on 2024 Hummer SUVs or Sierra EV Denali's. All offers require approved credit started and end soon. So hurry into Earnhardt Buick GMC or find it all online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. 0% for 60 months is $16.67 per month per 1,000 financed. Based on approved credit, not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 4/30/25.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns fired head coach Mike Budenholzer after one season with the team. In a statement, the Suns said, quote, "Competing at the highest level remains our goal, and we failed to meet expectations this season. Our fans deserve better. Change is needed," end quote. The Suns were just 36-46 this season, despite having a roster featuring Kevin Durant, Devin Booker, and Bradley Beal. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. Desert Institute for Spine Care is the best in the Valley for 14 years and counting. If you need your neck or spine looked at, go with the best. Online at sciatica.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and the NBA offseason has begun in Phoenix. We'll discuss the changes starting at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
There will be change. There will be blood. The bloodletting has commenced. Phoenix Suns relieve head coach Mike Budenholzer of his duties after 1 year. Wolf, do you have the Paul Calvise here with my sidekick, Ron Wolfley. Wolf, do you have this statement issued by the organization earlier this morning when the news became official?
Yeah, Paulie, this is how the Phoenix Suns statement came across the digital age, based on audience. It said Phoenix in caps, of course, and then it said the Phoenix Suns announced today that the organization has relieved head coach Mike Budenholzer of his duties. The Suns released the following statement. That's what it literally say.
Okay.
The Suns released the following statement. Competing at the highest level remains our goal, and we failed to meet expectations this season. Our fans deserve better. Change is needed. That's the statement they released right there. Man, that is a frying pan to the face for the most part. It looks like it was a contentious parting of the ways right there when you think about it. That's just me reading into it, Paulie, once again, to not even thank Coach Bud for his efforts. That makes me think, man.
Well, it sounds like the feeling might be mutual, perhaps.
Sure.
Based on what John Gambadoro told Bickley and Murata earlier this morning, just on the misery factor, Coach Bud over there, Jesse, and how he was to deal with.
Yeah, I think so. I think from what I was told, and we're on the outside. We can only see so much. Vinny's close to the situation too. He was miserable to deal with. Everybody in the organization I talked to, and I've reported this, and I know it became national news about just how miserable he is to deal with. Nobody liked dealing with him. You couldn't answer him. Radio broadcast team couldn't answer questions before the game. They would cut him off after 5 minutes. He was very, very careful with his time. We have Torey Lovello comes on our show. Mike Hazen comes on the show. Jonathan Gannon comes on the show. Monty Ossenfort comes on the show. Mike Budenholzer does nothing. Does absolutely nothing. Doesn't like speaking to anybody. I don't know what he's hiding. I think he is hiding something. But to me, it's just like he was a disaster. He never helped promote the basketball team. But one of the things, a few things that I was told today as the firing came down, is that the team didn't like each other. They didn't compete. There was no energy. His relationship with the players was terrible. Let's look at the Nurkic situation. Defensively, they were awful. The Phoenix Suns felt they had a better team this year, roster-wise, than they did last year. Last year, they won 49 games, won the 6th seed. This year, they're not even in the play-in tournament.
Wow. Well, there it is right there. And I think it's not a surprise to a lot of us to actually get the confirmation right there as to what was going on. You could see it in terms of how the Phoenix Suns were playing basketball. You were talking about it earlier, Paulie, as well. I've been talking about it for 2 years now, for the most part. The lack of toughness overall. You know, toughness to me, Paulie, for the most part, it's a collective. It is. Are there individual players on the Suns team in that locker room who are tough? Beyond a shadow of a doubt. Yes,
Sure.
of course there are. Devin Booker, starting with Devin Booker, I believe is a tough individual, a guy who knows how to go out there and compete. The smoldering Devin Booker, give all that he has. Yes, there are guys individually who are tough. Collectively as a team, there is no toughness. They had talent. That's what they had. No cohesion whatsoever. And I think a lot of that falls on the leadership or the lack thereof inside the locker room. To me, your coach cannot, Basin Orleans, cannot be your leader, ever. He is a leader. There's no doubt, of course. Of course he's the leader. He's the coach. But to me, you got to have players who are leaders, not coaches.
You spent 10 years in an NFL locker room. Is there anything more important than belief? Players got to believe they have the team. Players might not like the coach. They got to believe that he can lead them to victory.
I would say, just to clarify what you're saying, Paulie, I would say you have to respect your coach. And a lot of that is believing what you're saying, believing that he knows what he's doing. You don't have to like him.
And
you
that's
don't have
my
to
point.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, look.
You have to respect him.
Exactly.
You use belief. I'll use respect.
And there was zero belief when I watched this team that they had a chance.
Right.
You know, and if it's FUBAR, then why bust your tail? For what? For whom? When you have zero chance as constructed.
Okay, yeah, Paulie. But for me right now, honestly, I'm never going to look at a player and say, take it easy. Even if you don't believe in your coach, even if you don't respect him, Paulie, I'm never going to look at a guy and say, oh, you didn't give all you had? I'm never going to say that's okay to do that. I understand there is trying, and then there's trying. I understand there's a big difference that is there, but I'm never going to give I'm never going to give a player a pass because he thought, oh, this guy's a joke. I'm not going to try.
But if you're like 20 games below 500 after the All-Star break, if you have a stretch from late March through early April where you lose 8 straight every single game by double digits, then obviously the belief has evaporated. That's why I used the words quiet quitting earlier this morning. And players know. They know internally.
Yeah, they do.
They know internally.
But you know what, Paulie? Never accept it as a player. Never. Even if you do know you're not a good team, man, you better be out there and you better be balling, or I've got issues. And that's where leadership, once again, would call them out and hold people accountable inside the locker room. There was no leadership.
So when Bud is terminated less than 24 hours after the end of the season, guess what? It had been in the works for a while. Here's Gambo again with
I said this the other day when I was talking with Bernsey. They had their mind made up that they were firing Mike Budenholzer weeks ago. They didn't make up their mind like, hey, you know what? Let's wait till after the season is over and then we'll discuss. No, they knew. Like, they knew that they were going to fire him. This wasn't one of the Frank Vogel was different. With Vogel, they had to do a really deep check and find out what was wrong with the organization. They were not sure when the season ended if they were going to fire Vogel or not. They got to that point, but at the end of the season, I can tell you 100% they weren't like sold. Okay, I'm going to fire him. Like, this decision didn't come down in the last 24 hours. They knew that this guy was going to go.
When did they know? When Chris Haynes came out with that report right there, that Coach Bud actually had a meeting with Devin Booker and told him to be quiet? I mean, once again, I said it at the time and I believe it. That was a fireable offense to try to stunt the growth of the guy, the very guy that needs to be the leader of this team going forward.
Isn't the natural follow-up question there, then why didn't you fire Bud earlier? Why didn't you fire him at the All-Star break? Why didn't you try and get a spark, a catalyst, do something? You finished just outside the play-in. A couple more wins, and you're in. Wouldn't it have made a difference? Wouldn't it have uplifted the team to some degree?
For me, I think we all were waiting to see this team respond at some point in time. And I think that's probably why they did it the way they did.
Well, look, every local franchise has been at this crossroads, has had this moment. We're going to talk about that. And Wolf, with Luke at Coachella somewhere, I'm not sure we found Luke. It's like an episode of Hangover. You know, where's Doug? We lost it. I don't know where Luke is exactly. I will say that I'm going to draw an analogy between where the Suns are and Lady Gaga at Coachella on Friday night.
Okay.
That's what you need. You need an analogy.
Don't do it, Paul.
And it's coming right after this on Arizona Sports. Local sports leader.
Dbacks Brewers.
The 0-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And Puck strikes out the side in the ninth. And the D-backs close out a 5-2 win.
D-backs win the series 2-1. Now a D-backs day off before heading to Florida for 3 games at the Marlins. Listen to Arizona Diamondbacks baseball on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information right now. I can tell you right now, our All Pro Shade roll-down patio shades have completely changed how we enjoy our backyard, especially in these cooler months, Basinonians. Yeah, I know it's starting to heat up, but man, the nights are kind of still a little bit chilly here, especially coming up this week. You know what? I love the fact we have some privacy because of our shades. There's no sun glare on the outdoor television, of course, and they help keep the patio a little bit more snug by blocking that winter wind and, of course, holding in the heat from some space heaters as well. I can tell you this, you're going to love your All Pro shades, and you're going to be dealing with the best. They are experts in their industry. Their growth reflects deep expertise and knowledge in the shade and awning industry, which translates to higher quality service and better advice for customers on how to meet their shading needs. Go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 22 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
It's official. Newsmax has become a news giant. It's even listed on the New York Stock Exchange. Over 40 million Americans regularly turn to Newsmax for the news they need to know. They're tuning into the Newsmax channel on all major cable systems. They watch Newsmax 2 on all streaming platforms. They go online to newsmax.com for breaking headlines. Millions more have downloaded the free Newsmax app on their smartphone and home TV. Reuters says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. Tens of millions of Americans like you have made the switch to Newsmax for the news they can trust. So make the switch today. You won't ever look back.
Oh, wow, honey, I love it. It's so beautiful and so sparkly.
Just like you, Mom. Happy Mother's Day.
I'll wear it every day. It goes with everything.
This Mother's Day, wow Mom with spirit-lifting, outfit-making, express your love jewelry. Shop jtv.com/mom for wow-worthy and budget-friendly styles.
I'm never taking it off.
Another wow factor? Sign up for JTV Text and get $30 off. If she loves jewelry, she'll love JTV.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Shane Company engagement rings are expertly crafted to fit both your style and your lifestyle.
My wife's an artist and works with her hands. Shane Company helped me create a ring that's beautiful and sleek. She loves it.
Shane Company rings are crafted with care using high-quality materials, and we set each center stone by hand in our jeweler's workshop right here in our store. We also protect your ring, including the center stone, with our unmatched free lifetime warranty. Let us help you find your perfect ring, in-store and at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Life can be stressful, but selling your home doesn't have to be. I'm Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, and I make home selling easy by properly pricing your home and getting it in front of thousands of my exclusive qualified buyers. Do what Jackie and Mark did, selling in just 5 days for full market value. Call me, Carol Royce, and ask about my 100% of market value or I'll pay the difference guarantee. Or visit carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Need inspiration? Shop Fry's. For mouth-watering meals and appetizing ingredients. Our low prices add up to big savings. Plus over $600 in digital coupons each week. And up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. At Fry's, you always get big flavors and big savings. Fry's. Fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Now's a great time to stock up on Del Monte canned vegetables. Select varieties are on sale for only $1 each with your card. Fries, fresh for everyone.
Hey, it's Gambo. Now that the Suns season is officially over, what is their best case scenario for this offseason? The Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
Thank goodness for the Detroit Pistons.
The Detroit Pistons, Paul?
Because they went and spent all that money on Monty Williams.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise, the Suns would be paying big money. Big money.
Yes.
To 3 now fired coaches. Instead, it's Frank Vogel and Mike Budenholzer, 5 years, $50 million.
Coach Bud, 5-year, $50 million contract right there, yeah.
No wonder they didn't include his name in the official press release when they still owe him 4 years, $40 million.
Oh, my goodness. And that press release was based on it.
Wow.
That was a frying pan to the face, Paul.
Okay. So, Suns go forward.
Yeah.
And they're not the first, and they won't be the last team in this market to make a mistake.
Okay.
A big mistake. Just think of recent history. The Arizona Cardinals had Steve Wilkes.
Okay. Yes.
1 year, they recognized this is not trending well.
That was bad.
And they moved on.
Yeah.
Fail fast.
Yep.
Jeff Bezos likes to say, Amazon, when you make a mistake, fail fast. Sunk costs, get out, move on. ASU had the Herm Edwards, Ray Anderson era. Disaster.
Okay.
Eventually, they moved on. Arguably a year or two too late.
I was going to say, that wasn't so fast.
Yeah. Dbacks probably should have pulled the plug earlier on Tony La Russa and Dave Stewart. That combo didn't work.
Yeah. By the way, it was for the Herm Edwards hire, just for the record, Paul.
And all that being the case, I think one big question right now is, there will be change, there will be blood. Suns fired Mike Budenholzer. He may not be the only one. Because guess what? For the third straight offseason, you're looking for a new head coach.
Yeah.
So to what degree is that on the decision makers? James Jones in particular.
Okay.
Josh Bartelstein.
I think Matt Ishbia was heavily involved as well.
Okay. We don't know.
You have to say that.
As the new owner, has he been running the franchise like a fantasy basketball team and making all his own decisions and leaving the other decision makers out of the decision-making process? We don't know.
Yes.
What we do know is they're really hamstrung. I mean, we played the sound earlier. Brian Windhorst, Tim McMahon, Tim Bontemps having the argument.
Sure.
Whether it's the worst offseason situation ever in NBA history. So can you, A, diagnose the problem, B, can you find a remedy and resolve it?
Yes. And is there a C that involves Lady Gaga, Paul? I mean, were you not?
Okay.
You were going to bring something right there, Paul.
You know
what are you doing?
You know what?
Actually, I was waiting for the Gaga.
It's actually an apt segue.
You teased it, Paul.
Thank you, because Calvisi Consulting, the Pauly Roundball division, does have some free advice. You ready?
Yeah.
And it has a lot to do with what I witnessed Friday night at Coachella. Did I go like Luke?
Okay.
Am I sleeping off a Coachella bender somewhere like Luke right now? No. I watched it on like the YouTube streaming, whatever. And she's out there. And she's got all these crazy costumes and the elaborate sets and 500 backup dancers and the pyrotechnics, right? But you know when she was at her best?
No, Paul.
when she sat down at the piano and it was just her and the piano.
Okay. Just do away with all the distractions. Is that what you're saying, Paulie?
That's when you realize, oh my goodness, she's really talented.
I see what you're saying.
She can really sing. She can really write songs. She's really talented. To me, that's when I was most impressed by far, because ain't no hiding out on stage when it's you and the piano.
Okay.
You better be talented or not. You can't hide behind all the other distractions. To me, that would be my free advice to still up-and-coming owner Matt Ishbia. Go acoustic. You don't need the big three guys who can score 30-plus per game. You don't need the biggest payroll ever. You don't need to grossly overpay for side pieces like Grayson Allen, especially when then you had to pay the tax, right? Just play basketball.
Yes.
Forget the pyro and the glitz and the everything. Play ball, just go acoustic. Does that make sense?
It does, Paulie. I understand what you're saying right there. Once again, I stood and applauded when they went out and got KD. Now, I had my reservations, and you know it, Paulie, because many times we had conversations, off the air, of course, but many times had conversations about some of my misgivings when it came to Kevin Durant and some hesitation. And then I came around because he was such a class act, and he's so good. He's such a great basketball player. Bradley Beal, the same thing. I was on board. Okay, but boy, they gave him a load of money, but man, who cares? At least you have an owner who's out there trying to actually bring in some talent and get players that are the big three. Oh, we got the big three. I came around to that. And then before last year, this roster improved. You went out, you got a point guard. You got 2 point guards, as a matter of fact. The point guard suddenly became institutionalized coming into this season, this past season with the Phoenix Suns. And we all stood, Basinonians, most of us. We all stood and applauded those moves. And they all have blown up in the Phoenix Suns' faces right now. And that is the issue. And I think it's a great lesson. I think this is going to be a great lesson for an owner who spends money and isn't afraid to spend money and go out there and try to be decisive and go win a championship. The one thing you can say about Matt Ishbia is he is going to try to give you everything that he can to make it successful here. The problem is he forgot. Matt Ishbia is a guy that played at a high level at Michigan State. And when I say that he was on that team, for Tom Izzo, think about that for a minute.
I get it. And we applaud the effort. We most definitely applaud the expenditures.
But he forgot what it took to make a team. It's not just talent. It never is.
Did he forget? Or is it beyond his job description? Does he need to outsource it? Does he need to step away?
Only he knows.
Because, Wolf, we applaud the effort, most definitely applaud the expenditures, especially based on the previous owner who was selling off first-round draft picks in the team shop for $3 million apiece. But it's about expertise, is it not? Effort, great. Expenditures, even better. Expertise is what you need. Does Matt Ishbia have that? Has he realized that the hard way? You better hire someone. Bob Myers? I don't know. I haven't seen what's out there. Someone proven.
Oh my!
Not as a head coach, but as a team builder.
We shall see, Paulie. We shall
So
see.
you did enjoy the Lady Gaga. Go acoustic?
Yes.
Go acoustic.
Right.
What is next for the Suns? Guess what? We're going to bring in Kellen Olson, okay? Let's outsource some knowledge. Let's up the level, the basketball IQ around here. Kellen Olson in, Calvisi in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I was waiting for the Gaga.
The Suns have fired head coach Mike Budenholzer.
After finishing 11th in the Western Conference and with a 36-46 record.
A team that sought a change from a year last year, bringing in Mike Budenholzer as a championship coach, and regressed in every single way.
There's one domino to fall, maybe the first of many.
We talk about the Suns' single season of the Budenholzer era today on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. You know, we're the Wu Fan Clan at the Wolfley compound. We walked out. We looked in our backyard, man. It was dirt. And suddenly we needed a pool. And I knew exactly where to go because of my good buddy, James Frabasilio. James Frabasilio has been with Presidential Pools and Spas for over 30 years now. 14 years, actually 15 years with the station right here. James Frabasilio as the president of Presidential Pools, of course, man, he helped us out. He told us exactly where we needed to put this pool. I can tell you right now, it's one of the best things we've ever done. For over 3 decades, Presidential Pools and Spas has been the basin's premier pool builder. They're APSP certified, have an A rating with the Better Business Bureau, and are proud members of the prestigious United Aqua Group. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. That's presidentialpools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Dan Bickley here, and sports fans know the importance of being #1, which is exactly why you call Parker & Sons. They are the best in the business. They're celebrating 50 years in the Valley. They're fast, reliable, and their trophy cases full of awards. They are the company you trust with your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Your house deserves nothing less. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Are you a small business owner who needs immediate cash flow? At Swish Funding, we have flexible funding options from $25,000 to $2 million. For the best rates and terms for your business, just one application to Swish Funding gives you access to our entire network of funders, with cash in your account in as little as 24 hours. To qualify, you must be in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000. Apply at swishradio.com and use code GROW. Swishradio.com, code GROW.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California and via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
2 words we've been waiting for: employee pricing. Yep, employee pricing right now at our Desert Ford dealers. From America, for America. Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford has been part of our country's story for more than a century. That's why Ford is offering employee pricing. That means we pay what Ford employees pay, and we're talking the full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Take that 2024 Ford F-150. If you're looking for a perfect work truck or a powerful weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. Besides, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get employee pricing plus 5.9% APR financing for 72 months and $3,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. But employee pricing won't last forever. Click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2024. Terms and conditions may apply. See your local Ford dealer for details.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but... okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital, the number 4men.com. It's time to get it back.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. After the disappointing season, the Phoenix Suns have fired head coach Mike Budenholzer after just 1 year with the team. In a statement, the Suns said, quote, "Competing at the highest level remains our goal, and we failed to meet expectations this season. Our fans deserve better. Change is needed," end quote. For more on the Suns firing Coach Bud, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. And stay tuned to Wolf and Luke next, as Suns guru Kellen Olson stops by to break down this coaching change. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. The proof is in their reviews. If you have any AC or plumbing issues and need a second look, they're online at ReadyServices.com. It's proud sponsors of the Arizona Sports app.
I can see you out there, Kellen.
I've talked to like 19 basketball people in 3 hours.
Arizona Sports, our Suns mega mind, Kellen Olson, joining Wolf and Luke to talk about the Phoenix Suns now.
All right, did I watch the last two Suns games? Full disclosure, I did not.
Well, you went to the Lady Gaga concert.
No, that was Luke. He's still sleeping off a bender from Coachella. I did watch Lady Gaga on Friday night. I mean, how else would I have gotten that money analogy between the Suns and Lady Gaga that you enjoyed so much?
Told you watched it.
Fan Appreciation Night was Friday night. Did they go like Oprah and give away cars to everyone in attendance, considering all the angst and turmoil this past season? Because I think the fans earned it at that point. Let's talk to someone who was there. Kellen Olson, here on the Sports Line, Arizona Sports. Paul Calvisi in for Luke. And Kellen, I guess we should just begin with your general reaction to the news earlier today. Mike Budenholzer is no mas.
Yeah, hey guys. It felt like an inevitability, and that's just strange when you go back 12 months ago and we looked at Mike Budenholzer getting hired, 5-year deal, and we're like, well, if this goes poorly, they're certainly not going to, you hire this head coach for 5 years, he's not going to get fired. And lo and behold, here we are, and it's not to say that the firing was unjust or it shouldn't have happened, but this year spiraled pretty quickly. I think you even looked to the points of mid-December onward. It was very clear that he was starting to lose buy-in from his group, and then that really reared its head in February, specifically for really the rest of the season. The question remains, who can get buy-in from this group? Was it possible for anyone to get buy-in from this group either this year or last year, or did the Suns just hire the two wrong guys for the job? It's a mix of both things, as it always is. One thing is not right over the other. It's just a mix of those two things.
So, Killer, is there any reason, do you have any suspicion as to why the players were not buying in?
I got no clue, Wolf, and that's the $1 million question. That is the championship level question there, really, because that is the potential that this roster had both this year and last year. I know that there are people that watched this team and its roster flaws shown who would argue that, but the talent level that this team had, again, I'm just going to keep saying it, Devin Booker, Kevin Durant on your team, you should be in a position to contend. I don't care who else is on the team. And there were some pretty good basketball players. I'm guessing Tyus Jones is going to have a nice year next year. I'm guessing Monte Morris is going to have a nice year next year. I'm guessing that a couple of other guys that might be on the move are going to have a good year next year. They had a lot of really good basketball players on this team to go alongside those two, and they won 36 games. They went 36-46. Kevin Durant played 62 games. Devin Booker played 75. That's just completely unacceptable. And to the lack of buy-in question again, Wolf, I just don't know, but it was shocking even in December when it was oh, look, they just stopped taking threes and they're not really doing things defensively again. It took them 2 months. It was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, at least the Sixers can say we had injuries. The Suns had Book and Durant for the vast majority of the season. They were pretty dang healthy. So let me throw this at you in terms of trying to figure out why this team did not buy in. To what degree was it a trickle-down effect from a standard or example set by Kevin Durant? From the outside looking in, there's Kevin Durant. He's arguing with the coach, and there's turmoil and the huddle. And, I mean, if that's going on in front of everyone, in front of an arena, and the guys in the truck for TNT and ESPN have the actual sound, and they won't release it, I'm guessing they know what's going on. To what degree did the rest of the roster follow the lead of Kevin Durant, considering the immense respect that he generates?
Yeah, Paul, it's tough for me to put all the blame or center the blame on Kevin in that kind of way. I know that we got those examples in front of us of him and Budenholzer. Animated discussions were had a few different times this year. We'll put it that way. But in terms of the inner workings behind the scenes, like, we really don't have an idea. We've got our reports trickling down about Budenholzer being unable to connect to the roster, namely Devin Booker. But I'm not really willing to sit here and point blame towards Kevin. Now, I think that there is the potential, and I will say this, of whatever changes from this year to next year and whatever the next year sort of looks like could be indicative of that. Like, if they trade Kevin Durant, all of a sudden everyone's completely bought in and the vibes are completely restored and the Suns win 49 games next year and are an upstart team, again, like, okay, we can start to have that conversation a little bit. But for now, there's just too many other determining factors. Like, I don't want to sit here and talk about Kevin and then all of a sudden act like Devin Booker doesn't deserve part of blame here, that Bradley Beal doesn't deserve part of blame here, that the ownership, front office, the head coach, like, I don't want to have one person targeted as the scapegoat or blame here at all.
Speaking of that, Killer, what do you think is the next domino to fall? What do you think it could possibly be?
It's an interesting timing game, right, Wolf? Because it feels like the second most inevitable thing outside of Budenholzer getting fired is Kevin getting traded. But you really shouldn't trade him right now because you have a lot of teams in the playoffs that are going to be interested in him. And namely, the teams that are going to want Kevin are going to be contenders, and all the contenders are playing right now or still have their seasons above. So is that a Bradley Beal move instead? Is that the buyout and waive and stretch potential option that's been floating around over the last 2 weeks? Is it a move in the front office? The Athletic in their story earlier today from Doug Haller, I believe Fred Katz and Sam Amick were the three attributed to that, cited that James Jones' contract runs out in June, but there hasn't been like an immediate decision made on his fate. So I would guess it is a Durant move based on that reporting on James and the timing of his contract expiring. But we'll see. It could be Brad. I'm not too sure. But the point being, like, we know a lot more is coming. They're not just going to swap head coaches and run this thing back. There's going to be a whole lot more happening.
Yeah, Bradley Beal continues to be Leo DiCaprio in Wolf of Wall Street, screaming, "I'm not leaving!" Right?
I'm not leaving!
Right?
The show goes on!
Because he's got the no trade.
They're going to need a wrecking ball.
All right.
To take
Okay.
me out
All right.
of here.
Point taken. All right, Jesse.
We get it.
If he's not leaving because he has no trade, what do you do if you're the Phoenix Suns? What options do you have?
Well, you can cut him, Paul. You can cut him and eat all the money. They're not going to do that because then you would have all the money still on your books. But what you can do is you can waive and stretch him. I don't think this is the right idea, and you can't do the original waive and stretch, which would mean $22 million stretched across each of the next 5 years. There's some cap mumbo-jumbo, some specific rules here that doesn't allow for. But what you can do is if you can get Bradley Beal to agree to a partial buyout of his contract, take that $110 million and chop it down to 90, as Bobby Marks suggested in his content from this morning previewing the Suns offseason. That would be a small enough amount for all this to work. But then again, you would be doing all of this just to open up your flexibility for this year. What does that mean? How much better of a basketball team are you this year, next year because of it, when you could just eat the money this year and next year? That's what I think they should do, but I don't think they're going to do that. I think they're going to get rid of him.
Killer, did you read into the press release from the Phoenix Suns at all in regard to the firing of Coach Budenholzer?
Not so much, Wolf. I think the abrupt nature of this is more of what we're expecting, though, because you'll remember last year it was an elongated wait for Frank Vogel. Like he was fired long after even Ishbia's press conference, that bizarre press conference that he had last year. So this year it was a lot more abrupt and sort of what we were expecting, where there wasn't a lot of conversation that had to be had over the last couple of days in terms of the decision making. And it from the statement's perspective, it was good for them to have some level of accountability. That's the bare minimum you should expect in this situation, but they got there. And just holding the expectation for their fan base, which is what it should be, because they had an embarrassing season of basketball.
All right, speaking of the fan base, we're going to have a listeners-only meeting next. And
Nice.
Jesse tells me I have no time for one more question, so I'm going to make it a true or false question. You ready for this? Here we go, Kellen. The Suns are so handcuffed with all this second apron nonsense and the fact that other teams around the league have virtually zero salary cap space, so it's tough to even make deals with other teams. The only way to rebuild this thing is to trade Kevin Durant and Devin Booker. True or false?
False.
Yeah. Okay, that's great. Way to be blunt, killer.
Wolf enjoyed that.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you.
Okay. Thanks, Kellen.
Did you guys write in extra answers on your true falses in class or something? I didn't. I just answered the question.
Wolf just
Paul's
enjoyed you
late,
shutting me
killer.
down. That's
He's
cool.
late.
That's cool. No, I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, it's your turn now. What are your thoughts on the Suns firing Mike Budenholzer? Here we go. 602-260-9870. 602-260-9870. Listeners only meeting is next. Calvisi in for Luke. Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports. Hey, local sports leader.
Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. It's only for a limited time. I've been talking about it. But Santan Ford has employee pricing saving you thousands right now. That's right, employee pricing going on now. Plus at Santan Ford, you can buy a new 2024 Ford Explorer for as low as 2.9% APR. That's right, with a great rate like that, you're going to want to get out there. Or you can also take up to $8,700 off a brand new 2025 Ford Escape. Yeah, and Santan Ford has hundreds of Escapes to choose from on their lot. Let's recap. Employee pricing, financing options that are good for your wallet, and selection galore for you. It's all going on now. From America, for America. See you at Tim Hovik Santan Ford in Gilbert. Go to santanford.com.
On Saturday, April 26th, arrive early to the Dbacks versus Braves matchup and get a Diamondbacks replica jersey courtesy of Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
If you're ready to build your dream home, let the Window Depot help. Our expertise spans more than 20 years helping contractors provide custom windows built to last. Our in-house design team works closely with you and your contractor to create the perfect windows. From design to delivery, your contractor will have exactly what they need when they need it. And with the largest inventory and unbeatable prices, your dream windows are just a step away. Visit us in store to get started or find a location near you at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot. Best prices, biggest inventory.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the mountains or go pick up your dry cleaning? RV wins! Are we cleaning the gutters or taking the RV camping? RV wins! Are we getting a new passport or cruising up the coast? RV wins!
Don't forget, you got that trip to Sweden coming up.
Oh, yeah, passport, then RV.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states and situations.
Reel in flavor at Native Grill and Wings. Sink your teeth into their native crispy fish sandwich. Golden fried to perfection and served your way. Enjoy this savory dish with a refreshing beverage, a non-alcoholic beverage for $11.99, or go with just the sandwich for just $9.99. But hurry, this crispy, delicious catch is only here for a limited time. Hook your favorite deal today, only at Native Grill and Wings. Visit nativegrillandwings.com to find the restaurant nearest you.
Homeowners, life can be stressful, and so can selling your home, but it doesn't have to be. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty is going to price your home properly and get it in front of thousands of exclusive qualified buyers. That's exactly what Carol did for the Martin family, selling in 11 days for 100% of market value. Call Carol Royce today and ask her about her 100% of market value guarantee, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Dave Burns here with Jimmy V, founder of V's Barbershop, where you can always count on a great haircut or a hot lather shave. 25 years, and you walk into any of the V's now, nothing's changed at all, in the sense that they're all aligned the same. They all look like old-fashioned barbershops. It's the best barbers in town. The smell of the tonic, you talk about nostalgia. Every time I smell the tonic, I think about being inside a V's Barbershop. It is amazing how when you walk into one, it's almost exactly the same experience as you would have gotten back in 1999, and that's a real testament to what you've built.
The barbershops were in a bad place when we started, and we changed the model completely in 99, and we're proud of that. We did our part in dusting off the barbershop model and making it better. I want it to change with the times, but I want it to be something that's so familiar that people just look at it and go, yes, that's a V's.
It's true. The more things change, the more things stay the same at V's. Book your appointment today at vbarbershop.com.
The listeners only meeting with Wolf and Luke.
Here it is.
Wolf, I got an issue with you.
You step all over it, Paulie? Are you kidding me?
I mean, hey, can you come in, fill in, and so I prep all weekend. Why don't you let me know? We got breaking news. Stinking Monday morning. Good thing I watched all the D-backs games.
There's always
watched
breaking
all
news.
the Masters and, Cam Scadaboo visiting the Cardinals. I mean, it's
one
just
of the greatest comebacks in the history of the Masters.
out
Yeah, that's
the
what I said.
stinking window. I mean, give me my weekend back.
I'll ask you guys a D-backs and Masters question in the next segment.
Okay.
There you go, Paul. You got your prep in.
Okay. Thankfully, we're going to give Wolf a break. Turn off his mic by design intentionally because we're going out to Malik in Goodyear. It's a listeners-only meeting. Mike Budenholzer fired after 1 year on a 5-year, $50 million contract. Malik, your reaction?
My first reaction is the reaction that makes me smile because when I hear you and Wolf together, you guys are brothers from different mothers, and it's just so fun to hear you guys intermingle with each other. I
Well,
love it.
someone's got to bring the accountability around here, Malik. All right, go ahead.
Budenholzer being fired deals with a lot of factors. Number one, and most importantly, it's communication. And if you can't communicate with others, I mean, his personality, you could tell, was just saucy. It was just cringiness. It was just like a person that didn't like his job. And the players felt it. I think the fans felt it. And I think that was an issue. My secondary question is this. Is Matt Ishby going to be the owner and the general manager, or just the owner? Because some of the decisions that have been made, whether they're good or bad, and a lot of them turned out bad, is on his shoulders. And I think we have to understand which person does he want to be. I hope he's just the owner and not the general manager as well.
That's a good call right there, Malik. It really is. Listen, it's a tough situation. Once again, we don't know exactly what's going on in the front office. We don't know how much an owner is pouring in right now. We don't. Having said that, we know that you have an owner that is committed. Is trying to spend his way to a championship, and you don't see an awful lot of that. You don't.
And again, it's not about expenditures. It's about expertise.
Yep.
Jeremy is in Chandler, and he is on Arizona Sports. Jeremy, your reaction to Coach Bud being fired?
Ollie, Pickup Ball, and Wolfmeister. What is up, guys?
What's up?
Can you guys hear me? I just want to make sure I'm on the freeway.
Yep. Absolutely. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Wolf, you hit the nail on the head, man, and I'm mostly in agreement, not only with today, but a few of your other takes leading up to this. We all saw the writing on the walls, right? And listen, 3 coaches in 3 years, championship coaches, mind you. One of them took them to the championships. The other 2 have won titles. It's all speculation because there's so much that we don't know with what's going on behind closed doors. Yeah. So I can just go based off my observations, right? And the observations that I've had is a common denominator is Kevin Durant. Ever since he came to town, these things have been happening. Did Monty have issues in the locker room and things like that? Yeah, sure. And it was, somewhat covered or what have you. But the bottom line is, even with the issues, they were still able to go to the playoffs, advance in the playoffs, and succeed. And this team has done nothing but go way, way downhill to a place that's unimaginable. And I'd like to hit the rewind button real quick. Let's all go back to, prior to the beginning of the season. Al McCoy dies. So there's this whole, let's win it for Al. And they all got it on their jersey, right? You got a homebred Arizona guy who's taken a year off to kind of regroup himself to come in as your coach, a championship caliber coach. And you have 2 gold medal Olympians to start the season. I mean, it sounds like a dream come true, right? None of us in a million years would have imagined this would be the outcome, anything close to not making the playoffs.
Think of how much better the brand of ball was by Devin Booker at the Olympics than he was for the Phoenix Suns, right?
100%. And so kind of where I'm at with the deal is firing Bud the answer? I don't know. But from what I gather, it would seem that they need to give James Jones some more pull, as far as building the team. And whoever they hire as a coach, just let him call the shots with what he feels is going to be the best team for the best chance of success. If it's, maybe like a guy like Malone, which that whole thing in Denver, they're the 4th seed, and they just fired their coach. God only knows what happened over there. But for a younger guy, just to give him a chance, whatever avenue they take, but they got to make some big changes in addition to, the roster changes. Thanks for taking my call today, guys.
All right,
Jeremy. Appreciate your phone call, bro.
We'll see about James Jones. As Kellen Olson just told us, there are reports out there that his contract runs out in June. Could that be the next move?
Yes.
Kaysen is in Scottsdale. He's on Arizona Sports. Kaysen, your reaction to the Suns firing Mike Budenholzer?
Good morning, guys. It's actually Jason. But
Jason,
anyway,
there we go.
You had to fire him. I mean, he lost touch with his players. A lot of bad decisions. Rotations were just really weird. One of the highlights was when they had that big comeback against the Clippers led by Gillespie, and the dude didn't even play the next day. I mean, that made no sense at all.
Yep.
But there's one thing I can't wrap my head around, and I'm hoping Wolf, as a former professional athlete, I'd love to hear your take on this. So this is 2 years in a row where the players lost buy-in to their coach.
Yeah.
Indications were at the end of last season, Durant didn't even speak to Vogel for 40-some days, they said.
Right.
And they tuned him out. And they weren't, they didn't want to run his system. Same thing clearly happened with Bud with respect to three-pointers and defense and all that stuff. What I don't understand, though, is when you have high IQ players and world-level players like Booker, Durant, and even Grayson Allen has high basketball IQ, why don't the players take it upon themselves to say, you know what, this guy's an idiot, this is what we're going to do. We're going to do it our own way. We're just going to play the brand of basketball that we think will work and maximize our own abilities. I don't understand checking out. I mean, they've just pissed away 2 seasons in a row on nothing, and they're not having fun, and they're not happy.
Yeah, honestly, it's a valid question, yet at the same time, once it's done within the context of a professional sports team, the coach is the coach, and he comes up with the game plans. He makes the schemes. Now, listen, is there feedback? Of course. There is a give and take right there. Of course he's going to get the opinion of Devin Booker, get the opinion of KD. Of course that's going to happen right there. To me, it's not an issue of that. It's not an issue of the scheme or the game plan. It's not an issue of that. It's an issue of leadership and a lack of leadership that exists inside that Suns locker room. It's not even close to me.
All right. Danny is in Chandler, and he is on Arizona Sports. We duck in one last call. Danny, go ahead.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
What's up, Danny?
Good. So this is kind of a loaded thing to answer. I was asked, point blank when I got onto this show, did I think that Budenholzer should have been fired? And the thing is that I don't necessarily think he was the problem, but I don't think he's the solution either. I mean, we've already had, all the coaches that we've had the last few years have been high-quality coaches. As mentioned, I had been saying that they needed to get a championship coach in here for a long time. They did with Vogel and with Bud. But at the end of the day, the bottom line is, it seemed like the players tuned him out, particularly, Book and KD. So most likely he did need to go.
The alarm going off is sort of fitting. It really is in this situation. The alarm going off here on a Monday with the Suns. It's a fitting.
It's time for us
conclusion
to go, Paul.
To the
to them all.
At first, I thought it was like Kenny G, and then I'm like, no, it's some digital. Okay.
Tout mes amis.
All right. I tell you what, I have something that might be even more daunting than replacing a head coach for the Suns. We'll get to that when we come back. We'll also be wolfing down your lunch. Calvisi in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You can't use the old excuse about not having enough storage because we know you've got the cloud. Download the Arizona Sports app and keep it on your home screen for breaking sports news, all the Arizona sports shows and podcasts, plus listen to the Suns, Dbacks, ASU Athletics, and more on your phone. The Arizona Sports app is presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
At Dignity Health's Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Institute, keeping you moving is a joint effort. With minimally invasive techniques and a personalized treatment plan, our team of highly specialized orthopedic experts can keep you in motion. We care for your knees, hips, and shoulders so you can enjoy what moves you. Don't let joint pain put your life on pause. Keep moving forward and find your path back to what you love. Learn more at dignityhealth.org/azortho. Hello, human kindness.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. Maybe you're tired of not being able to smile real nice the way that you'd like to smile, or, biting into that steak or an apple maybe. Well, you know what? The All-On-4 dental implant treatment is probably for you. I have had the All-On-4. And the All-On-4 Basinonians will give you the closest option to your natural teeth. That's right. In Aria Dental Implant Center, they will save you thousands and thousands of dollars compared to the corporate dental implant centers that are out there. They're locally owned, and they pass the savings on to their patients. It's one of the things I love the most about Aria Dental. If you want a brand new set of beautiful teeth and overall improve the quality of your life, go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
No two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? We thought of you, all of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Keith is a be-in-the-room-with real people kind of learner, so he loves the live online classes with our language experts.
Okay, class. Vos está pronto.
Estamos prontos.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. BABBEL.com.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Shane O'Hanrahan. And Shane, with all the confusion over tariffs, what does it mean to the automobile industry?
Right now, all that is in limbo. But what I can tell you is every vehicle on Chapman BMW's lot is tariff-free with financing
as low as 1.99%, the time to buy is right now. So get in and get your best selection of your brand new BMW.
That's really good news for people who want to drive off in the ultimate driving machine.
Yes, it is, and Chapman BMW is here to help.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, 1 in Glendale, 1 in Scottsdale, and 1 in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
Need inspiration? Shop Fry's. For mouth-watering meals and appetizing ingredients. Our low prices add up to big savings. Plus, over $600 in digital coupons each week. And up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. At Fry's, you always get big flavors and big savings. Fry's. Fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Right now, select Kroger brand of bone-in spiral sliced ham is only 97 cents a pound with your digital coupon and additional $25 purchase. Limit 1. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns fired head coach Mike Budenholzer after 1 season with the team. The Suns were just 36-46 this season and missed the play-in. In a statement, the Suns said, quote, "Competing at the highest level remains our goal, and we failed to meet expectations this season. Our fans deserve better. Change is needed," end quote. For more on the Suns firing Coach Bud, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Spring is in the air, and that means home improvement projects. Need a roll-off to haul that trash and debris away? WasteConnections.com/Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
And does it smell good?
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, Paulie, so you're turning 60 next month, right, Paulie?
Stop
You're
it.
60, aren't you,
Lie
Paul?
detector, turn it on
All
and
right.
sound the buzzer. I don't need any help in being older than I am.
Well, you know what, Paulie? I want to take this moment right here to wish a happy 90th birthday to my friend, head coach John Batcha. Oh, Coach Batcha! He coached at Southmoreland High School in Elverton, PA, where he coached the legendary Russ Grimm. He's 90 years old today, Paulie.
Wow.
And I send my love and respect to Coach and his wife, Audrey. Happy birthday, Coach.
Tell him I sent a ding as well, okay?
Okay, I will.
So, Wolf, we have wolfing down your lunch here. And this is where we kick it over to Jesse. Okay. Thankfully. Okay. I'm trying to regroup here. Finally, it took you 2 hours to wake up on a mailed-in Monday. Okay. So I'm going to try and regain some of the, expending all this effort over the first 2 hours, and maybe I'll regroup here a little bit.
All right. Use some of that effort
to
throw it to Jesse.
Here we go. Jesse, take it away.
Wow, Wolf saying my name is just so weird. The Phoenix Suns have fired head coach Mike Budenholzer after 1 season and a 36-46 record. The Suns said in a statement, quote, "Competing at the highest level remains our goal, and we failed to meet expectations this season. Our fans deserve better. Change is needed," end quote. Your reaction to that statement and Bud's firing in general?
Well, it's not a surprise, is it? It is not a surprise that this is actually happening right now. I think we all suspected this was going to happen. It was only a question of, man, you're gonna fire Frank Vogel in year one, and you're gonna do the same with Coach Bud. You know what? It's inevitable. You have this kind of underachievement from a team that was built to compete, a team that was built to win into the postseason and go on a run in the postseason. As far as I'm concerned, coming into this year, I had no doubt in my mind that this was a better team on paper than it was a year before. And because of that, I expected better results. They won 36 games. There's nothing worse when you underachieve in life, individually, or collectively. There's nothing worse than underachieving. That's why Coach Bud got fired.
You know what was interesting is we had 4 callers, and they all held 4 different people accountable. First caller cited Bud, poor communication, among other things. The second one wondered aloud about to what degree Matt Ishbia is failing as the team's GM. The third caller cited Kevin Durant as being, quote, the common denominator between these coaches. And then the fourth one wondered about James Jones and who exactly might run the front office and or be allowed to run the front office. So to me, there will be change, there will be blood, and this is just the beginning.
All right. Gambo says Taylor Jenkins and Michael Malone are not options for the Suns. Are there any early names you guys would like to see the Suns target, or maybe a type of candidate you think they should look for?
Wow.
I tell you the name that comes up, and you thought maybe he would be let go by the Pelicans this morning, Willie Green. Just his history with some of these players and this organization. Instead, the Pelicans parted ways with former Suns front office guy David Griffin. And they kept Willie Green, at least as of right now.
Right. We'll have to wait and see how that goes, how that plays out. Yeah, you know what? Willie Green, a type of coach, a guy that has some contact and connections, especially with Devin Booker. I would love that.
And the new GM there, whoever it is going to be in New Orleans, might want, their own guy to come in. So
yeah,
honestly,
can we just get Ty Lue? Can we just?
Okay.
Is that
sure.
okay? Can I just throw it out there, Paul?
That's great. No,
Let's
that's
just
great.
go get Ty Lue.
I think we've had this conversation every year,
Right.
and
Every year.
The problem is he's the coach of the Clippers, and the Clippers are pretty good.
That's exactly right. Ty Lue, go get. Hey, all we got to do is go get Ty Lue.
They're not going to trade Ty Lue to the Suns.
That's
I have a
right.
problem with the question itself because I put a true or false to Kellen Olson. True or false? This goes way beyond a head coach. This is going to be the 4th different head coach in 4 years. Head coach is like 3rd or 4th on the list of priorities right now and trying to resolve and rebuild, reboot, reload, whatever you're going to do. Head coach doesn't seem to be the primary problem right now.
It's a valid observation by you, Paulie. There's no doubt about that. Yet at the same time, your head coach is important to some degree. Would you not say, Paul? Even in the NBA, it's important.
When all the players are ignoring the head coach, just get some newbie and pay him nothing. Let him be a figurehead.
No.
Okay.
We need somebody who's going to mentor Devin Booker to become the leader he needs to be. And you've got to believe in that. Whoever the next head coach is for the Phoenix Suns has got to believe in his heart that Devin Booker has to be the leader of this team. And if Book doesn't want to be that, it's time to blow everything up.
All right, the Dbacks took 2 of 3 from the Brewers over the weekend to capture their 2nd straight series. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at arizonasports.com, and it asks, who impressed you the most during the Dbacks homestand? Corbin Carroll, Geraldo Perdomo, Brandon Pfaadt?
You gotta fight for your right to party!
Josh Naylor, or the bullpen as a whole?
Wow, boy, that is tough right there. It really is. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go starting pitching. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to highlight starting pitching.
That's not one of the answers. You have to pick one of the answers.
I'm picking my own. Erod, Burns and Zach Gallen.
He does this every time.
They all went ahead.
You know what? If Wolf's
and
not
had
going to follow the
quality
rules,
starts.
I'm not following the rules. I'm going to go defense.
And it's about time.
Because for the first time this year, they weren't the Arizona Dbacks.
Oh, please.
There were 0 errors in 3 games. That's the key. Because you show me a team.
Did you build a whole argument around your Dbacks comment? Is that what you did?
If you're going off the board, I'm citing defense and the fact that it didn't sting. Because if you show me a poor team in the field, I'm going to show you a poor team. I'm going to show you a team that's 500 at best. I don't care about the offense.
You know, some of the kids
or the
probably,
pitching.
Yeah,
You give a team extra outs, Wolf, you're done.
The kids are out there saying it's legit as lit. Did you know that, Paul? Legit as lit. It's legit as lit. That's Corbin Carroll right now. He says legit as lit.
By the way, that Saturday night comeback, right? The never say die Minbacks or the D comebacks.
Just
I can't
stop it.
No, I can't stand answer backs. That stinks. I want D comebacks.
Yeah, you know what? I'm with you on the
comebacks.
answer back thing.
I like the answer
No,
back.
no.
Can I give the results so that we can go to break?
No, because I had a point here.
Okay.
Rick, is that if you're going to walk Garrett Hampson on 4 pitches to bring up Corbin Carroll with the game hanging in the balance in the 9th inning, you deserve to lose. I'm just saying that. You deserve to lose. I hate to Pat Murphy,
All
we
right,
love you,
that's-
Murph, but
yeah.
you deserve to lose that game, even though you led 4-0 going into the 9th.
Thank you, Paul.
Anyway,
Take it.
Corbin Carroll led with 55%, and we're super late, so that's all I'm going to say.
Get us out of here, Paul.
Give it traction for the Dbacks, so, and people will write it in.
What are you doing?
Where are we? Okay.
Just read it.
Well, of course I know where we are. Coach Bud has been fired. Yes, we're going to talk more about that. I'm going to tell you what might be more problematic than head coach right now, because once again, I think it's 3rd on your list of priorities, and that is next. It's Wolf and Luke starring Paul Calvisi on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Suns have fired head coach Mike Budenholzer.
I would have bet the farm that if this was going to come down today, this is not a surprise at all.
No, the only thing that gave me pause was just the optics of it, because the Suns got raked over the coals last season for making a similar move with Frank Vogel after getting swept out of the playoffs.
We talk about the Suns' single season of the Budenholzer era today on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
This is the fire department. What is your emergency?
No, we got a fire in the pool. She's on the pool. She's not responsive.
Is she out of the water?
Yes, sir. I got her on the floor. I'm trying to get her CPR.
How old is she?
3, 4. But the white stuff keeps coming out of the house.
House is driving you as we speak, so keep doing that CPR, okay, until she wakes up.
Yeah, he's doing it. Yeah, she's doing it. Come on, baby.
How long is she under the water?
I don't know. We don't know. We don't know.
While someone's doing compressions, let someone else go open up the door and make sure it's open for them.
Let her live. No.
Okay, we gotta keep doing the compressions and keep breathing.
Dad, oh my God, please, guys, I'm gonna die.
The paramedics are pulling up, but don't stop until they come and take over, okay?
This heartbreaking 911 call is only one of far too many. Fulton Homes reminds you 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Take action today and visit Fulton2seconds.com.
When it comes to your electric bill, saving energy means saving money. That's why SRP offers many ways to help you cut costs and boost comfort. From rebates and discounts that can save you thousands of dollars, to expert insights that can help make your home more energy efficient. SRP has tools and programs that give you many ways to save. Explore your options today at srp.net/savings. That's srp.net/savings.
We have big news from Sanderson Ford. Listen to this.
This is David Kimmerly, president of America's most awarded Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Ford just announced From America, For America employee pricing. Now you pay what I pay on the full lineup on new Fords with no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense, and no added markups.
Employee pricing levels the playing field for Ford dealers as everyone gets the same set price. However, other dealers will still add addendums and add-ons. Sanderson Ford will not. Choose Sanderson because they have the inventory and a 70-year reputation of treating you right. Ford is undeniably the most America-first automaker in the world. 80% of the vehicles Ford sells are assembled in factories located in America, and they will be less affected by the tariffs. Now is the best time to buy a new Ford with From America, for America employee pricing from Sanderson Ford.
Excludes 2025 Expedition, Super Duty, Raptor, Mustang, and Bronco specialty vehicles.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
DQ presents... Picture this. Picture your favorite DQ treat. Is it a blizzard treat? Maybe a cone? Are you feeling a shake? Could be a dilly bar kind of day. Or a peanut buster parfait. I'll wait for you to pick. Okay, now picture your favorite treat right where it belongs. In your hand, or your car cup holder, your bike basket, or your special treat fanny pack. Wherever it is, stop picturing it and get your real hands on a real DQ treat today. Only at DQ. Happy tastes good.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Phoenix. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. We'll get you ready for the NFL Draft. A visit from the one and only Mel Kiper Jr. We hit the airwaves at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
By the way, NFL Network reporting Cam Scadaboo has already visited the Arizona Cardinals.
Okay, Cam. Let's see. Cam Scadaboo and James Conner. Man, what might happen there if you had those two guys spotting each other?
Which nickname do you like better? Cam it vertical instead of cram it vertical. Or
I do like that one, Paul.
Or wham bam cam.
Cam it vertical.
Yeah.
I like that one better.
But it can always get worse. And all you have to do is look at the stinking Western Conference standings and you realize Sacramento, after trading away De'Aaron Fox, they ended up 9th. Dallas, after the worst trade in NBA history, ended up 10th. You're on the outside looking in. And today was just the beginning, most believe. There will be blood. There will be change. Mike Budenholzer fired. And now, all of a sudden, you got to wonder, what's next? Who's next? And do you or do you not believe, Wolf, that the only way to truly rebuild, since you're up against this second apron and all the handcuffs, right, is to trade Kevin Durant?
You have to, Paul.
Okay. Here's the issue.
Yeah.
He's in his last year of his contract and eligible for a 2-year, wait for it, $122 million extension. Do you think Kevin Durant will want that 2-year, $122 million extension?
I'm sure.
So would he approve a trade? Now, he doesn't have a no-trade clause like Bradley Beal.
Correct.
But ain't nobody trading for Kevin Durant if he doesn't want to be there.
Yeah, but I think, once again, they're going to work with him on that, Paulie. You know what? I think it makes a lot of sense.
How many
the
teams
Suns
have
working with Kevin Durant
to
get him to a place he wants to go?
Okay. From what I ascertained just from the NBA insiders, not a lot of salary cap space around the rest of the league. So is another team going to trade for him knowing the finances? Are they going to trade for him if there's a risk he might be unhappy because he doesn't want to be traded? I'm just saying this is one of the aspects of this whole second apron thing. Here's from SportsCenter earlier today, NBA analyst Schnell, and she's talking about, beware of the second apron.
Look, the Phoenix Suns are a textbook example to beware of the second apron. If you want to build a big three, Kevin Durant, Devin Booker, Bradley Beal, that team has to be one that is full of chemistry and has to be an all-time squad. It's got to be like Jesus, Mary, and Joseph all-time. Has to be perfection because otherwise it will cost you. It hamstrings your team. If you think about it, they don't control their pick until 2032. And when they wanted to make trades during the trade deadline, they weren't able to because of such rules. This is a tremendously disappointing season for the Suns. I don't think the blame goes on one person. I think it's more so when you put all your chips in the middle of the table, they better pay off. They better be able to cash out. And this has been a cautionary tale of how dangerous it can be to be the most expensive team in basketball.
Your thoughts on that, Paulie? What do you want to say after you hear that?
It's Easter week, so that was an interesting reference there within the soundbite. Okay. By the way, note to self, next year for Lent, I'm going to be giving up mock drafts. That's just a side note on that front.
All right, Paul, thank
you.
So
it makes you wonder, and Kellen brought this up, and I've heard this brought up by a number of analysts and insiders, are the Suns going to have to part ways with Kevin Durant, for example, just to create flexibility? Forget about actually getting anything of significance in return. Are you going to have to buy out and do what you have to do, this wave and stretch and all that? You can't do it in the original way. You have to do it in a different way, so it's not quite as advantageous with a Bradley Beal. There are things you're going to have to do that are drastic and significant just to create some flexibility because of the second apron.
Yeah, okay, Paulie.
So the degree of difficulty is off the charts.
Absolutely, and you're right about that. The flexibility is needed right here, but once again, that is not what ails the Phoenix Suns. They are fatally flawed. And they're fatally flawed because, again, there is no leadership on this team. There's no real accountability on this team. Devin Booker has tried to be that, and he got beat down by Coach Bud. If you listen to Chris Haynes and what he said, Devin Booker was shocked that he was told to be quiet. So basically what you have here is a dynamic where you've got all the talent you could ever need on a team to win a championship, as far as I'm concerned. You got that talent right here. There's no gusto to it. There is no toughness to it whatsoever. And the reason being is because you don't have leadership. Culture is who you are. It's what you do. It's how you do things. And guess what? Guess what holds all of that together? All of that culture is held together by leaders in the locker room. Leadership, Paul, in the locker room is the glue to holding culture together. Because of that, Paul, the Suns were fatally flawed because Devin Booker is the guy. He is the Phoenix Sun. When you start thinking about how many people have scored more points than Devin Booker for the Phoenix Suns, Paul? Nobody. Nobody. Doesn't even come close. Nobody.
I didn't appreciate the trick question, by the way.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Okay, Book is the guy. He is the Phoenix Sun right here. He defers to Kevin Durant because he's KD.
Okay.
Because Book is a good dude.
Right.
He's a good dude who respects Kevin Durant. So he defers to him. KD doesn't want to be a leader. Tells people that. To his credit. Tells them he's not a leader. He just wants the ball. That's all he wants to do. It's fatally flawed. The Suns are fatally flawed. And it's all coming to roost.
Wasn't that the Charles Barkley assessment not too long ago about Kevin Durant, that he's a bus rider, not a bus driver? But Wolf, if you're done with your book of Wolf over there, okay? Yes. Speaking of Easter week, maybe I can interject in the middle of your rant right there, the soliloquy, you're talking about Book deferring to KD. So if a coach tries to come in and set that culture, if a head coach comes in and tries to be that leader you cite, but Kevin Durant is undermining that culture.
Yeah, Paulie.
Setting his own culture.
See, this is the reason why, Paulie, I say all the time that Kevin Durant needs to be traded. It's not because of anything else, Paul. It's not because of the second apron or anything else. To me, he needs to be traded because The dynamic will never work with Devin Booker being the guy if KD is here.
I just think we have to really adjust our expectations. The return on a KD trade when he's going to be 37. He's eligible for 2 years, $122 million in the form of an extension, and he's got a track record of undermining a couple of coaches.
I'd say look at his numbers. He just wants the ball. That's all he wants to do, and look at his numbers. He has not slowed down at all.
It is just remarkable, though, to hear a lot of the insiders and all the speculation analysis of the Suns. They've never seen a situation this bad in modern NBA history as you try and hit the reset button. In fact, we'll get a really good perspective next. ESPN NBA front office insider Bobby Marks is on deck. Calvisi in for Luke. Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks Brewers.
The 0-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And Puck strikes out the side in the ninth. And the D-backs close out a 5-2 win.
D-backs win the series 2-1. Now a D-backs day off before heading to Florida for 3 games at the Marlins. Listen to Arizona Diamondbacks baseball on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California and via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle-quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-330-1991. That's 1-800-330-1991. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-330-1991. SelectQuote. We shop, you save. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Maybe the best part of owning V's is to seeing the journey that the little guys have gone on when they started going to V's for their first haircut. And when they come to see us for, a haircut before they go away to college, they've become friends with the barbers. They've become friends with the brand. They look for it when they move to their new school. And nothing can make me happier than that. We accomplished something. We touched some people. And we want to do that on a daily basis to another generation. When Dave Burns takes his son to the barbershop before his wedding, all of the things leading up to that, 20 years from now, you're going to remember going to the barbershop with your boy before his wedding. That's what a barbershop can be. Why change it?
Especially considering I took my boy to a V's barbershop to get his haircut when he was 2 or 3. Then here we are 25 years later, and he's getting his haircut before his wedding. It's something we'll never forget.
You'd be hard-pressed to find another parallel in your life that's as consistent as your experience with your boy at V's.
You're going to love it. A great haircut or a hot lather shave, so book today at vbarbershop.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns have fired head coach Mike Budenholzer after one disappointing season with the team. In a statement, the Suns said, quote, "Competing at the highest level remains our goal, and we failed to meet expectations this season. Our fans deserve better. Change is needed," end quote. For more on the Suns firing Coach Bud, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. And joining the Wolf and Luke show next is ESPN NBA front office insider Bobby Marks to discuss this coaching change. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Spring is in the air, and that means home improvement projects need to roll off to haul that trash and debris away. WasteConnections.com/Phoenix.
Hey, it's Gambo. Now that the Suns season is officially over, what is their best case scenario for this offseason? The Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
Suns missed the postseason for the first time since 2020. And this will be the fourth straight offseason where they're looking for a new head coach. Mike Budenholzer fired to start here on Monday, and it is a pleasure to bring on NBA front office insider from ESPN, Bobby Marks, Paul Calvisian for Luke, Ron Wolfley. And Bobby, we all know you can't address or resolve a problem until you diagnose the problem. How do you see it? How would you prioritize exactly what you should address first and foremost with the Phoenix Suns?
Well, I mean, and as I wrote about it today on ESPN.com, I think the first thing, in removing the roster, I think there has to be kind of a full audit on basketball operations, anywhere from the process they've gone through on how they've hired the coach. I mean, they went through, certainly Monty was there when Matt Ishbia had bought the team, but went from Frank Vogel to Mike Budenholzer, and now you're hiring a third head coach in 3 years. How do you go about the process? What mistakes you made during the process? How you don't repeat the mistakes again? It seems like they were hell-bent on hiring a veteran coach, and that hasn't worked out. And I think you kind of you fall into a bad trap when you rely on, and I'm not saying Frank and Mike are bad coaches. They've won NBA championships here, but certainly they didn't fit as far as what the roster is, and I think that's the first step is kind of almost evaluating your own self, right? Evaluating the decision-making process as far as you were 2 wins away from the NBA Finals, and now you're in the lottery without a pick. And it's not about how much money you spent. It's about, okay, how do you fix what went wrong, and how do you fix it moving forward so you don't repeat these mistakes? And then until you can do that, then you can address, whether if it's James Jones who's going to be in charge, or if you're going to bring somebody else in, what direction you go with the coach. Certainly future of Kevin Durant, as far as with the roster standpoints. But, if you don't, then we're going to be talking a year from now basically the same thing, because what's going to change from that? So I think that's step one, as far as basically you have to have an internal audit based on kind of what's gone wrong with in the last few years here.
So, Bobby, what were your thoughts? What was your reaction to the firing of Coach Budenholzer?
Not surprised one bit. I mean, I know he's, removed the contract and he's owed a lot of money. I'm not surprised just watching this roster, this team, the last, even most of the year. I just felt there was a total disconnect as far as on the court. And this is a team that I predicted before the season to go pretty far into the playoffs, just because I liked what they had done in the offseason as far as adding some pieces with this group here. It's just, listen, you went from a team, I think they were 13th in defensive efficiency to last in efficiency after the All-Star break. And that's a telltale sign as far as that the coach has lost a disconnect as far as in the locker room there. And I just think you couldn't repeat basically bringing Mike back and go through this process again. So no, I wasn't surprised at all. I wasn't caught. I was caught off guard a little bit with Memphis, with Denver, not caught off guard at all as far as what happened in Phoenix.
Do you think there's a type of head coach they should pursue going forward?
I think there's nothing wrong with looking at some of these young assistant coaches here that have, listen, Will Hardy in Utah was a terrific assistant coach in Boston, and they wound up hiring him without any head coaching experience. There's a Charles Lee in Charlotte was a great assistant coach in Boston and Milwaukee, and they went out and hired him. I think you have to have faith that you can go and you can dip into the assistant coaching pool and grab someone out there, because the reality is, say what you want, the likelihood is that you probably are going to make a Kevin Durant trade, and when you do so, you're going to get some young players and some draft picks back with it. And to have an established veteran on a probably not a win now team, I think that's going down the wrong pathway here. So I would dip into certainly into the assistant coaching pool. I think that's kind of a start. I think you find you get yourself in trouble if it's Michael Malone or Taylor Jenkins, if you go down that direction again.
So, Bobby, as a former NFL player myself, as a former player with an emphasis on former, I look at the players, Bobby, and to me, I'm always going to blame players. I'm looking at players that are inside the locker room right now, because it's always been my belief players win games, coaches lose them. It's always been my belief. Doesn't mean I'm right. It just means that's been my belief. When you look at the players inside the locker room for the Phoenix Suns, is this roster construction flawed?
Well, it is. I mean, it's proven it has. I mean, you've gone, you get swept in the first round. I'll remove the first year when they made it to the second round, because it's a different roster with the addition of Bradley Beal. Yeah, it is. Listen, when you have three players that comprise 75% of your salary cap, and you don't have a nice infrastructure of other players, besides the three, and certainly the Beal question is going to come up again. And you're continually rotating the door of minimum salaries, and you're limited with draft picks, and you can't go into the picking young players and build out the back end. It's flawed. And the reality of it, that the likelihood is that Kevin Durant, who's you could say he's your best player, your second best player, will probably be a collateral damage because of it, because he's going into the last year of his contract. He's extension eligible. If he doesn't want to sign an extension, then the likelihood is that you have to move him, and you have to, and go from there. I'm stunned. And I've just watched, and I have a lot of respect for Devin Booker. I really do. And I've just watched him do these interviews the last week, and I feel bad for him, because he has gone through, how many head coaches has he got? He's been there 10 years, but he had 7 head coaches.
Yes, 7.
And it's like, and he's the only one up there who's answering the questions. And I know, and he's got 3 years left on his contract. Like any other person or any other player and any other team would just say, like, I've had enough. I've had enough. I don't want to go through this again. And I give Devin Booker a ton of credit. And I know the owner has gone on record, and I respect it as far as that, that he's basically untouchable and they're going to build the roster around. But how much longer does he want to wait when you build the roster around? And I said it last week on TV. This is probably the most important offseason in Suns franchise history, just based on a lot of different things. The coach, Durant, the Beal thing is, you've got to figure that out. Certainly, with Devin, if he's the guy to build around, and kind of, you got to build something that's sustainable, not just for 1 or 2 years, that you can do it for the next 4 or 5 years.
Okay, so can you reload without rebuilding? Because we know this owner is not known for patience. He's gone on the record saying, no, ain't no stinking rebuild. But wait a minute, is that possible, feasible, doable?
You can, yes. You can basically try to retool on the fly. I don't think you can do it and be a championship team right off the bat. I think you can kind of stay in the middle, if you could stay in the middle but have the draft equity to add to the roster, and basically you'd have to do that by making the perfect Kevin Durant trade. I do think you can. It's hard in the Western Conference, though. If this was in the East, I'd say, yeah, you could do it all day. But, man, when you have, in the West and the teams that didn't make the playoffs, San Antonio and Portland, they're coming. I mean, Utah might get a top 2 pick. They're coming. So you got to thread the needle the right way. But, yeah, you can do it. But, as I said, you've got to find the right team. If the goal is to try to trade Durant and to get – win now players, draft picks, controllable contracts. Listen, we'll watch Houston this postseason, right? If Houston loses in the first round to likely Golden State possibly, then that's the team we circle in Phoenix as far as saying, hey, they have what we want, because you can probably thread the needle with some of those players on that roster.
All right, last question for NBA front office insider Bobby Marks. Speaking of Kevin Durant, because you tried to trade KD at the deadline, does that mean you have to trade him now this offseason?
I think it matters. Listen, if you want to extend him, I think that's something you address. You certainly could, when the season is over, right after the NBA Finals. If you want to extend him and you put the 2 years, 2 for 124, you could do it and go from there. Now, the question is, does the roster improve if you basically bring back the same group and you add minimum guys and you have and you bring in a head coach? That's hard. That's going to be hard. I mean, they were 3-17 without Durant this year. I mean, the record, the record speaks for itself. I think that the X factor, as you guys know, is Beal, right? Like the X factor is the $111 million owed to Bradley Beal, and what happens if you can't trade him, right? Yep. And can you? And I know I read fans, and they're like, "Oh my God, we would never even stretch him." And hey, like, listen, if you took $25-30 million off what's owed, and you stretched it, and instead of owing him $54 million next year, you owe him $17. That gives you some breathing room and some resources just to you got to get out of the apron.
Yeah.
You got to get out of the apron, because it just unlocks a lot of different resources for you.
Bobby, thank you.
Bobby, thank you so much, buddy.
Appreciate it, guys.
your
Have
time.
a good day.
Man. Okay.
Absolutely. Man, we needed some of that insight and that basketball IQ. NBA front office insider Bobby Marks from ESPN. And look, you got to figure out Beal. I mean, once again, Wolf of Wall Street here. He's DiCaprio. I'm not leaving.
You got bigger fish to fry.
All right, you know what? We need to change of direction here. I'm going to call an audible. Cardinals, what do they need in the draft, Wolf? What do you want them to do? What should they do? I'm going to coach you up next. Calvisi in for Luke on Arizona Sports, local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
It might go down as the worst trade in the history of Phoenix sports. And I don't just mean the Phoenix Suns. I mean Phoenix sports. The Washington Wizards in getting, Jordan Poole and Landry Shamet and all those pick swaps and all those second-round picks is all that bad necessarily. But you're going to do 2 years of Bradley Beal, and you're going to cut him, and you're going to owe him $110 million 2 years after you traded for him. That might go down as the worst trade in the history of Phoenix sports.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at DISC. That's right, Desert Institute for Spine Care. I can tell you, as a football player, I have suffered an awful lot of damage to my spine. No doubt about it. The spine surgeons at DISC, they have helped me in the past. I give them my highest recommendation for you if you're battling spine or back issues yourself. Listen, DISC treats a wide range of issues, including sciatica, herniated disc, bulging discs, spinal stenosis, that's what I had, neck pain, low back pain, and degenerative disc disease. DISC surgeons have developed a personalized pain mapping system that pinpoints the spine pain generated to diagnose back and neck problems and customize a treatment plan that caters to the patient's goals and active lifestyles to provide long-term relief for them. Enjoy life again, Basinonians. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Are you a small business owner who needs immediate cash flow? At Swish Funding, we have flexible funding options from $25,000 to $2 million. For the best rates and terms for your business, just one application to Swish Funding gives you access to our entire network of funders, with cash in your account in as little as 24 hours. To qualify, you must be in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000. Apply at swishradio.com and use code GROW. Swishradio.com, code GROW. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, big savings at Liberty GMC. What can customers expect?
What's up, Dave? If you've been waiting to upgrade, now's the time. We've got discounts across our entire lineup, including $12,250 off a brand new 2025 GMC Sierra 1500, $9,500 off a 2024 Yukon, or 0% for 60 months on a Hummer EV. Whether it's a truck, SUV, or EV, there's a deal for everyone.
Shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey, this is Ryan Thompson, professional baseball player. And if you're looking for an Arizona tax credit before April 15th, please consider donating to Miracle League of Arizona, where hundreds of special needs athletes play ball. Visit miracleleagueaz.com.
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So it's the new year. W-2s are out. It's tax time, and soon we'll be getting our tax return checks. Oh, and I know what I'm using mine for. How about you guys? Well, whatever you decide to do with your tax return money, don't forget about your car. You know, getting your taxes done can be confusing, but where to take your car when it needs repairs isn't. That's us at AMCO. Now, you all know it can take 8 weeks or more to get your check back. And no, don't wait till then to get your car fixed. This is the best time of year to get all the things done that you've been meaning or wanting to get repaired on your car. Why now, you ask? Well, that's easy. AMCO has the Fix It Fast, Pay It Slow plan all year long. But at tax time, it works the best. You can get your car or truck all fixed up now and drive away, and then pay for it when your tax money comes in. I know that's pretty awesome. That's because we're AMCO. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO. AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y Refi. I'm Tyler Drake. Mike Budenholzer becomes 3rd fired Suns head coach in 3 years. ASU's Cam Scadaboo has 2 more top 30 visits scheduled, and the 5 Diamondbacks homestand standouts include Corbin Carroll and Brandon Pfaadt. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y Refi.
It's been a busy Monday, despite Wolf's efforts to mail in another Monday.
I don't know what you're talking about, Paulie.
Finally got rolling around lunchtime. We got a little effort and, just a little bit of carrying out of Ron Wolfley. Earlier in the morning, Patrick Peterson, flanked by owner Michael Bidwill, announcing his retirement as an Arizona Cardinal. In his words, only fitting to wrap up where I started. Patrick Peterson. And it was interesting. The video they played, B.A., Fitz, right? Carson Palmer, and Tyrann Mathieu. You realize Tyrann Mathieu would not have been a 3rd-round pick, and most likely not an Arizona Cardinal, if not for Patrick Peterson, because he knew him from LSU, and he vouched for Tyrann Mathieu.
Yeah, that's really interesting, too.
Real good dude, really good player, In fact, his parents actually took in Tyrann Mathieu for a time after he left LSU.
Yes.
So there you go, a little bit of the
Truly
past.
amazing.
But now let's look into our crystal football, if you will, Wolf, okay?
Okay.
And we're going to forecast what exactly the Cardinals might do T-minus less than 2 weeks to the NFL draft. And it's a new game show this time of year, sweeping the nation, right? And the Arizona Cardinals, it goes a little something like this.
Oh, no. Basononis, let me just say this right now. I have...
Need or want.
Need or want.
Or want.
You see, Paulie, we've got this thing. Don't worry about stepping on it right there. Okay, need or want.
Ron Wolfley, you've been selected from the studio audience to come on down. You're going to play Need or Want, the latest game show. Here we go. First position group, offensive guard. Need
or want.
That's a need, Paulie. There's no doubt about it.
I like big butts.
Well, you know what? I just want to remember, JG calls them what, Paulie? What does he call offensive?
War daddy.
War daddies. He calls them war daddies. You need some guy, based on needs, who looks a little sloppy, as a matter of fact.
Oh.
Might look a little sloppy. Looks like he's got a gut. But guess what? He's got a really strong and big butt as well. And he takes the butt.
Like big butts and
Nope. I'm just telling you right now. He takes that gut and moves it with his butt. And suddenly you can't stop yourself from getting drilled back. You need somebody who's going to line up. And this is what I want. I want this so badly for the Cardinals. Somebody's just going to line up and destroy somebody, metaphorically speaking, of course, in front of him. Just remove them from the line of scrimmage when you've got a back like James Conner. And who knows? Cam Scatterbo. Who knows? Trey Benson. For me right now, I want to see them go with a war daddy.
Maybe Tyler Booker. And according to Mel Kiper, it might be at number 47, which I'm not really buying. You realize, Ron Wolfley, that last year the Arizona Cardinals offense was top 5 in explosive run plays, both of 10 and 20 yards on the ground.
Yeah.
But when it came to explosive or chunk pass plays, they were in the bottom third.
Protection wasn't great.
So I put it to you, the position group of wide receiver is...
Need or want.
I'm going to say that's a want right there, Paulie. It is. Specifically, I'm going to say a guy who can run. You want somebody who wants to be capable of taking the top off. You want somebody who can run. Matthew Golden, by way of example, the wide receiver from Texas, a guy who's running a 4.29. Would you say a 4.29 is being able to run, Paul?
He's gone.
He's gone. And yet the good thing about Matthew Golden is even though he's running a 4.29, he can actually catch the ball too. So when you throw it up there, he can actually go get it and catch the ball. I don't think he's as polished as some of the other receivers that are out there. But I do think when it comes to his specific skill set, he's the best fit for what the Cardinals have right now.
I mean,
as I'm talking
Matthew
with my
Golden,
lens.
wide receiver, Texas.
The 5'11", 191-pound wideout wowed at the NFL Combine, posting a 4.29-second 40-yard dash. The burner caught 58 passes for 987 yards and 9 touchdowns last season for the Longhorns. He balls out in big moments, as Arizona State fans saw in the Peach Bowl. He has the right amount of linear speed to get past corners on vertical routes. He is good at protecting the catch while absorbing contact, and his body control and focus helps him land on highlight reels. His routes can be too lackadaisical, and he will stop going as hard if he feels like the route is covered. NFL comp, Saints receiver Chris Olave.
Stinking Jesse with a self-serving scouting report. That 40 seconds, that comes off your tab, Jesse, because I got other position groups to get to.
Okay.
Here we go.
All right.
I'm going off the board a little bit. Middle linebacker, do you consider it?
Need or want.
Are we signing Kaiser?
No.
No, we're not.
No, if they were going to sign him, he'd
Is that
already
a
be
prediction
signed.
right there?
That's a prediction.
Okay. Oh, wow. How about that? Okay. All right. I'm going to say that's a guess by Paulie right there. So, okay, need or want? I think now that's a need. I do.
You sure? You sound a little uncertain. You want to run that through Chat GPT, or I mean, you good?
No.
Okay.
Stop it with the Chat GPT.
You sure?
But, Paul, I've always looked at it as a situation of signing Kaiser White. Of course, they're bringing him back. They're just letting him test the market.
Mac Wilson as your middle linebacker wearing the green dot.
Yeah.
Think about that. We have more position groups. Here we go.
I'm okay with that, Paul.
How about at this point, cornerback? Would you say that's
need or want?
That's a definite want right there. It is, Will Johnson. Sorry. That's a definite want. Are you kidding me? They've got everything they need right there. Star Thomas has done a great job. Of course, Max Melton, Garrett Williams. They've got corners. That's the best thing about this going forward. Last year proved they have some corners that can hold up.
All right, so if you're scoring at home, the Cardinals so far this offseason have invested about $130 million into their defensive front, including the splash signing of Josh Sweat, right? Cannonball! Splash signing. So last one, defensive front, D-line or edge, do you consider it?
Need or want?
That's a want. That is a want. They got what they need.
All right, I might be a little late, but once again, that comes off Jesse's tab for interjecting his own scouting report in there.
Oh, my goodness.
It's off the script. He audibled that one in there. Bobby Marks brought the big brain, the basketball IQ. We'll react to what he had to say moments ago, including how flawed is this Suns roster construction? What is the near and long-term future? That is next. Galvisi and Faluca on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Mike Budenholzer relieved of his duties. I marvel at the job that J.J. Redick did this year with the Los Angeles Lakers with a lot of star talent, but he came in with fresh eyes and a different approach, and he held players accountable. Maybe that's what you're looking for as opposed to what's on your resume.
Completely agree. Skill set.
Dreaming is free. It's a clean slate. Anything's possible, right? Let me throw a really off-the-wall name at you.
All right.
Head coach Chris Paul.
Whew. Oh, wow. I'm in.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement, but you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Gambo. Summer is coming and you got to get your air conditioner ready. My friends at Christian Brothers HVAC are doing an AC tune-up only for the month of April. This full 22-point AC inspection also includes the condenser coil cleaning plus a condensate drain line cleaning. All this for only $129 per unit. I just had it done at my house and you should too. Call my friends at Christian Brothers today and ask for the AC tune-up at 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Need inspiration? Shop Fry's. For mouth-watering meals and appetizing ingredients. Our low prices add up to big savings. Plus over $600 in digital coupons each week. And up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. At Fry's, you always get big flavors and big savings. Fry's. Fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Now's a great time to stock up on Del Monte canned vegetables. Select varieties are on sale for only $1 each with your card. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Welcome to Scorpion Speed Dating, where spring flings can turn into full-blown infestations.
Hi, I'm Sheila. I like long walks on ceilings, snuggling up in empty shoes, and stinging people on bathroom floors.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Spring officially kicks off Scorpion season. They're out scouting for romance and a midnight snack. But that doesn't mean your home needs to play host. For a proven scorpion control, call 602-BLUE SKY. We'll shut the door on Scorpion season. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the lake or clean out your closet? RV wins! Putting the dishes away or taking the RV camping? RV wins! Cleaning the fridge or taking a trip to the beach? RV wins!
You might want to clean the fridge real quick because, mold.
We clean out the fridge, then take the RV out.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states and situations.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. After a disappointing 36-46 season that saw them not make the play-in, the Phoenix Suns fired head coach Mike Budenholzer. In a statement, the Suns said, quote, "Competing at the highest level remains our goal, and we failed to meet expectations this season. Our fans deserve better. Change is needed," end quote. For more on the Suns firing Coach Bud, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by YRefi. This report is brought to you by Presidential Pools. Presidential Pools is Arizona's #1 pool builder by volume in Arizona and proud sponsors of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Build value in your home with the pool of your dreams online at presidentialpools.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Now that the Suns season is officially over, what is their best case scenario for this offseason? The Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
Well, if you know there are 5, soon to be 6 Purge movies, you know that.
Yeah, you're big into this, Paul.
No, I'm just saying.
You are big into Purge.
There's the Purge, there's Purge Anarchy, Purge Election Year, First Purge, Forever Purge, what we have titled Big Red Purge, considering there are 3.
Oh, yeah.
3 Arizona Cardinals left from the 4 previous draft classes before Monty and JG.
Yeah.
Do you think there's a Planet Orange Purge going on right now?
I think there is, Paulie. I do. I expect this is the first domino right here. I think that Kevin Durant, of course, being moved and the Bradley Beal situation coming to some type of finalization. I think we're going to have that. We're going to get closure on that at some point.
Mike Budenholzer terminated to start today. We had Bobby Marks on, ESPN's NBA front office insider, moments ago. And here was his response when Wolf asked him for the reaction to Bud's firing.
Not surprised. Not surprised one bit. I mean, I know he's, removed the contract and he's owed a lot of money. I'm not surprised just watching this roster, this team, the last, even the whole, most of the year. I just felt there was a total disconnect as far as on the court. And this is a team that I predicted before the season to go pretty far into the playoffs just because I liked what they had done in the offseason as far as adding some pieces with this group here. It's just, listen, you went from a team, I think they were 13th in defensive efficiency to last in efficiency after the All-Star break. And that's a telltale sign as far as that the coach has lost a disconnect as far as in the locker room there. And I just think you couldn't repeat basically bringing Mike back.
Why do you think he said that, Paulie, in regard to that being a telltale sign on the defensive end of the floor that coaching was breaking down? That is fascinating to me. I've got a reason why, but what do you think, Paul, when you hear that?
In any sport, what is first and foremost when it comes to good defense?
Effort.
Thank you.
There it is. That's what I was thinking, Paul. Man, effort. And again, I look at that. I cannot help it, Basinonians, but I look at that and I think of every guy in the defensive end of the floor. I don't care. I don't care if you don't like your coach. I don't care if he's lost the players. I don't care. If you're a pro and you're getting paid, go out and do your job. I don't want to hear about all the reasons why you're not going to do your job. See, this is something, Paul, that is
Can I give you a reason, though?
It's personal to me because I've seen it. I've seen guys quit in a locker room who were pros.
What happens if I'm bringing the effort and my effort isn't rewarded?
What do you mean rewarded?
Example, Colin Gillespie comes in, fourth quarter of that Clippers game, epic comeback, 20-plus points, leads the way. All of a sudden, he looked like a one-man dynamo because the rest of the guys are out there quiet quitting. And then they realize, oh, you know what? The G League kid, comes up. He's making us look bad. He's really trying. He really cares. He's leaving it all out on the hardwood. And guess what? He sparks a rally. The team comes back. They win. And then what happens the very next game? He's not rewarded with any playing time.
Yeah.
So what does that say to the rest of the team? Effort doesn't matter. And you know what? I'm with you. 9 times out of 10, it is on the players. But in that instance, I think Coach Bud further lost the team because he wasn't rewarding effort. He wasn't sending the message, bust your tail, and you'll get more minutes.
He kind of laughed off the idea of playing Colin Gillespie more. Do you remember that with the
I do.
with the
I do.
like they asked him if starting lineup and he was like, no.
Yeah. Once again, though, I'm Devin Booker. Am I going to tolerate that? Am I going to tolerate you, Paul Calvisi, out on the perimeter dogging it or backing? No, I'm not going to tolerate that. See, that's what leadership is. It's about walking up on somebody who's quiet quitting, walking up on somebody and going, look at me. This isn't going to happen. We're not going to do this. That's what leadership is. It's not, hey, boys, we're going to hit them high, hit them low, fight. It's not that. Look at me. I'm going to make this awesome speech that's going to motivate you to go out there and play ball. It's not that. It's accountability. It's respect. It's your teammates having respect for you enough to where you challenge them and they respond. It's called accountability.
But what if the team leader is challenging the head coach? We talked to Kellen Olson about this. How many times did everybody see KD getting into it with Coach Bud? And if KD, the Hall of Famer, who gets immense respect, as he should, from every single player in the league, if he's not following Coach Bud, if he's actually undermining Coach Bud, how do you think that trickles down through the entire locker room?
Paulie, it's bad. If, in fact, that is happening right there, it is bad.
And did it happen 2 head coaches in a row?
Could it have happened 2 head coaches in a row? If you sit there and tell me it's the truth that KD refused to talk to Frank Vogel for the last, I forget how long it was, 30 or 40 days, whatever it was. When I heard that, Paulie, it just hit me right in the face, based on needs, because I'm thinking to myself, oh my goodness, do you have any idea what kind of damage that would do inside the locker room? When everyone, all of his teammates knew, watch, KD doesn't talk to Frank Vogel. He doesn't talk to Coach. Do you have any idea what kind of damage that would do inside the locker room?
And that's my point. If KD isn't following the head coach, why would you expect anybody else? They're following the lead of one of the greatest all-time players in the history of the NBA.
And that's why, Paulie, once again, you need a hardcore leader inside that locker room.
Do you need to trade Kevin Durant?
Yes.
Especially after you tried to trade him at the deadline, and that was our question to Bobby Marks.
I think it matters. Listen, if you want to extend him, I think that's something you address. You certainly could, when the season is over, right after the NBA Finals, if you want to extend him and you put the 2 years, 2 for 124, you could do it and go from there. Now, the question is, does the roster improve if you basically bring back the same group and you add minimum guys and you bring in a head coach? That's hard. That's going to be hard. I mean, they were 3-17 without Durant this year. I mean, the record, the record speaks for itself. I think that the X factor, as you guys know, is Beal, right? Like the X factor is the $111 million owed to Bradley Beal, and what happens if you can't trade him, right? Yep. And can you? And I know I read fans, and they're like, "Oh my God, we would never even stretch him." And hey, like, listen, if you took $25-30 million off what's owed, and you stretched it, and instead of owing him $54 million next year, you owe him $17. That gives you some breathing room. And
Bobby Marks, ESPN's NBA front office insider. By the way, he started all of his comments by saying that his best advice would be to conduct a full audit on basketball operations.
Yes.
Quote, end quote. Before you make any of these decisions, do you have the right decision makers?
Very interesting.
All right, we'll come back. We'll continue with the news. Coach Bud, removed from the Suns. You're going to be looking, your fourth head coach in 4 years? And what's going to come first, the coach or trades for Kevin Durant and or Bradley Beal? That is next. Calvisi and Faluca on Arizona Sports, local sports leader.
The Suns have fired head coach Mike Budenholzer.
After finishing 11th in the Western Conference and with a 36-46 record.
A team that sought a change from a year last year, bringing in Mike Budenholzer as a championship coach, and regressed in every single way.
There's one domino the fall, maybe the first of many.
We talk about the Suns' single season of the Budenholzer era today on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. When you do, you need to check out all of their 5-star reviews from people just like you. I kid you not, man. They are unbelievable. Moving Team 6, well, they use a military-like approach. They do. They're going to show up. They're going to be professional. They'll be efficient. They'll be on time, reliable. It's one of the reasons why they hire veterans. That's right. They proudly support and hire veterans. I love that about Moving Team 6. And when you use Moving Team 6, what can you expect? Well, they believe building trust, it starts with you, the customer. They want to earn your trust. It's one of the reasons why they require no upfront deposits and no hidden fees. This is a company that is built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Dan Bickley here, and New Life Dental Implant Center is doing more than giving people new implants and new smiles. They are giving people their dignity and their happiness back, and that's because they offer amazing quality, great convenience, and unbeatable prices, the lowest you are going to find anywhere, and that is how they are transforming the lives of so many people in the Valley, and you can be next. Call 602-855-0000 or online at newsmilearizona.com.
Today at Berg Simpson, we'll get a call from someone who needs our help. We'll learn about their loved one's injuries. We'll listen to their concerns, and we'll promise to fight for them. Then we'll use our resources and experience to deliver the best possible results we can for that client. So today, when that client calls Berg Simpson, we hope they feel they've done the best thing for their family.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-303-1219. 800-303-1219. 800-303-1219.
Hey, it's Gambo. Did you know the average roof in Arizona only lasts about 15 years? Most homeowners don't know how old their roof is and often wait until it's too late to replace their roof because they can't visibly see the damage that the sun, wind, rain, and elements cause. What could have been a repair for a few $100 turns into thousands of dollars in damage to insulation, floors, drywall, baseboards, and more, which is why I want you to know about my friends at JLC Roofing, a third-generation family of roofers right here in Arizona. Right now, JLC is offering our listeners $1,500 off a full replacement if you need a new roof. A $1,500 discount just for mentioning my name. JLC Roofing also offers free estimates, and they service the entire valley. A roofer-owned roofing company. They specialize in tile, shingles, foam, and rolled roofing. So if you need a repair or a new roof, go with the roofing company that's roofer-owned for generations. JLC Roofing. Call 602-ROOFING for free estimates on your roof and give your roof some TLC with JLC. Call 602-ROOFING or jlcroof.com.
Every business has a purpose to inspire, a purpose to innovate, a purpose to serve. At SRP, our purpose is to power yours. From rebates for energy-efficient upgrades to money-saving programs, we help businesses of all sizes find reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy solutions. Discover the possibilities at savewithsrpbiz.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and the NBA offseason has begun in Phoenix. We'll discuss the changes starting at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
All right, Paulie, pinch hitter in for Luke. Really don't need Wolf today, to be honest with you. But, you know, his name's on the show, so he'll come. Management told me got to include Wolf here as part of the proceedings. You know, you were thinking about retirement from your own show, but now because the market has tanked, you know, your 401k. So we got to make way for you here going forward.
Well, it'd be nice if my mic was on. There we go. Hey.
I did not speak that into existence, by the way. I did not.
Thank you very much.
I was not responsible
for
for your non-functioning.
Yes, I appreciate that. Are we broadcasting? What did you say, Paulie? You said something that was really ridiculous there. And
What I said was, NBA front office insider Bobby Marks, when I asked him about, you know what, can the Suns reload without rebuilding? He sort of gave a convoluted answer. It's going to be real tough.
Yeah.
It's going to be real difficult.
And yes, you can basically try to retool on the fly. I don't think you can do it and be a championship team right off the bat. I think you can kind of stay in the middle. If you could stay in the middle but have the draft equity to add to the roster, and basically you'd have to do that by making the perfect Kevin Durant trade. I do think you can. It's hard in the Western Conference, though. If this was in the East, I'd say, yeah, you could do it all day. But, man, when you have, in the West and the teams that didn't make the playoffs, San Antonio and Portland, they're coming. I mean, Utah might get a top 2 pick. They're coming. So you got to thread the needle the right way. But, yeah, you can do it. But, as I said, you've got to find the right team. If the goal is to try to trade Durant and to get – win now players, draft picks, controllable contracts. Listen, we'll watch Houston this postseason, right? If Houston loses in the first round to likely Golden State possibly, then that's the team we circle in Phoenix as far as saying, hey, they have what we want, because you can probably thread the needle with some of those players on that roster.
Some big decisions, it goes without saying. Here's maybe the biggest question, though. Who's making those decisions? In terms of the decision makers, is James Jones, for example, going to stay in that position? As Bobby Marks cited, your third head coaching search in 3 off seasons. In fact, from NBA Today, ESPN, here's Brian Windhorst when he was talking about the future of James Jones and whether it's up in the air.
One more other thing on the Suns. Their general manager since 2017, James Jones, is under contract until June 30th and no further. He could remain with the organization, but it is not clear that that is going to happen. So there is uncertainty with that.
Yeah, uncertainty with that, Polly. Is there a possibility that there could be another domino that falls here quickly,
Yes.
and that being James Jones? Once again, I love James Jones, and I love James Jones because of his player perspective, Paulie, for the most part. I think he is a general manager that never forgets what it's like to be a player, never forgets that part of going out and competing and what it takes. I have a hard time believing that James Jones is responsible for all of this that is going on right now. Now, I could be dead wrong on that, Bully, but I think Matt Ishbia, once again, and it's Matt Ishbia's right as the owner to be involved. There's no doubt about it, especially a guy who, again, has been in a environment, a basketball environment at a high level. He has, okay? So, again, to me, if he's a billionaire who wants to go out there and buy a team and actually try to help build it because he feels like he knows the game a lot, okay, more power to him. The fact that he went out and spent the kind of money that he did, it shows you his passion and his desire to win the whole thing. His desire to want to build a championship team is obvious for everybody to see. $400 million. Are you kidding me? So again, it's not an attack on him, but at some point in time, you have to step down. If you're the one that has made a lot of these decisions, you have to step down. You have to let somebody else have control and take control. And that somebody else might be Bob Myers.
You just got the Suns fans' attention. He's a popular name right now.
He is. Yep.
Look, the effort is there by Matt Ishbia. The expenditure is most definitely there. The expertise is not. Your last two head coaching hires, you opted for Frank Vogel and Mike Budenholzer. Why? Proven. Do you need a proven decision maker now? The same reasons you hired them as head coaches. Do you need a proven decision maker in the GM office?
You need a leader of men. That's what I think you need more than anything else.
I'm talking as GM. I'm talking
as general
a possible
manager.
replacement for James Jones.
Yes. Okay.
Now, and once again, that's Brian Windhorst reporting that the contract is up the end of June. Here's Shams Charania, NBA Today, ESPN, when asked about the Suns' next moves.
From a grand perspective, it's about Devin Booker and where does he stand in all this. And I think that is very important, Malika. And from my understanding is he remains the foundation of everything they're doing in Phoenix. Everything else, though, has been up for discussion with the Suns except for Devin Booker. And we saw they went from 49 wins, the 6th seed, the number 13th ranked defense last season, to this year. They were the 3rd worst defensive team in the NBA. And Mike Budenholzer clearly had a disconnect with his entire roster. And for the team with the highest payroll in the NBA, it's clear the ownership there, Matt Ishbia, he's put all his resources, all his money into this group. But now moving forward, they have major decisions to make. This is just the start of what's going to be multiple major changes in Phoenix from a roster perspective. That is going to start with Kevin Durant. I'm told the Suns and Durant, as well as his business partner, Rich Kleiman, will be working together on his next trade home. But a lot of that will determine by the playoffs which team feels like they're a Kevin Durant away from winning a championship. We'll know within the next couple months.
Oh, there it is, Paulie. A different reason to watch the playoffs, the NBA playoffs, for a lot of Suns fans that are out there right now, right? What might be the good fit? Who might need Kevin Durant right here before they can win the whole thing? Or at least believe that they need Kevin Durant. That's very interesting.
It was also interesting to hear Bobby Marks say that he feels bad, almost feels sorry for Devin Booker right now. 8 head coaches in 11 years it's going to be. Here's the thing. On that Brian Windhorst podcast where he had Tim McMahon and Tim Bontemps on, and they were arguing whether the Suns are facing the worst situation in NBA history in terms of roster construction, in terms of the second apron and all the restrictions and the handcuffs. One of them it was either McMahon or Bontemps, said the only way to truly rebuild the Phoenix Suns is to trade Book and KD. Because you have to be able to create flexibility. And trading KD isn't going to do enough to give you enough room to exert any sort of acumen in trying to rebuild this whole thing.
I think you'd be looking for Devin Booker. That's what you'd be looking for. If you were going to get rid of him, you're looking for the next Devin Booker. How about this? How about Book gets the opportunity to truly show you that he can be that guy, be that leader? Because Book, coming into this season, once again said he wanted to improve his leadership. He wanted to do it. You tell me right now. You tell me when exactly Coach Bud started beating down Devin Booker's desire to be a leader. You tell me where that was and when that happened, because I want to know. That is the one question. If you could ask one question, Paul, where it would be answered by the Suns, it would be answered 100% truthful. That's the question I want answered. When did Coach Bud start telling Book not to be so verbal? Was it the Chris Haynes report, or was it happening before that as well?
Do I get a question?
Yeah, you get one.
My question, Devin, forget about the past. Do you believe in the future? Do you want to be part of the future? Because this might take a rebuild. Are you willing and able to endure that again?
Better question, Paulie, is Book, are you willing to be the leader of this team? Because if not, if you just want a ball like KD, we're going to blow the whole thing up. That means everybody.
All right. We continue to roll here. Coach Bud, no mas with the Phoenix Suns. Gambo is on deck. Coming in next, we continue to talk about the past, present, and future of the Phoenix Suns. Calvisi and Faluke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I'm not concerned about the starting pitching. I think it's going to be terrific. I think it's going to be one of the best in baseball. I think the sample size is just way too small. You want to panic after 5 starts or 6 starts? Okay, we can talk about it, but not after 2.
Well, there's a difference between being unsettled and being concerned, between being concerned and being panicked. Real legit panic, I don't think should click in until they've made 7 starts, 8 starts, what would presumably be about a quarter of their season.
I agree.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Listen, Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors are committed to working collaboratively with you to optimize your investment portfolio. When it comes to wealth management plans, they know one size does not fit all. Contact Trajan Wealth today and discuss strategies to weather the current market turbulence that is out there, Basinonians. 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth's core philosophies include low expenses, manager tenure, and tax efficiency. These are just a few of the qualities that differentiate a Trajan Wealth portfolio from competitors. 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Hey, do you guys work on all vehicles?
At Quick Lane at Santan Ford, absolutely. We service all makes and models, no appointment needed.
Great, I need new tires, but I don't want to pay too much.
If you buy 4 tires, you'll pay no tax. It's the no tax tire sale at Quick Lane at Santan Ford. And combined with our tire price match guarantee, you'll never find a better deal on new tires. Just head on over to Quick Lane at Santan Ford. Easy drive from anywhere in the valley. Santan 202 Freeway in Val Vista in Gilbert. Or online at santanford.com. Restrictions may apply. See Quick Lane at Santan Ford for details.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
Spring cleaning isn't just for clutter. Let Benjamin Franklin Plumbing take care of your appliances. From water heater replacement or repair to advanced water filtration installation, Benjamin Franklin Plumbing is here to provide a worry-free summer for you and your family. Visit BenjaminFranklinPlumbing.com to schedule. You can count on the punctual plumbers, where your comfort and safety come first. Book now. Visit BenjaminFranklinPlumbing.com.
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So it's the new year, W-2s are out, it's tax time, and soon we'll be getting our tax return checks. Oh, and I know what I'm using mine for. How about you guys? Well, whatever you decide to do with your tax return money, don't forget about your car. You know, getting your taxes done can be confusing, but where to take your car when it needs repairs isn't. That's us at AMCO. Now, you all know it can take 8 weeks or more to get your check back. And no, don't wait till then to get your car fixed. This is the best time of year to get all the things done that you've been meaning or wanting to get repaired on your car. Why now, you ask? Well, that's easy. AMCO has the Fix It Fast, Pay It Slow plan all year long. But at tax time, it works the best. You can get your car or truck all fixed up now and drive away, and then pay for it when your tax money comes in. I know that's pretty awesome. That's because we're AMCO. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO. AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Shane O'Hanrahan. And Shane, with all the confusion over tariffs, what does it mean to the automobile industry?
Right now, all that is in limbo. But what I can tell you is every vehicle on Chapman BMW's lot is tariff-free. With financing as low as 1.99%, the time to buy is right now. So get in and get your best selection of your brand new BMW.
That's really good news for people who want to drive off in the ultimate driving machine.
Yes, it is. And Chapman BMW is here to help.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns have fired head coach Mike Budenholzer after 1 season with the team. The Suns went just 36-46 this season and missed the play-in altogether. In a statement, the Suns said, quote, "Competing at the highest level remains our goal, and we failed to meet expectations this season. Our fans deserve better. Change is needed," end quote. For more on the Suns firing Coach Bud, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. And stay tuned to Wolf and Luke as Arizona Sports insider John Gambadoro will give you the latest on the Coach Bud firing. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602 Blue Sky. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and the NBA offseason has begun in Phoenix. We'll discuss the changes starting at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Yes, it has, Bick. All right, here's a multiple choice question for you guys. Where will we see more turbulence over the next 3 months? A, the stock market. B, Justin Bieber. C, Wolf's diet, trying to go Captain Broccoli. Or D, the Suns in the roster rebuild / front office / whatever. John Gambadoro joins us now.
I'm going with the Wolf diet. You're 60-something, you start to gain that weight. That's hard. It's hard to get that off.
That is. Don't worry about it.
He said the quiet part out loud, Wolf. That's tough. That's tough.
Well, we're going to fight through it, Paul.
All right, we're in the trust tree, obviously, right from the get-go here.
Yes.
So you have a question. Wolf said if he had one question he could ask.
One. Go ahead.
Ask him.
What is it?
I just want to know if, in fact, it's a true story that you had Coach Bud walk up to Book and tell him he wanted him not to be as vocal on the bench or on the court.
It's 100% true, and it was at that time when the Phoenix Suns brass decided that, okay, this guy may not be the right guy. A lot of people have asked me, why didn't they do this sooner?
Yes.
What I can tell you, it was considered. They did consider firing Bud weeks ago. At that moment, they had. That's when they knew that this guy is probably not the right guy for us. When Coach Budenholzer called out Book
and told them, you got to let my voice be heard. You got to stop being so vocal.
Oh, my goodness.
At that point, but I can tell you
goodness.
with certainty, because people are asking, why didn't they do this sooner? They did consider it. They decided against it, but they did consider firing Budenholzer over the last, 6 weeks or so. It's been a conversation.
Johnny, I didn't believe it. I didn't believe that because that's exactly what this team needs. They do.
A vocal leader.
They need him to become that.
Yeah, right. But Boud's an egomaniac. I've said it all along. Like, nobody that I know in that organization liked working with this guy. He was a miserable person to deal with. Miserable. He's not Jonathan Gannon, who's great to deal with.
Yeah.
Not Torey Lovello,
Right.
great to deal with.
Yeah.
He didn't want to deal with that. He didn't want to do, Paulie, you do sidelines. He didn't want to talk to sideline reporters. He didn't want to speak with Amanda Pflugrad. Ever. He didn't want to answer a question from the sideline reporters. He'd send the back of the bench guys that nobody's ever heard of to go do those interviews at halftime.
You're getting 8 figures a year. You have like 17 NBA assistants. You can't handle a 30 to 60-second sideline interview. That's
right, which
too
you know what the
taxing.
question is going to be.
Right.
What kind of adjustment are you going to make? You're down. Well, we're gonna try to defend the
they're
three-point
not gonna
line. We got to make some
dive
open
bomb you.
shots. It's the same.
Yeah.
It's the same answer.
Okay. So if I get one, if Wolf gets a question, I get one
What do you
question.
got?
How much of this goes way beyond changing the head coach?
All of it. There will be front office changes. There will be front office changes.
Oh, there you go.
And there will be, this is the first of many changes you're going to see in the Phoenix Suns organization.
Wow.
You'll see a revamped front office. You will see Kevin Durant gone and Bradley Beal. I'm going to continue to say this, and nobody believes me. Bradley Beal's played his last game for the Phoenix Suns.
Okay.
How can they execute that? We posed that question to Bobby Marks. He sort of hesitated. Well,
Right.
And he cited you can, if Beal is willing, you could buy out a certain portion, but he would have to take a little bit of a haircut. I see no indication he's going to give the Suns any favors.
Right. But Paulie, if he takes $25 million less, there will be 5 teams in the league that will give him 2 years and $25 million. A guy that scores 17, 18 points a game is worth $12, $15 million a year. He can still score. He still shoots the three well. He's just not reliable because he doesn't play a lot. He gets injured a lot. But a team that's looking for a guy, when you're saying, Bradley Beal, you're not my third best player. You're my 5th or 6th best player, and you're not making $50 million a year, $55 a year. You're making 15. It changes everything. I don't see why Bradley Beal, to be happy, wouldn't say, let me go get 2 and 25 or 2 and 30 from somebody else, and that way you work out a buyout. I expect that Bradley Beal's played his last game for the Phoenix Suns.
Okay, that's okay. I would have to agree with you on that one. I don't know anything like the inside information. Having said that, when you look at this big picture, Johnny, overall, where did this go wrong? Where did it all go wrong when you think of the Phoenix Suns in this iteration of this team with the kind of talent they have?
Do you know when they traded for Kevin Durant, they had the second best odds in Vegas to win the NBA championship?
Wow.
Do you know when they traded for Bradley Beal, they had the third best odds in the NBA to win a championship? What I think happened, I think there was a lot of things, right? You can't point to one thing, but I think a lot of it had to do with they built the wrong team around Durant and Booker. They didn't build a hard-nosed, tough, defensive-minded team with versatile guys. The team was soft. The team lacked the leadership, as we all know. We've talked about 100 times. And when they got to the championship with Chris Paul, their top 2 guys weren't better than most other teams' top 2 guys, but they were better than other teams with their 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Jay Crowder, Mikal Bridges, Cam Johnson. They were better depth-wise. Now, nothing against Royce O'Neal, Grayson. These guys are not. These guys are not playing a lot on the contending teams. These guys are good 7th guys, 8th guys, 9th guys. And here you're asking them to be your 3rd best player, your 4th best player, your 5th best player, your 6th best player. They had no depth. They had no depth. They had no toughness. They were soft. When they got down big, they wilted. I mean, that probably in a nutshell is where I would start.
We know the owner, Matt Ishbia, is aggressive, to say the least, right? And the effort has been there. The expenditures have definitely been there. The expertise has not. Do we have an indication as to how much he might be responsible for the current roster construction. And you mentioned change throughout the organization, top to bottom. Do you expect a different approach from the owner?
Yeah, I think the number one thing is, I think for Suns fans, I've already made Burnsy a bet that they'll have a better record next year than they do this year. I guarantee they'll have a better record. It can't be any worse than this year. We do know that the guy is committed to winning. He's committed to doing whatever it takes to win.
Yes.
You make some mistakes, you learn from those mistakes, you move on. They're not going to hire Mike Malone from the Denver Nuggets, who just got fired. They're not going to hire Taylor Jenkins. They're not going to go back to the drawing board and hire another one of those older championship coaches with the egos. They're going to hire a young, up-and-coming coach. It's not going to win the press conference, so I think they're going to learn from that. They're going to identify what type of team they want to build, which is going to be a tough, hard-nosed, physical, strong team. It's not going to happen in 1 year, Paulie. You know it's not going to happen in 1 year. It's like Monty Austin trying to build a roster. Takes 3 years.
Yeah.
It's going to take 2 to 3 years to build the type of team you want to build.
Is he that patient? Is Ishbia that patient?
Well, yeah, because he's going to own this team for 30 years. I mean,
but in terms of the winning and losing, if it's going to take time to build, he hasn't expressed, at least in that Tim McMahon story, he didn't express any desire to do anything
for a
except,
teardown.
Except go all in all the time.
He's not going to do a teardown, but he understands it has to be built around that. They're not trading Booker, but from 2010 to 2020, the Suns had one winning season. One. In those 10 years,
yes,
one. The rebuilds failed. The wrong Marquise Chris, Dragan-Bender, Alex, they all failed.
Yeah,
they all failed.
We all still have PTSD from that, yes.
Matt Ishbia and Josh Bartelstein, and they are not going to do a complete teardown and rebuild and let's tank and get these draft picks and that type of thing. They're going to try to build around Book and be competitive. And then within the hopes that within 2 or 3 years, they can be really competitive. I think they'll be better next year and hopefully better the year after that. But they're not winning it. Look, let's call it like it. They're not winning a championship in the next 2 years, maybe the next 3 years. So the goal is going to have to be to get better each year to where you can be competitive. Oklahoma City won 34 games 3 years ago. Now they're the best team in the league.
Johnny, thank you, man. Appreciate your expertise on this.
You got it.
Really do. And coming in as well.
No problem.
And you know what? I don't think any of us cares about winning the press conference. Did Bud win a single press conference? In addition to not very many games either. So hopefully that's not a criterion for hiring the next head coach.
My money's on the Wolf Diet. Yeah. The Wolf Diet.
All right, potential candidates. Bobby Marks named a few names. We'll get into that next as down the stretch we hum, right? Calvisi in for Luke on Arizona Sports, local sports leader.
Dbacks Brewers.
The 0-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And Puck strikes out the side in the ninth. And the D-backs close out a 5-2 win.
D-backs win the series 2-1. Now a D-backs day off before heading to Florida for 3 games at the Marlins. Listen to Arizona Diamondbacks baseball on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and then moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. It sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. You buy your new home now, you sell the old one later. And if you think about it, that's really the only way to do it. Moving is a big enough deal as it is. You don't want to be sitting around waiting for your old home to sell before you can go get your dream home that's right there. So here's how it works. Orchard's going to give you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves, none of those extra complications. Then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent's going to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and then sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
We have big news from Sanderson Ford. Listen to this.
This is David Kimmerly, president of America's most awarded Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Ford just announced From America, For America employee pricing. Now you pay what I pay on the full lineup on new Fords with no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense, and no added markups.
Employee pricing levels the playing field for Ford dealers as everyone gets the same set price. However, other dealers will still add addendums and add-ons. Sanderson Ford will not. Choose Sanderson because they have the inventory and a 70-year reputation of treating you right. Ford is undeniably the most America-first automaker in the world. 80% of the vehicles Ford sells are assembled in factories located in America, and they will be less affected by the tariffs. Now is the best time to buy a new Ford with From America, for America employee pricing from Sanderson Ford.
Excludes 2025 Expedition, Super Duty, Raptor, Mustang, and Bronco specialty vehicles.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement, but you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta with some exciting news from Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, the Ford Motor Company from America for America employee pricing event. And this is a big deal, folks. This means you pay what they pay across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs with few exceptions. And if you're considering a new vehicle, you got to give Earnhardt Ford a chance to prove why they've been a trusted name in the Valley for over 73 years. They're a family-owned dealership that offers a no-bull way of doing business. That's why generation after generation of Arizonans return to Earnhardt. Stop in now at Earnhardt Ford and take advantage of employee pricing, or check out their fully digital shopping experience with No Bull Express at earnhardtford.com. Offers require approved credit and end June 2nd, 2025. That's earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, U.S. residents only. Available on select new 2024-2025 Ford vehicles only. Exclusions apply. Prior purchases. Traditional AXCD plan ineligible. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details.
That's right, Paulie.
The refrain there is learn to swim. So Michael Malone, learn to swim. You're off. Taylor Jenkins, learn to swim. You're done. The other names that are left there were 7 names, Wolf. USA Today has already advanced.
Okay, Paulie.
Number 3, Steve Nash.
Wow. Steve Nash.
2-time.
Can you imagine? All right, Steve Nash. No.
Micah Nori.
Yeah,
he impressed while briefly taking over for T-Wolves head coach Chris Finch during the playoffs last year. Remember, he had the injury, the head coach? Jason Terry.
Yeah, okay. Jason Terry, no thank you.
Wow. You're dismissing him quicker than I could scroll.
That's right. That's right, Paulie.
Todd Golden.
Yeah, okay. Todd Golden, no, that's all right. Thank you.
National championship winning up and coming. I mean, dude won at USF, University of San Francisco, and then just won a natty.
Yeah, okay, that's good, Paulie. Right
Great.
there. It is not the NBA, is it?
Okay.
And there's some allegations and stuff there.
Oh! There it is.
See, leave the
allegations.
You can always
falling.
leave the salacious to Jesse.
Okay, I know. Yes, of course. Rick knows.
And then the last name on this list because of the Michigan State ties. Wait for it, Tom Izzo.
Oh, no. Yes, I love Tom Izzo, but no.
I mean, with all due respect, I don't really see a viable possibility on this entire list. Maybe Steve Nash?
Steve Nash is interesting, though, isn't it? I mean, Steve Nash, can you imagine him walking up to you and challenging you? I wonder if Nash does that. Okay, did Steve do it as a player? That's what I want to know, because he didn't strike me as a guy that was just going to, what are you doing? You know what I mean? Walk up to one of his teammates and go, listen, are you looking at me?
Let me tell you,
because you are killing us. He doesn't strike me as that type of dude.
Upon further review, I actually would be in favor of Steve Nash for one and one reason only: the brand of ball. Because watching the three-point palooza that is the NBA today, if Steve Nash could bring back the ball movement and the way he played the game. Now, he's a singular player and being able to orchestrate an offense, but I so much more thoroughly enjoyed the brand of basketball that Steve Nash actually engineered as a point guard. Could he bring that back as a head coach?
Yeah, could he? That is the question right there. I don't know, Paulie. I don't know. I do know this. In terms of having the talent the Phoenix Suns have, talking about Kevin Durant and Devin Booker, of course, the talent is really there. But the problem is, if you want to go ahead and bring in tougher guys, okay, it's easier to find tough guys who are willing to play defense than it is to find talented guys that score the basketball really well, because people who score the basketball very well that are really talented, they typically are coveted by every team in the association. But you know what? Finding guys who are tough, guys who are determined to play well on the defensive end of the floor, surrounding those tough guys, right? Surrounding them with talent is a good way to go. Not the other way. It's a good way to go when you've got toughness and you actually bring talent in.
So reverse engineer that. Is that how the Suns ended up with Bradley Beal and Kevin Durant?
Yes.
They went for the glitz?
They went for the glitz. I think, seriously, I think Bobby Marks is all over that, man.
Well, we asked him, all right, what direction might the Suns go from this point forward?
I think there has to be, kind of a full audit on basketball operations. Anywhere from the process they've gone through on how they've hired the coach. I mean, they went through, certainly Monty was there when Matt Ishbia bought the team, but, went from Frank Vogel to Mike Budenholzer, and now you're hiring a third head coach in 3 years. How do you go about the process? What mistakes you made during the process? How you don't repeat the mistakes again? It seems like they were hell-bent on hiring a veteran coach, and that hasn't worked out. And I think you kind of you fall into a bad trap when you rely on, and I'm not saying Frank and Mike are bad coaches. They've won NBA championships here, but generally they didn't fit as far as what the roster is, and I think that's the first step.
Or did the coach just not fit with Kevin Durant? Because if Kevin Durant undermined Bud, disrespected him, based on what we saw on the sideline, Wolf, and there was quite a bit of evidence there.
Yep, absolutely.
Then, okay, how does that trickle down through the rest of the roster if the Hall of Famer isn't following the head coach?
Well, I'm just telling you right now, honestly, that is cancer, metaphorically speaking, in the locker room. That would be the definition of it right there. When you've got a guy who's one of the best basketball players to ever live, one of the top 10 best of all time, Kevin Durant. And I think most people would agree he's in the top 10. One of the best basketball players ever. And you're going to tell me he doesn't respect coach or he undermines coach? Man, I guarantee you that is the definition of having a problem inside the locker room.
As for the next head coach, where should the Suns look? Here's Bobby Marks.
I think there's nothing wrong with looking at some of these young assistant coaches here. that have, listen, Will Hardy in Utah was a terrific assistant coach in Boston, and they wound up hiring him without any head coaching experience. There's a Charles Lee in Charlotte was a great assistant coach in Boston and Milwaukee, and they went out and hired him. I think you have to have faith that you can go and you can dip into the assistant coaching pool and grab someone out there, because the reality is, say what you want, the likelihood is that you probably are going to make a Kevin Durant trade, and when you do so, you're going to get some young players and some draft picks back with it. And to have an established veteran on a probably not a win-now team, I think that's going down the wrong pathway here. So I would dip into, certainly into the assistant coaching pool.
All right, Bobby Marks right there.
There it is, Paulie.
Every time I come in, Wolf, something happens.
Thanks
it's
for filling in,
always
Paul.
something. So you know what? My work is done here. For Ron Wolfley, I'm Paul Calvisi. Burns and Gambo are next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Piece of the strength.
Bickley and Morano mornings.
Mike Budenholzer never changed his attitude. He never changed his talking points. The leadership of the team, Kevin Durant, Devin Booker, I don't know how adamant they were to change things. I mean, if you're going to fire him at the end of the season, fire him in the middle of the season. At least try to light a fire.
That's it. This is what's bothering me right in the here and now, that if this is something that has been ongoing, and why wasn't there course correction taken immediately? Immediately, when you've got a team with Devin Booker and Kevin Durant.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives. When I visited your Scottsdale location, I was amazed at how many people were getting their new smiles. Who can benefit from full mouth dental implant treatments?
The patients that benefit from this treatment are those that are either missing multiple teeth, they are suffering from some form of gum disease, they have periodontal disease, patients that have been wearing dentures that are ill-fitting, or they're just unhappy with the appearance of their smile with their dentures. Those patients can benefit from this procedure. Also, those that have limited access to insurance or funds. We really wanted to make this treatment as comprehensive and affordable to anyone that needs and can benefit from it.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
It's Gatos for America Roofing, and I'm up on top of Paul Calvisi's new roof with my good friend, Paul Calvisi.
I'd call the HOA, but Larry knows quality work when he sees it.
Dude, I'm checking out your new roof. It's fantastic. Why did you choose America Roofing? And man, we're very high up in this mansion.
You think it's easy being a roof in Arizona? I mean, the summer monsoons, the winter rains, the big heat. You need the experts. You need the best in the biz. They've been doing it for more than a quarter century. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. I'm not trusting my roof to just anyone. America Roofing is the only choice.
Yeah, America Roofing. Honest, integrity, 25+ years of experience. And man, this roof is pretty.
It might be the most important decision you make as a homeowner. It's the roof over our heads, Gatos.
Call 602-960-ROOF. 602-960-ROOF. Tell them Gatos and Calvisi sent you. America Roofing.
They've got us covered.
Hey, Paul, why is your wife putting the ladder back into the garage?
ROC number 186438CR42.
Dave Burns here with Jimmy V, founder of V's Barbershop, where you can always count on a great haircut or a hot lather shave. 25 years, and you walk into any of the V's now, nothing's changed at all, in the sense that they're all aligned the same. They all look like old-fashioned barbershops. It's the best barbers in town. The smell of the tonic, you talk about nostalgia. Every time I smell the tonic, I think about being inside a V's Barbershop. It is amazing how when you walk into one, it's almost exactly the same experience as you would have gotten back in 1999, and that's a real testament to what you've built.
The barbershops were in a bad place when we started, and we changed the model completely in 99, and we're proud of that. We did our part in dusting off the barbershop model and making it better. I want it to change with the times, but I want it to be something that's so familiar that people just look at it and go, yes, that's a V's.
It's true. The more things change, the more things stay the same at V's. Book your appointment today at vbarbershop.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. J. Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, an astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
The Window Depot wants to help bring your dream kitchen to life. As a family-owned and operated business, we pride ourselves on offering the best prices, the biggest inventory, and exceptional customer service you won't find at the big box stores. From premium cabinets to stunning quartz and granite countertops, faucets, hardware, and sinks, our designers are here to guide homeowners every step of the way, all under one roof. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns announced today they have relieved head coach Mike Budenholzer of his duties. This comes after a 36-46 season that saw the Suns fall short of the play-in tournament. In a statement from the Suns, quote, "Competing at the highest level remains our goal, and we failed to meet expectations this season. Our fans deserve better. Change is needed," close quote. You can read reactions from our Dan Bickley and our Kellen Olson right now on ArizonaSports.com, which is presented by Y-Refi. Plus, Gambo has got the info that you need to know as far as what's next for the Suns at the head coach position, so keep it locked to 98.7 FM for all of the latest. And per NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, ASU running back and NFL draft hopeful Cam Scadaboo has a couple of top 30 visits this week. With the NFL draft beginning next Thursday, teams in the report, however, were not disclosed. Scadaboo had previously visited the Cleveland Browns, New York Giants, and the Arizona Cardinals. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Meaning a financial advisor? Be prepared. Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax shares 22 must-ask questions to guide you. Visit AssetPreservationWealth.com for the full list and a free portfolio review.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw. On this Monday afternoon, good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
Oh, everything's going on, right?
Yes, gosh, I'm glad you're back today.
Good to be back.
You weren't off today instead of Friday.
No. Lauren can attest to this. When I walked out of the building on Thursday at 6:05, knowing full well that I had Friday off, I said, by the time I'm back on the air hosting the show with Gambo on Monday, the Phoenix Suns aren't going to have a head coach. I mean, it's just it was the most. It's just like it's going to be Monday. It's going to happen Monday. There's no reason to dilly-dally. You're going to even talk. You've got great info. Like just keep it right here on Arizona Sports, because Gambo's got so much information that you're just going to want to just tap into that. Okay. I'm surprised they didn't do it sooner. They could have done it last week if they wanted to. I'm surprised they did.
They thought about it. We'll go over all the details, but it was absolutely considered.
But if they weren't going to do it before, I knew they were going to do it today. So let's not beat around the bush. This is our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
I got good news and bad news, and they're both the same. You're fired.
I'm trying to laugh.
That's good. That's good.
Circumstances, but Coach Budenholzer was fired by the Phoenix Suns today after one season.
Good riddance.
One very miserable
Good
season.
riddance, you miserable person, you.
I got this.
Miserable human being.
I got this screenshot here in front of me from Chris Mannix, who's a longtime NBA writer from Sports Illustrated. And I enjoyed this because he said, I talked about this on the podcast last week. The Suns add an unusually scathing statement to the announcement. Likely more to come on this. The Suns released this statement, quote, competing at the highest level remains our goal, and we failed to meet expectations this season. Our fans deserve better. Change is needed. That was apparently unusually scathing.
Yeah. I didn't think that was scathing.
Very polite, but okay, whatever.
Listen,
Coach Bud's out after a year.
Yeah, here's what I can tell you. There was an early morning meeting today. James Jones and Josh Bartelstein were in that meeting where they told Mike Budenholzer he's being relieved of his duties as head coach. Bickley and Murata, when I was on with that this morning, they asked me if the rest of the coaching staff has been let go. What I can tell you is no. The rest of the coaching staff has not been let go right now. This is just step one. I think more moves will happen next week, but I don't think it'll be this week, but probably next week, or maybe towards the end of this week, but not right now. But so far, I had an analogy. The only shoe to drop is Mike Budenholzer. I think that worked. It took me a couple seconds. The shoe to drop, maybe. Yeah, Mike Budenholzer is the only one that fired.
Sort of like, I mean,
I got good news and bad news, and they're both the same. It's okay.
If it were an answer on Jeopardy, I think we would allow it.
Okay.
Barely, but I think we would allow it.
Here's your reasons. The reasons Mike Budenholzer was fired. The team did not compete. There was no energy for this basketball team. The team didn't like each other. A lot of it had to do with Budenholzer. His relationship with players was not good. They were awful defensively, and their overall performance did not live up to expectations. He was a bad fit and a miserable person. I'm throwing that in myself. But
well, you didn't get
just
that from a
absolutely,
source? You just got that.
I've said it all along. I've talked every person that I talked to in that organization hated
I thought he was a miserable person. But that's just me.
I mean, go ask anybody that had you weren't allowed to ask the guy questions. Radio broadcast team couldn't ask him questions. The TV sideline people couldn't ask him questions. He was just a miserable person to be with, to be around, and he dragged the organization down. He's not the only reason that the Phoenix Suns are all where they are, but he was a big reason. He was a big reason why.
Yeah, no, and that's it. Look, we're going to have a lot of conversation about this today. There's no doubt that he's a reason, but to think that he's the reason, and you've said 100 times so far in the show, you're not a big fire the coach guy.
Yeah.
And in this particular case, the coach had to be fired. But to sit there and think that you could run it back with nearly the same roster next year and get different results out of this team, you've got your head in the sand if you think that. And to me, that is indicating that it's not just him. Today is merely the first thing that's going to happen. It ain't the last thing that's going to happen. And it's certainly not it was all Coach Bud's fault. Everything fell apart. Now, maybe you disagree with that. But for me, this is poor roster construction, a team that was put together very poorly, a team where there was no chemistry, a team where there was no accountability, no lead, all of those things.
Check.
This was just the first thing that had to happen. It ain't the last thing that's going to happen. It's certainly not him being scapegoated for this.
He was the most obvious and glaring issue. Like that was an obvious issue, the head coach. A glaring issue, the head coach. There's going to be a lot of other changes, too. I'll tell you about them throughout the day. We'll keep you informed as best we can. They believe that this is just the beginning. But the Phoenix Suns, unlike Frank Vogel last year, where they took their time and really wanted to know if it was worth it to move on from Frank Vogel, won 49 games last year.
Yeah.
Got the Suns to the 6th seed, and it was underachieving, but they won 40. They were one game away from winning 50 games. They fired Frank Vogel, but again, that took more time and more evaluation. This, as I mentioned to you last week, they've known they were going to fire Mike Budenholzer for a while now. This was not something – they weren't going into the last week of the season questioning whether they're going to fire the guy or not. They knew they were going to fire Mike Budenholzer.
And honestly, I think based off of his lifeless performances after games and press conferences and the things that he said, I think he knew he was going to get fired too. I think this is the worst kept secret in maybe, I won't say Phoenix Suns history because that's hyperbolic, but this is one of the worst kept secrets in a long time. Like Bobby Marks was on the Wolf and Luke show today. He's like, this is not Michael Malone getting fired. This isn't Taylor Jenkins getting fired. This is, oh yeah, everybody knew this was going to happen. Everyone knew this was coming. And nobody should be super shocked about it.
Look what he did to Bol Bol on Fan Appreciation Day with all the fans just wanting to see Bol Bol for a minute.
That was odd.
Odd.
That was a very uncomfortable. But you know what? There's just a lot of uncomfortable situations.
It was almost like, I'm going to punish you. I'm just going to. He was a DNP 42 times this year, Bowl. And he had some really good games. And maybe he could have helped the Suns a little bit more. The Suns won that game by like 20 points. And it got a little close. I don't want to take out Royce O'Neal. Royce O'Neal was terrible in that game. Like, put Bowl in the game. So I think I saw this on one of the stories. I can't remember where I got it from. Bowl was clearly frustrated after catching the DNP in the final home game, blowout win. And somebody asked Budenholzer, it looked like you were about to check in. It asked Bowl, it looked like you were about to check in. Do you know what happened? I don't know. Hey, Mike, did Mike say anything to you after the game? Nope. That was Mike's problem. He never said anything to anybody. I mean, the whole Nurkic thing was Monty Williams DA all over again. The lack of communication with the players was terrible.
And what was so odd about the Nurk thing, and I had forgotten about this until I read, I think it was a story on The Athletic about Bud getting fired, was that in the offseason, when he first got the job, he went to Croatia to have a conversation with Nurk.
Right.
He flew across continents to go see Yusuf Nurkic and talk to him about his role and what his expectations were. And I remember upon learning that thinking, oh, what a refreshing, burst of air this is going to be for the organization. He goes, he lays out his expectations, he meets with him, he tries to establish that communication. You remember the emotion that he showed the day the late Al McCoy introduced Mike Budenholzer, and he got emotional talking about growing up in Holbrook and the emotional connection he had with the Phoenix Suns. I was convinced they had hired absolutely the right guy. And it's just like he flatlined right after that. Like, as soon as that day was done, there was nothing from him at all, nothing but baffling coaching decisions. Ryan Dunn's playing, Ryan Dunn's not playing. Bobo's playing, Bobo's not playing. Beal's starting, he's not. Tyus Jones is starting, he's not. This guy's in, that guy's in. None of it made any sense. All of it was really confusing. Calling out Devin Booker for being too loud, telling Devin Booker to tone it down. Like the one thing we've been begging to happen with this team, a little bit of leadership, and he's asking him to cool it off. I don't know, man. Last year was a mess. Just an absolute mess.
It was. To me, the guy was never really invested. I mean, that initial press conference, everybody's excited. You bring in Mike Budenholzer home, and from that point forward, I think he was all about the $50 million and not about trying to be a great coach again. I think he had a gigantic ego, maybe one of the biggest egos we've ever been around with any coach, just a gigantic ego, a miserable human being, just an absolute miserable human being who did a terrible job. And really, not that the Suns are going to do this, but man, I wish there was a way teams could fight these coaches who don't give a damn. The Monty Williams with Detroit and Mike, I wish there was a way to fight them because he stole money. He had no interest in being a great coach. He had no interest in helping this organization be better. And in the end, he's gonna walk away with all that money.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, don't worry, we're not going to stray too far from this all day long because, as I mentioned, Gambo's got good information here. Who's going to be the next head coach of the Phoenix Suns? And what does this person need to do to last more than one season around here? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
The Suns have fired head coach Mike Budenholzer.
I would have bet the farm that if this was going to come down today, this is not a surprise at all.
No, the only thing that gave me pause was just the optics of it because the Suns got raked over the coals last season for making a similar move with Frank Vogel after getting swept out of the playoffs.
We talk about the Suns single season of the Budenholzer era today on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, back here for the law firm of Berg Simpson, and their slogan, Good Lawyers Changing Lives, is more than just a slogan for the folks over at Berg Simpson. It is who they are. It is what they are about. It's what they do every single day at Berg Simpson. They are some of the best lawyers, one of America's most influential law firms. They're listed as such by the National Trial Lawyers. They're individual attorneys listed as some of the best lawyers in America, some of the super lawyers in America by publications who rate such things. They are different. So good lawyers, yes. Changing lives, absolutely. You're in an accident. Things are moving fast. You don't know who to call. You don't know what to do. My wife and I were in this boat many years ago. We made the mistake of not calling anybody, and that was a huge mistake. They change lives every single day with the work they do and how different they are from anybody else who does it. So if you're ever in need, let the best team at Berg Simpson represent you. 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000 or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey, this is Ryan Thompson, professional baseball player. And if you're looking for an Arizona tax credit before April 15th, please consider donating to Miracle League of Arizona, where hundreds of special needs athletes play ball. Visit miracleleagueaz.com.
Dan Bickley here, and sports fans know the importance of being number one, which is exactly why you call Parker & Sons. They are the best in the business. They're celebrating 50 years in the Valley. They're fast, reliable, and their trophy case is full of awards. They are the company you trust with your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Your house deserves nothing less. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta with some exciting news from Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, the Ford Motor Company from America for America employee pricing event. And this is a big deal, folks. This means you pay what they pay across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs with few exceptions. And if you're considering a new vehicle, you got to give Earnhardt Ford a chance to prove why they've been a trusted name in the Valley for over 73 years. They're a family-owned dealership that offers a no-bull way of doing business. That's why generation after generation of Arizonans return to Earnhardt. Stop in now at Earnhardt Ford and take advantage of employee pricing, or check out their fully digital shopping experience with No Bull Express at earnhardtford.com. Offers require approved credit and end June 2nd, 2025. That's earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, U.S. residents only. Available on select new 2024-2025 Ford vehicles only. Exclusions apply. Prior purchases. Traditional AXCD plan ineligible. Plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. See dealer for details.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Phoenix. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Homeowners, life can be stressful and so can selling your home, but it doesn't have to be. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty is going to price your home properly and get it in front of thousands of exclusive qualified buyers. That's exactly what Carol did for the Martin family, selling in 11 days for 100% of market value. Call Carol Royce today and ask her about her 100% of market value guarantee, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. Now that the Suns have fired Mike Budenholzer, what is next for Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
The fact that we're coming back with Mr. Blue Sky. You might as well have played Here Come the Suns or Here Come the Sun by the Beatles. Like Suns fans like, oh, thank God he's gone. Thank God that's over. But the hard work is just beginning. Welcome back to the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports. The local sports leader, Mike Budenholzer, fired this morning by the Phoenix Suns organization. Gambo reporting that as of now, it's just Bud, but this thing might be like a slow trickle in terms of news and some of the other coaches.
Just Bud right now.
Like
no other coaches. None of the other coaches have been relieved of their duties.
And a little later on in this hour, stay with us. We'll tell you the latest Gambo knows as it relates to the front office and other changes that might come in regards there. And, of course, there are many other expected changes.
Many.
But with news like this, and you fire the head coach, now for the third time in 3 years, you are going through a coaching search. One that found you Frank Vogel 2 years ago, one that found you Mike Budenholzer this year or a year ago, and then one who's going to find you whoever the next head coach is going to be. Let's talk about who we think it could be. And since I know the answers to the tests.
Okay.
I'm gonna cheat a little bit.
You'll cheat a little bit, all right.
And I'm gonna lobby a couple of softies here.
Okay, I'll get Lauren ready.
Are you ready for this?
Okay, go ahead.
Lobby a couple of softies.
All right, what do you got?
Former Denver Nuggets coach Michael The sickle right there. All right. Didn't win a championship, but he won a lot of basketball games. He's highly thought of around the association. Former Memphis Grizzlies coach Taylor Jenkins.
Taylor Jenkins, I'm going to go with.
Okay. Again,
I'm going to say no to the.
I've got the answers to the test here.
To Taylor Jenkins, who obviously had a lot of success with Memphis, was an assistant coach with Atlanta. I'm going to go a different direction, and I'm going to say that they are not looking for a Taylor Jenkins type coach either, who's got, quite a bit of experience, 6-7 years as a head coach in the NBA. I'm going to say no to Taylor Jenkins.
Crank it up, Lauren. Crank it up. All right.
I know people love when we shoot things down. But again, Vegas odds right now, Mike Malone number 1, Taylor Jenkins number 2, and I'm going to shoot both of those guys down.
You understand how the Vegas odds thing work, right? It's not because they think that those guys are going to be the head coach of the Suns. It's because those are the two prominent names that are available.
People will bet on that?
People will bet on that. Yeah, people are going to lay money on that, so they make those odds as tempting as possible by asking people to vote for them. So, okay, there was a name over the weekend that I bet would have been strongly considered to be the next head coach of the Phoenix Suns.
Chauncey Billups.
Chauncey Billups, until he signed that extension.
I could see that Chauncey would have got some consideration. I would not have blue-wished a Colt and don't fear the Reaper to Chauncey Billups if he had been available. But he did sign that extension with the Portland Trailblazers. They really like what he's done with the young guys. Yeah. Really, really like the development of the younger players in the Portland system, so they're going to keep Chauncey around.
There was a report from Sean Hyken, who is a Trailblazers insider for Rip City Radio 620 up there, and he had tweeted out, for what it's worth, I had heard a lot of chatter in the last few weeks that Chauncey Billups was going to be the Suns' top target in their coaching search. Could have been a part of the Blazers' motivation to get something done before the end of the season. Our guy Bobby Marks points out on Twitter that Portland increased their win total by 14 games from a season ago without signing a free agent. So obviously their improvement came from within. Obviously he did a heck of a job coaching, and clearly it ain't going to be him. Willie Green is a name that is stuck in my head, burrowed in like a tick. I can't get it out of my head, given that Dave Griffin got relieved of his duties as the general manager of the Pelicans today. Willie Green's kind of floating in the ether. He hasn't been dismissed yet, but when they bring in a new GM, presumably they may want to make a difference there. Willie Green got that job because of how good of an assistant he was under Monty Williams when Monty was here doing really good things.
Yeah. Obviously, Willie was not let go by the New Orleans Pelicans when they dismissed Dave Griffin of his job as a general manager. They decided that they will give the next GM who comes in an opportunity to decide whether he wants to keep Willie Green or not. If Willie Green is available, I would not be surprised if he would be a candidate for the Suns coaching job.
Okay.
So I'll rule out Mike Malone. I'll rule out Taylor Jenkins. I can't say one way or another on, and we went through this last year with Ty Lue. There was with the Suns. It was like, if Ty Lue's available, the Suns would really like Ty Lue.
Okay, there was a difference, though, at least in my mind. You tell me whether you disagree with this. There was Ty Lue, it was hard to envision him becoming available. It's not that hard to envision Willie Green becoming available.
Right, the GM just got fired. New guy's going to come in.
Circumstances.
May decide if they come in and they axe Willie Green. I would say, now I can't say he'd be the lead guy for the job or the front runner. I don't know that. But I would not rule him out, and I would expect that he would be a candidate. I would expect he would be a candidate.
They were 21-61 this season. It was the second worst in franchise history. It was the worst in 20 years. Injuries, a big part of that. Zion missed 52 games. DeJounte Murray missed 51 games. Herb Jones missed 62. Brandon Ingram appeared in only 18 games. But Griff, he faced the Reaper and it was out of a job today. And Willie Green, maybe he follows. Maybe the new GM likes him. Okay, what else? Who else? Because
younger coach, up and coming. What I will tell you is that this is not going to win the press conference like hiring a championship coach in Vogel or hiring a championship coach in Budenholzer. I would expect it's not going to be the big headlines of the day, whoever the Phoenix Suns hire. It's not going to be that name. Last year was big names, right? It was Doc Rivers was a candidate for the job, and Budenholzer, and So you look at the guys that have been, on their list the last couple of years, and a lot of them were bigger names. I'm going to tell you that I would expect that it's more of a young and up-and-coming coach. I'm not going to say it has to be a coach that's a first-time coach. And I know what people aggregate me all the time, and somebody say, Gambo says it's going to be a first-time coach. I never said that. I never said it's going to be a first-time head coach. I said it's going to be a younger coach. It's not going to be a 55, 60, 65-year-old guy. It's going to be a younger coach. I can't rule out experience. There might be a guy, like you mentioned, Willie Green. He's got coaching experience. I wouldn't rule him out.
Right.
But it's not going to be if you want to say the older retread coaches, not going to be one of those guys. Not going to be.
There are other names, and I certainly don't expect you to have answers to all of these or play music for all of these
because
it's new and it's fresh and everything. I'm just telling you what I'm reading online.
Okay.
Kind of beyond the obvious. Sam Cassell, I've seen mentioned. Longtime assistant coach who's currently an assistant with the Boston Celtics. Obviously, former member of the Phoenix Suns. Let's add a little rocket fuel, right?
Sam Cassell. Who's on that billboard? I wish somebody had a photo of that billboard. I want to see it so bad.
I'm looking.
First one I saw coming to Phoenix.
Jarrett Jack is another name. Followed Monty Williams to Detroit. He was kept by J.B. Bickerstaff on the Pistons staff after Monty Williams was fired. He's been a key assistant to that team. I've seen this name a couple of times. Micah Nori, who was the assistant for Minnesota, who stepped in when their coach had to take a few days off. I can't remember why. I can't remember what the issue was.
Tore his ACL.
That's right. When he tore his ACL, that's what it was.
Yeah.
And Nori stepped in, and everybody said, oh, he did a really, really nice job. I'm seeing there was one. Jason Terry is a
former
name
U of
that I
A
saw.
star.
Former U of A guy. One of the names Phoenix might have as a target, he's an assistant to Chauncey Billups. Again, a former player, younger, things like that. I've seen this name.
Okay, go ahead.
Steve Nash.
It's an interesting one. I haven't heard anything about that. I mean, I believe he wants to get back into coaching. I do believe he wants to get back into coaching. Another name like a young up-and-coming assistant, Jared Dudley, is a young he'll be a hell of a coach one day. He's working his way up the ranks, won a championship with the Lakers, former Suns player, relationship with Book. Not saying he's going to be the guy. I would think that he's going to be close to being a head coach at some point and will be a good head coach at some point.
Tom Izzo.
Isaiah Thomas.
It's going to be a younger, up-and-coming coach.
I'm like John Morant. I just pulled the pin on the grenade. I'm just throwing it out.
It's going to be a younger.
That's not what it was, Burnsy.
Up-and-coming coach.
What was it? A water balloon? What did he say?
No, it was his words, and he's throwing them away.
Okay.
Obviously.
Okay. Yeah. No, I was just putting that out there. I was just putting that out there. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, Sun season is done. The coach is done. There are other decisions that loom. Kevin Durant is one of them. What about his future? We'll talk about it coming up on the Burns and Gambo show.
Bickley and Morada mornings.
Mike Budenholzer relieved of his duties. I marvel at the job that J.J. Redick did this year with the Los Angeles Lakers with a lot of star talent, but he came in with fresh eyes and a different approach, and he held players accountable. Maybe that's what you're looking for as opposed to what's on your resume.
Completely agree. Skill set.
Dreaming is free. It's a clean slate. Anything's possible, right? Let me throw a really off-the-wall name at you.
All right.
Head coach Chris Paul.
Whew. Oh, wow. I'm in.
Bickley and Morada, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here for Global Credit Union. Never a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now, celebrating a decade of member service here in the Valley. And they have it all. Everything you would come to expect from a bank, but just so much better. Checking accounts and savings accounts, loans, all done with you in mind, all done with their members in mind, all done with the idea that we live in a world where everything has some kind of fee attached to it. Global Credit Union is about eliminating the fees, whether it's delivery fees, service fees, convenience fees, this fee, that fee. Global's members enjoy no fee checking, no fee savings accounts, no fees for accidentally going over your account balance. And of course, at Global Credit Union, you can always talk to a person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to answer any question. A real person with real answers about your money. So explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, it's Vince Murata letting you know Spinato's Pizzeria has teamed up with State 48 to bring you the limited edition State 48 Pizza, a Southwest-inspired margarita with bold local flavors. It's more than just a pizza. It's a celebration of Arizona pride, creativity, and community. And to make it even sweeter, you can grab your exclusive State 48 Spinato's t-shirt and stickers. A portion of the proceeds benefits the State 48 Foundation, supporting local entrepreneurs. Get more information at SpinatosPizzeria.com.
2 words we've been waiting for: employee pricing. Yep, employee pricing right now at our Desert Ford dealers. From America, for America. Paul Calvisi here. Hey, Ford has been part of our country's story for more than a century. That's why Ford is offering employee pricing. That means we pay what Ford employees pay, and we're talking the full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Take that 2024 Ford F-150. If you're looking for a perfect work truck or a powerful weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. Besides, Ford is the number 1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get employee pricing plus 5.9% APR financing for 72 months and $3,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. But employee pricing won't last forever. Click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2024. Terms and conditions may apply. See your local Ford dealer for details.
If you're ready to build your dream home, let the Window Depot help. Our expertise spans more than 20 years helping contractors provide custom windows built to last. Our in-house design team works closely with you and your contractor to create the perfect windows. From design to delivery, your contractor will have exactly what they need when they need it. And with the largest inventory and unbeatable prices, your dream windows are just a step away. Visit us in store to get started or find a location near you at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot. Best prices, biggest inventory.
I'm Mitch Ferreldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns announced today that they have relieved head coach Mike Budenholzer of his duties. This comes after a 36-46 season that saw the Suns fall short of the play-in tournament. In a statement from the Suns, they said, quote, "Competing at the highest level remains our goal, and we failed to meet expectations this season. Our fans deserve better. Change is needed," close quote. You can read reactions from our Dan Bickley and our Kellen Olson right now on ArizonaSports.com, which is presented by Wi-Fi. Plus, Gambo has got the info you need to know as far as what's next for the Suns at head coach, so keep it locked to 98.7 for all of the latest. And per NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, ASU running back and NFL draft hopeful Cam Skattebo has a couple of top 30 visits this week with the NFL draft next Thursday. The teams in the report were not disclosed, but Skattebo had previously visited the Cleveland Browns, New York Giants, and the Arizona Cardinals. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and the NBA offseason has begun in Phoenix. We'll discuss the changes starting at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Not surprised one bit. I mean, I know he's, removed the contract and he's owed a lot of money. I'm not surprised just watching this roster, this team, the last, even the whole, most of the year. I just felt there was a total disconnect as far as on the court. And this is a team that I predicted before the season to go pretty far into the playoffs just because I liked what they had done in the offseason as far as adding some pieces with this group here. It's just, listen, you went from a team, I think they were 13th in defensive efficiency to last in efficiency after the All-Star break. And that's a telltale sign as far as that the coach has lost a disconnect as far as in the locker room there. And I just think you couldn't repeat basically bringing Mike back.
Bobby Marks, guest on Wolf and Luke earlier today, his reactions to the Mike Budenholzer firing, which was announced this morning by the organization, a very brief statement that they released. In which they said competing at the highest level remains our goal, and we failed to meet expectations this season. Our fans deserve better. Change is needed. And
there will be I don't know if this is out yet. There will be a press conference Thursday.
I read that I was trying to remember
there will be a press conference
before
Thursday.
The show where I had read that, but I had read that somewhere. Yes. That there was a thinking it was going to be on Thursday.
It will be Thursday for sure. Press conference probably 10, 11 o'clock in the morning is around there.
And I would expect such press conference would have a lot more humility attached to it than the one we saw last year. The very odd.
You could say that.
The very odd one that we saw last year. 26 of the 29 GMs would trade our roster in a second. Very blustery, very, they got a lot of egg on their face over there right now.
Yeah,
a lot.
I think what I would expect is you'll see people at that press conference take responsibility for what happened this year, but also vow to get it right, because there is a belief that building around Devin Booker and doing it the right way eventually is going to lead to success. I've already got a lunch bet with you that they're going to win more games next year than they did this year. You're not going to see this press conference be like, well, we're going to tank for 5 years and try to get draft picks back and build that way.
No.
They're going to be committed to winning and to trying to do it in as short amount of time as possible. And I don't believe that's the next year or two, but I do believe that there is a tremendous commitment to win in the organization from the ownership down, and that they will eventually get this right. And that commitment is really the most important thing that you need. Now, have they made mistakes? Of course they've made mistakes. And you'll hear them talk about the mistakes they made, I'm sure, on Thursday. But you'll also hear them talk about the future and why it's bright and how they can get this thing turned around.
I don't doubt the commitment. I don't think most Suns fans doubt the commitment. It's the process. It's very little has gone right since the Kevin Durant trade. Very little. Very few decisions have been the right ones. Very, this coach, this player, that player.
Right.
It's just very little has gone right since the minute Matt Ishbia purchased the team and made the trade for Kevin Durant, organizationally when they made the trade for Kevin Durant, which is the next domino. Maybe not necessarily in chronological order, but it's the next domino now that we're going to talk about here on Burns and Gambo. And that's Kevin Durant, because, domino one has fallen. It's Mike Budenholzer.
Right.
The other dominoes are going to be James Jones. The other dominoes are going to be Bradley Beal. We don't think Devin Booker is going to be a domino. In fact, everybody's on record as saying he's not going to be a domino.
No, he will not be.
Kevin Durant is one of the, and I don't know, again, when that domino is going to fall, but if you're talking about, quote, change is needed, close quote, I got to imagine he's on a to-do list this offseason.
Yeah, Kevin Durant will be traded by the Phoenix Suns. He will be traded by the Phoenix Suns. And obviously, because of Kevin Durant's time in the league and his status in this league, you will work with him to find a situation that is beneficial to both the Phoenix Suns and Kevin Durant. So he has a year left on his contract. He's eligible for a 2-year extension. But Kevin Durant will not play for the Suns next year. They will find a trade partner for Kevin Durant, and that will be part of the rebuild. That will be part of, hey, can you get back some good young pieces and maybe some draft assets? Now, do I think that they could get back anywhere near what they gave up for him? No, I'm not saying that. But I do believe that you can get back a good package for Kevin Durant. He's Kevin freaking Durant. You're going to have to match salaries if you're another team, so you're going to have to give up some good players to get him, and maybe you don't get 5 draft picks, but could you get 1? So, yes, I expect that that Kevin Durant is going to be traded, and I think they will mutually work on where he goes.
Don't you think that some of the return for Kevin Durant is going to be dictated by a variety of teams that are in on him, and maybe more importantly, a variety of places that Kevin wants to go to? Don't you think that's going to dictate?
Where does Kevin want to go? Give me 4 teams you want to go to.
Because if Kevin only gives me 1 team he wants to go to, or 2 teams he wants to go to, that becomes problematic. Then I really worry about their ability to get a decent haul for him. Then I really worry that they'll be moving him just to get under that second apron and to be able to make some moves that are strictly for financial relief and flexibility. I think that if he only gives them a team or 2 teams, that is going to be hard to find a deal where you go, okay, That's good enough. I'm satisfied with that, unless you disagree with that.
No, there was Kevin Durant had a tweet. It's so crazy because we worked on on the show, and then all of a sudden this.
I got it right here.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. You say it. You speak better than I do. Say it.
So Kevin Durant tweeted out something like 3 turnovers in 36 minutes a game, 20 dribbles is over-exaggerating. But I've learned Suns fans do that when they want to prove a point about how much they want me off the team. To which somebody responded to him, man, we don't want you off the team, Slim, but what other options we got? We can't just run it back and you'll get us the best return. Respectfully.
Exactly.
And Kevin Durant responded respectfully with a handshake emoji, almost as if he knows that's the truth.
I've talked to Kevin Durant about this. He knows. He's smart. He's a high IQ basketball player. He's a high IQ person. I don't dislike Kevin Durant. I actually come to like Kevin Durant quite a bit, to be honest with you. But the truth is that he's the guy that has to go because he gets you back the players that you need to build around Book. If you could get back 2 to 3 players for Kevin Durant that could be, top 7 players, it's if you could get back somebody that becomes your second best player, somebody that becomes your 5th best player and your 6th best player, it's a good start. Now, your number 2 is not going to be as good as
Kevin Durant.
Say you traded with New York for Mikal Bridges, or you traded with Minnesota for Julius Randle. You traded with Houston for.
That. Don't tease the people like that with the Mikal Bridges thing. Seriously, don't. What are you doing teasing the people like that over Mikal Bridges?
I think it's Houston.
Look at Lauren. She's even shaking her head. Don't tease the people like that. A trade to New York with Mikal Bridges coming back.
I mean, if the Knicks, we got to look at who struggles in the playoffs.
I know.
Then Mikal has not worked out well for the Knicks.
I saw something over the weekend about a potential Kevin Durant Mikal Bridges trade too, and so it wasn't just you I was yelling at. It was that I'm
just giving you teams that the Knicks could maybe go after him. The Timberwolves could possibly go after him. The Rockets could go after him, and a lot will depend. And you've said this many times, and you're right. A lot's going to depend on how these conference playoffs go down in the next 2 weeks.
Yeah,
some good teams are going to get eliminated early. And when that good team gets eliminated early, what are we going to do to get over the hump? Mm-hmm. And that team will, look at Minnesota. They had Rudy Gobert and Cat and Anthony Edwards, and they had this great run. What did they do? They traded Cat. Now, if they don't win this year, maybe they trade maybe they trade Randall and DiVincenzo and somebody else to try to get KD. The Knicks went all in on Brunson and Mikal and OG Anunoby, but if it doesn't work, maybe they trade OG Anunoby or they trade Mikal. You see how there's only 2 teams that I know of that are farm grown. The Celtics and the Oklahoma City Thunder are the two teams that are the most farm grown out of the good teams.
Yeah, the most.
There are lower level teams like the Pistons and the Trailblazers that are farm grown, but out of the really good teams, there's only 2 that kind of built that way. Everybody else has done it via trade.
Look, I'll say this, not knowing how this is going to turn out 2 months from now. I hope you're right. I hope that the return they get from Kevin Durant is good enough to offer some encouragement for next season, because quite frankly, I'm worried that it's not going to be. Quite frankly, I'm worried that it's going to be underwhelming. That Kevin Durant's going to give him a list of 2 or 3 places that he's going to want to go to. The Suns aren't going to be able to leverage the situation that much. Matching salaries is going to prove to be a monster. I'm concerned it's not going to be as rich a return as you are suggesting it might be. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's going to be way better than I thought. Let's just
hope it's good. Let's just hope they make a good trade. You trade a 37-year-old Kevin Durant for 2 or 3 younger guys. That could be a part of your future.
Let's hope that happens. When we come back here on Burns and Gambo, as we continue to talk about what's next after the dismissal of Mike Budenholzer, what about the front office? Is that next? Gambo's got some info on that, too, and that's coming up on Burns and Gambo.
Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Southwest Gas proudly fueling over 1 million homes and businesses across Arizona with safe and reliable natural gas service. Hi, it's Vince Murata. Natural gas not only supports lifestyle, it supports economic development. Many large-scale businesses that have expanded expanded operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. Choosing Southwest Gas means choosing an energy provider committed to trust and excellence. Learn how Southwest Gas is supporting growth in our communities and making a positive impact for future generations at swgas.com.
Looking for the perfect engagement ring? At Shane Company, we know this is an exciting time. It can also be overwhelming. Customers say this a lot. Where do I start? How do I choose? At Shane Company, this is where the magic happens. Since 1929, we've been experts at helping customers find the perfect engagement ring. We invite you into the design process, help you pick out the perfect diamond or colorful gemstone, and choose a style that speaks to you. Come see us in store and at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Are you dealing with a back issue and don't know what to do or who to call? Greg Schulte here, and I've got your answer. Call Desert Institute for Spine Care, a.k.a. DISC. DISC surgeons treat a variety of different spine conditions, such as herniated disc, sciatica, spinal stenosis, and degenerative disc disease. DISC is known for its minimally invasive surgical solutions, believing that using at least invasive yet most effective treatments is the best way for their patients to restore, revitalize, and rejuvenate their active lifestyles. And DISC is so good at taking extra time with patients to help understand their pain and how it's affecting their everyday life. Several years ago, DISC took care of my herniated disc issue, and I've been pain-free ever since. I trusted them, and I hope you'll place your trust in the DISC surgeons to help you get through your back issue. Text SPINE to 620-620 or visit sciatica.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning has built their business over the last 6 decades on one premise, and that's to save you money and make you happy. They pride themselves on those two actions, and that's why Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning is known as the home of the no-fee emergency. That means no trip fees, no overtime fees, and a promise from their owner to always give you the very best price possible. Trust Ready Services, your home of the no-fee emergency.
ReadyServices.com. Ready. Attention, if you've been using GLP-1 medications to lose weight or thinking about starting, now is the time to act. For a limited time, you can get $200 off your GLP-1 medications at Red Mountain Weight Loss, the #1 leader in medical weight loss. Our doctors are weight loss experts creating customized programs that help you lose weight faster, safer, and more effectively than medication alone. And the best part? Our GLP-1 medications are in stock today. No shortages, no waiting, no hassle. These prescriptions are compounded right here in the U.S. and tested in FDA-inspected labs, ensuring the highest quality and safety at a lower cost. You get doctor-guided care with real medical support every step of the way. Don't miss this opportunity to save. Book your appointment today and lock in your $200 savings before it's too late. Real doctors, real results, Red Mountain. Visit redmountainweightloss.com before this offer's gone. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
An expected day today. We were sure it was going to be today, but we had a feeling it was going to be today. Mike Budenholzer relieved of his duties after just 1 year of a 5-year deal by the Phoenix Suns. Change is in the air for an organization that managed 36 wins this year. Awful, awful, awful season. As Gambo said many times, one of the most unlikable Suns teams ever. Just absolute joyless basketball.
Joyless.
That's why I'm even more sensitive to when he brings up Mikal Bridges.
Right, because it's just bringing back joy and bringing back likability.
I feel myself enjoying watching the Suns again already.
And that's going to be one of the goals. Like they know what they want to do now. They've made some mistakes, and they learned from those mistakes, and now they're going to build a team that everybody can be proud of.
All right.
A hard-fighting team. They're not going to be soft anymore. They're not going to be bringing in players that are soft as tissue paper. Like, they kind of have an idea what they want to do now. Again, can't do it in 1 year. Shouldn't expect it. It's got to be a process for 2 to 3 years to build the right team.
Which is why I'm still so intrigued that you think they're going to have a better record next year, because I don't think it's going to take 1 year either, which is why I jumped all over that bet. I that's why I'm intrigued by your. How
many games did they win?
36. I mean, it's not.
All I got to do is get 37 wins next year, and I get free lunch from you.
That's like almost 500 basketball team.
37 wins?
Well, I mean, 41 and 41 is 500.
Okay, so 37 would be 8 games under 500. Right?
Yeah.
Is that right? Or is it 4 games
well,
under
but
500?
I'm just thinking 41 is the threshold for 500.
Yeah.
So you're a few wins away from being a 500 basketball team. I think that's going to be hard to do. But
I'm an addition by subtraction guy.
I know,
and you know I am.
Well,
the Suns will be better next year. I guarantee it. They'll be better next year.
Or else I'll give you your money back.
Well, you know what?
What
Then that will be the last Suns season I ever cover.
Well, it probably was going to be that anyway. So.
If they don't win more games next year, that's the last Suns season I cover.
Empty promises from John Gambadoro. What's our poll question today, Lauren?
Our poll question today is, now that Mike Budenholzer has been let go, how many more of the following? Bradley Beal, Kevin Durant, Devin Booker, and James Jones will be with the Phoenix Suns for next season? 0, 1, 2, or 3 or more?
1, Devin Booker.
Devin Booker.
Devin Booker. Though, I'm telling you, man, the Bradley Beal thing.
He's not playing for the Suns again.
Okay. Well, but will he be on the roster next year?
If he is, he's not playing for the Suns.
But to answer this question, please read me the question one more time.
Now that Mike Budenholzer has been let go, how many of the following, that includes Bradley Beal, will be with the Phoenix Suns for next season?
Hear how that question was phrased?
I'm looking at it.
1. 1.
I'm looking at it again. Okay. Now that Mike Budenholzer has been let go, how many of the following will be with the Suns for next season? 1. Bradley Beal is not playing for the Phoenix Suns again.
Dude, you're not hearing.
I know. He could still be on the Suns.
I need you to put your receiver on receive, okay? Yeah. And not send. That's not what we're saying here.
1. Although, I mean, is it possible James Jones stays with the organization in some capacity?
You know what? We're going to get into this here in just a moment. So are you still sticking with 1?
I'll stick with 1.
Okay.
1 is leading the way with 56% of the vote, 34% going with 2, 7% going with 3 or more, and 4% going with none of them.
Okay. 1 is the loneliest number that you'll ever do.
4% understand the deal that Devin Booker's not going anywhere. Thanks, Lauren. That's the poll question. Because let's get into this now. Let's talk about James Jones.
Okay.
1 shoe dropped today. There are many other shoes that we're waiting on. Bradley Beal's 1. Kevin Durant, we just talked about him. Mm-hmm. James Jones is probably the one we get asked the most about on social media. Like, just because he's been here so long.
We'll discuss it. Okay.
What have you been able to find out about that?
I know this, and I think this probably could be common knowledge, but James's contract expires in June.
I learned that for the first time today.
Okay.
That was
maybe it's not out there. His contract does expire in June.
I read that this morning. It was the first time I'd heard that. I didn't realize that.
I think that there will be changes in the front office.
Okay.
There will be changes in the front office. To what extent, I don't know, but I expect that there will be changes in the front office. There are going to be, as I put out on my Twitter page, and if you want to stay up to date with information, I put a lot of this stuff out there on Twitter, on Gambo987, and I have said that Mike Budenholzer is just the first of what will be many, many changes. They're going to make a lot of changes. This is just the beginning. There will be changes to the front office. There could be a restructuring, and I don't know how it's going to go down, but I would expect that there will be changes in how the front office operates and who is running the front office and how they do it. I don't know the extent of it, and what James' role is going to be. If James stays on, if James doesn't stay on, I can't tell you one way or another, but I expect that there will be big changes.
I'm only bringing this up as an example just because it just happened when Mike Malone was relieved of his duties as the head coach of the Denver Nuggets. It was announced simultaneously that their general manager, his contract was expiring and they were not going to be bringing him back. It was, in essence, a firing, but it was also by definition just the guy's contract expiring and kind of, okay, that's it. Your contract's done and we're not going to bring you back. So the fact that they've got that ability with James gives them a tremendous amount of power to kind of be able to dictate if James is going to be back, and number two, if he is, what sort of a different role would he take if he were going to be back?
And I don't know. Like, nobody has said that James Jones is being relieved of his duties. So James Jones and Josh Bartelstein fired Mike Budenholzer. They're the ones that fired him. So, but I think that they're going to, like, the front office is a lot of people. It's not just two people, right? The front office is a lot of different people.
Yeah, but it's
GM, assistant GM, all these other people. Like, they're going to redo the front office.
You know this, too. The front office is more than just people. The front office is a tone. The front office is philosophy.
Yes.
The front office is
aligned vision.
Is an idea of how to move forward, right?
Yes.
And I'm not saying James is going to be a victim of that necessarily, but I think that, I don't know. To me, it's hard. This is just me expressing an opinion here. I know you're the knowledge guy. I'm doing the opinion thing here. It's going to be really hard to sell everybody on change and bring him back in the same role that he's in. It's going to be very, very hard to do that. You know, because I get it. We all know that it's not just Bud. And we all know that it's not just a coaching issue. It has been a roster construction issue for the last couple of years. It has been, as much as we might have endorsed some of the moves, a poorly built roster the last couple of years.
But a roster that was handcuffed because 3 salaries took up everything. So, like, it was harder to build a roster with 3 mega superstars making well that money.
They handcuffed themselves.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You make it sound like they got handcuffed by a stranger.
No,
they handcuffed themselves to the pipe.
Moving on from Paul to Beal, your only option would have to be getting a $15 million player, but it probably would have been a better option.
Yes, it would have.
You know? I mean, the Beal...
In retrospect, it was such a colossal error.
I think the Beal error is the biggest one. I mean, I think that's the biggest one because even though I was not in favor of the KD trade, KD's been great. Like, he's been a great player. So I think the Beal thing really set them down this path. And I think the Budenholzer coaching was another bad decision. But I think the Beal one, like, the options were very limited moving on from Paul because of Paul's salary. They ended up with Bradley Beal. They could have had Jordan Poole, or they could have just let Paul walk, and then they would have been able to replace him with a $15 million guy. I don't know what you would have got for that.
Did you see Chris Paul played 82 games this
season? He did play 82 games.
He played the oldest player in the history.
But that's what he wanted. He just wanted to be happy. He
played well. He played well. He played better than Bradley Beal did.
Yes.
He was a better fit on that team than Bradley Beal was here. And again, that's real hindsight thinking right there. When we come back here on the Burns and Gambo show, when did the Suns know? Did they do this thing? Were they considering doing this sooner? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Coach Bud has been relieved of his duties, as the Phoenix Suns press release says. 36 games, man. The Suns won 36 games. But maybe it was asking a guy that needs to be a team leader to quiet down that really was the fait accompli that made this thing a done deal. Maybe it was asking Devin Booker to quiet down out on the floor and in team huddles that made this firing something that has already been done.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Are you a small business owner who needs immediate cash flow? At Swish Funding, we have flexible funding options from $25,000 to $2 million. For the best rates and terms for your business, just one application to Swish Funding gives you access to our entire network of funders, with cash in your account in as little as 24 hours. To qualify, you must be in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000. Apply at swishradio.com and use code GROW. Swishradio.com, code GROW.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California and via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So I know a lot of you have bought new or new used cars that have extended warranties. The salespeople tell you have to go back to the same dealer for repairs, and that's not the case. If you have an extended service contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there. And remember that you can use it at any AMCO. Most people think you have to go to the dealer for oil changes and service to keep your warranty valid. That's also not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center. And AMCO is authorized by all of the major warranty companies. And AMCO has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, faster service, and in most cases, we can cover your deductible. Now remember, AMCO does more than transmissions. From brakes, air conditioning, cooling systems, tune-ups, and scheduled maintenance, you name it. So if you need car repairs or hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call AMCO first. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO. AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Are they promising you up to 10% growth per year guaranteed for your retirement income? If not, you need a new financial advisor. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hard-working folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 up front or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't work when you're supposed to be retired. And if any financial advisor tells you it's too good to be true, they simply don't have the options we do. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, your local GM dealer. And folks, there has never been a better time to get in a new GMC truck or SUV. Take advantage of low 0.9% APR financing on a 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 Turbo Max full-size truck. Or electrify your savings with an even lower 0% APR for 60 months on 2024 Hummer SUVs or Sierra EV Denali's. All offers require approved credit and end soon. So hurry into Earnhardt Buick GMC or find it all online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited to GM Financial. 0% for 60 months is $16.67 per month per 1,000 financed. Based on approved credit, not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 4/30/25.
Hey basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns announced today that they have relieved head coach Mike Budenholzer of his duties. This comes after a 36-46 season that saw the Suns fall short of the play-in tournament. In a statement from the Suns, they said, quote, "Competing at the highest level remains our goal, and we failed to meet expectations this season. Our fans deserve better. Change is needed," close quote. You can read reactions from our Dan Bickley and our Kellen Olson right now on ArizonaSports.com, which is presented by Y-Refi. Plus, Gambo has got the info you need to know as far as what's next for Suns at the head coach position. So keep it locked to 98.7 for all the latest. And per NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, running back Cam Scattaboo has a couple of top 30 visits this week with the NFL draft set to begin next Thursday. The teams in the report were not disclosed. However, Scattaboo had previously visited with the Cleveland Browns, New York Giants, and the Arizona Arizona Cardinals. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall Estate Planning. Major estate tax increases are coming. Don't regret not planning ahead. The attorneys at Morris Hall can help you maximize what you leave behind to your loved ones. For a complimentary consultation, visit morristrust.com today.
Hey, it's Wolf. How much of a role should Devin Booker play in the hiring of the Phoenix Suns' next head coach? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
All right, we're into the 3 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Happy Monday to you. If you're a Suns fan, maybe today is a happy Monday for you because they went and did the thing earlier this morning, firing Mike Budenholzer as their head coach. More decisions to be made. We've been talking about him throughout the course of the show. Gambo's been giving you some great information. I hope you've been paying attention. There will be a test later on how this is going to go down.
Oh, we should do that. Yeah.
Have a quiz. Yeah.
Take like 5 callers, you get a quiz.
You know, like those mandatory, things they make us take here where like we're learning about cybersecurity, and afterwards you have to take the quiz to make sure you actually paid attention to
then
the
like
thing.
literally 2 months ago they sent like a testing out and I clicked on it and it was like you're an idiot.
They baited
They
you
baited
into this email, you shouldn't click on the link, and you clicked.
They're like, this is just a test to prove that you're a freaking idiot.
This is a test to prove that we're going to send you 5 more modules that you now have to complete.
Right. Gambo's the person that screws it over for the young kids who are like, I don't want to be in this training. Just don't hit the button.
Right.
And Gambo's like, nah, I hit the button. And now we're all sitting in training.
Gambo's the guy at when you get the ticket and you're at driver's school. The guy who is very content to ask a bunch of questions of the instructor and delay the whole thing.
No.
Well, by clicking the link, that's kind of what you've done.
No, I used to know guys that I would they would I would give them $20 and they would say I was at the class. So I never actually went to one of those classes. I would pay to get out of them.
And you might have needed them.
Hey, I know this guy, he teaches a class for $20. You can get out of the class and not have to go.
By clicking on the link, you have made us all take online classes that we shouldn't have to because of you.
Yeah, they got me a couple weeks ago. They did. They got me. They tricked me. They sent me one and I got it.
So the Phoenix Suns fire Budenholzer today. We've already talked about Kevin Durant and kind of the decision about him. You believe that they are going to trade him, absolutely.
Yeah.
James Jones, kind of a murky future for James Jones.
There will be front office changes.
We'll talk about Bradley Beal. We'll talk about Devin Booker. But let's bring it back to Mike Budenholzer, who got fired today.
Okay.
There are like 2 schools of thought here, and they're not competing schools of thought. They're just 2 schools of thought here. Number one is you probably could have done this last week if you wanted to. Would there have been a benefit to it?
Yeah.
I don't know, but you could have if you were the Phoenix Suns.
February 27th, they lost 124-116 to the New Orleans Pelicans. Right after that, I think it kind of came out that Mike Budenholzer had told Devin Booker to kind of pipe down and let me do the talking. And, my voice needs to be the one that's heard. And but I will tell you, and this, I don't think this is public knowledge outside of anything that I put out there. The Suns did consider firing Mike Budenholzer over the last few weeks. They have considered firing Mike Budenholzer. They wanted to believe that he could get the job done. They wanted to believe that it would work out. But there was, was there any consideration to firing Mike Budenholzer before the end of the season? The answer is yes. Now, they didn't do it. I'm not sure if it would have made a difference or not. Maybe it does, but a lot of people are going to want to know, did you think about it? And the answer is yes. They did consider it, and I think if you go back around the late February New Orleans game when the book thing came down, I think that was, one of the final nails in the coffin for Mike Budenholzer.
Yeah, that was something that between what you're saying about that, and Dwayne Rankin said something similar on social media today, in which he said sources informed the Arizona Republic that rumblings about Budenholzer's future took flight after the loss to New Orleans on February 27th. Now, the last time we were together on Thursday, we were having a conversation. That was the day after they got officially eliminated from the play-in. You asked me where it went wrong. What was the day where I thought, and that was the game I chose. It was that game against New Orleans on the 27th, because that was That was Book's comments after the game about, hey, this go-get-'em mentality. And then the next day it was the Haynes report suggesting that, Budenholzer had told Booker to pipe down and he was being too vocal and things like that. I do wonder, had they done it then or around then, within a week of then, would there have been a season worth saving? Could they have saved it? Could they have gotten into the
They
play-in
won 2 of
tournament?
their next 3 games, which included a win against New Orleans and a win against the Clippers. Lost to Minnesota, but they lost to Minnesota by like 18. But they did, so the stretch after the New Orleans loss was win against New Orleans, loss against Minnesota, win against the Clippers, loss against Denver, win against Dallas, and then lost to Memphis and Houston, beat Sacramento, and then lost to the Lakers, and then won 4 in a row, Toronto, Chicago, Cleveland, Milwaukee. So if you were looking for that big losing streak, it didn't come. There was not a 3-game losing streak at all to be like, so like right after the New Orleans game, you won, then you lost, but then you won, but then you lost, but then you won. And so like there wasn't that stretch where you're like, oh my God, I just got to get rid of this guy. But did they consider firing Mike Budenholzer before the end of the season? The answer is yes.
Well, I mean, the stretch that you're talking about, it was I don't know, it was more about, okay, we need to make a push for a play-in spot. Is he the guy to get us there? And I suspect, and I don't know if you got any read on this or not, I suspect that for an organization that fired Monty, fired Vogel, fired Bud, like the idea of doing it before even the end of the season, like it's embarrassing enough when you go through that many head coaches in that few years.
How many head coaches now is it going to be for Book?
So it'll be 8 in 11 years. Wow. Whoever the new guy is, it'll be 8 in 11.
He'll be the 8th guy.
Torey Lovello has been the manager of the Diamondbacks for 7 of the Suns head coaches.
Who was the Suns head coach when Torey Lovello took over?
It was Watson.
Do you know this?
It was Watson.
Oh, my God.
Earl Watson was the coach.
Earl Watson was the coach.
I saw a tweet about that today from our friends over at where else? Dbacks Stats and Info, who pointed out that 7 coaches in the Lovello era. He was hired as Dbacks manager November 4th, 2016. Watson, Triano, Kokoshkov, Monty, Vogel, Bud, and TBA.
Igor Kokoshkov.
That's 30% of the Suns head coaches since 1969. Torey Lovello has outlasted all of them. All of them. Yeah, but the new guy will be the 8th in 11 years. All I'm saying is that it's embarrassing when you cycle through that many coaches, right? Like I'm sure, as necessary as today was, I'm sure the Suns on many levels are embarrassed. They're embarrassed that they keep doing this and they keep hiring coaches that they have to fire. It's not a good look. It makes them easily a laughingstock in the NBA. Oh, they're firing another coach. Okay, whatever. But had they done it even sooner, had they done it even before the end of the season, can you imagine Mike Budenholzer couldn't even last a year with the Phoenix Suns? The egg on their face would have been 2 eggs. Would have been 3 eggs on their face if they had done.
But because I know you believe this, like, can't compound a mistake, man. If you make a mistake,
totally.
you got to move on.
Totally.
They made a mistake with Mike Budenholzer. Mike Budenholzer Mike Budenholzer was not ready to be an NBA head coach again. He was not ready.
And I agree with you. And I don't think they could bring back Mike Budenholzer under any circumstances. And I think they had to bite the bullet. And whatever laughs they get for doing this, they're just going to have to ride it out and deal with it. But I do. If they had made this move, say after that Pelicans game or a week after that, or after the Haynes report breaks, right? It's a really bad look. If Fizdale takes over, if Barry takes over, Brent Barry on the staff takes over and leads the team for the final, whatever it was, 15, 20
Do they
games.
make the play-in?
Do they make the play-in? And if so, does that trick them into keeping this roster together longer? Does that trick them into, hey, on second thought, let's kick KD
Do they make
around.
the play-in and then lose to Oklahoma City?
Well, I mean, I would
they still
assume
blow it
so.
up. They
but
still blow
I
it up.
think so, but I'm just asking the question. I don't know.
I know. I think it's a fair question to ask. Could they have made a choice? Could they have fired Bud, hired one of the assistants, and got a little bit of a spark, possibly? You got to understand something. Like Mike Budenholzer and the relationship with the players was terrible, just terrible. And so at some point it took to let you, but look, they wanted to believe that everything was going to get worked out, wanted to believe it was going to be okay, and it wasn't. And I think a lot of that, and I'm always blame the players. The players are accountable. Mike Budenholzer was not accountable for his actions. He did a terrible job. He wasn't invested in helping this team win basketball games. Just didn't care. There were other issues that were more of a priority for him than coaching the Phoenix Suns.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show as the Suns make the coaching change today and ponder the other moves they're going to make, obviously they're going to flush out this roster big time and give us something very new next year. What kind of a roster do the Suns want to build? We'll talk about that next here on this busy Monday on Arizona Sports.
The Suns have fired head coach Mike Budenholzer.
Our very own John Gambadoro. Is your initial reaction what took so long?
I'm surprised he made it through the season. Bud was a dud. I mean, this guy had to go. To me, this guy was like Monty Williams. He had absolutely no interest in helping the Phoenix Suns become a better basketball team. I'm all on board with this. He was not the right fit for the Phoenix Suns.
We talk about the Suns' single season of the Budenholzer era today on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
You know, your roof requires maintenance. Yeah, it's a fact. Most people don't think about it because they never see their roof and they don't go up on their roof. Like 99% of us don't go up on our roof, but your roof requires maintenance. You might have some broken tiles. You might have some issues on your roof that you don't even know about that could end up making you have to buy a whole new roof. But that's why I tell you about JLC Roofing, a third-generation roofer right here with the integrity you're looking for. A free estimate to go up on your roof and tell you, hey, your roof is great, you don't need to do a thing, or, hey, there's some broken tiles and shingles, and we might have to tar this right here, and that will let your roof last a lot longer, and it's only a few $100s for this repair. Yes, can you believe that? Free estimates sometimes save people a lot of money, because what could have been thousands and thousands of dollars in damage to your roof might end up being a $200-300 repair because JLC came out and they gave you a free estimate. If you need a new roof, they offer $1,500 off for our listeners. Go to jlcroof.com or call 602-ROOFING.
Enjoy springtime in a new Toyota car, truck, or SUV. Come check out the most reliable, best-selling, and best-value vehicles on the road, including Tacoma and the all-new 4Runner. Visit your Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today.
Will new tariffs impact small businesses? Rising costs and economic uncertainty can hurt your bottom line. But with Swish Funding, your business can stay strong. We offer fast, flexible funding solutions from $10,000 to $2 million for working capital, cash flow, and more, and as little as 24 hours with no collateral needed. If your business earns at least $50,000 per month and has been around for over a year, you could qualify today. Go to swishradio.com and use code GROW. Swishradio.com, code GROW.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California and via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
The Window Depot wants to help bring your dream kitchen to life. As a family-owned and operated business, we pride ourselves on offering the best prices, the biggest inventory, and exceptional customer service you won't find at the big box stores. From premium cabinets to stunning quartz and granite countertops, faucets, hardware, and sinks, our designers are here to guide homeowners every step of the way, all under one roof. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
The Bobcat National Sales Event is happening now at Bingham Equipment. Buy a Bobcat compact track loader with industry-leading travel speeds or a compact excavator with fast cycle times and get financing as low as 0% for 60 months. Or choose cash rebates or low lease payments on select models. Visit one of 12 Bingham Equipment locations today for these limited-time offers during the Bobcat National Sales Event. Some restrictions apply. Length of contract and rate may vary. Offer ends June 30th, 2025.
Homeowners, life can be stressful, and so can selling your home, but it doesn't have to be. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty is going to price your home properly and get it in front of thousands of exclusive qualified buyers. That's exactly what Carol did for the Martin family, selling in 11 days for 100% of market value. Call Carol Royce today and ask her about her 100% of market value guarantee, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey, this is Ryan Thompson, professional baseball player.
And if you're looking for an Arizona tax credit before April 15th, please consider donating to Miracle League of Arizona, where hundreds of special needs athletes play ball. Visit miracleleagueaz.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. We'll get you ready for the NFL Draft. A visit from the one and only Mel Kiper Jr. We hit the airwaves at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
Part of the problem the Suns are going to have is there's very little cap space out there this summer. So if you're making a trade with Durant, because of all these apron rules, even in the summertime, you still got to find teams that have the ability to take on that kind of number that he's making, $50 million or more, which means even if you're making a deal where you're getting flexibility at some point in the near future, you're still taking back a ton of money. So, there's just no good path out of this thing on any level.
What I'm saying is
it's as bad a situation as we've ever seen in the league.
Tim Bontemps, part of the Hoop Collective podcast from April 11th, just a few days ago, talking about the tricky situation the Phoenix Suns find themselves in, because I think as we all acknowledge, and Gambo has said as much, and we've said as much since the show started, that Coach Budenholzer is but one step of what's going to happen this offseason.
Yes.
And because of that, this is not a scapegoating situation. This is not them saying it's all his fault, because there are many other changes to come. We've talked about James Jones. We've talked about Kevin Durant. We will talk about Bradley Beal. This is going to take a real deft kind of threading of the needle here, Gambo, to get off on these guys, to recreate your identity, to create a different organization, a different team, all while still trying to be good next year and build a team that will give us some sort of joy that this one so desperately lacked. It's going to be hard. It's going to be a very, very fine needle for them to thread this summer.
Yeah, I think what you have to look at is you can't, this quick fix to try to win a championship, that's got to be out the door. All talent and no heart doesn't lead to very much. And I think what you had is you built a team, we got all this talent, and but there wasn't enough heart on this basketball team, and that's got to change. They've got to have an identity. And what me and you have talked about this, and I talked about it with Kellen on Friday. What is the identity of the next Phoenix Suns team going to be? I think it's going to be a team that is a lot tougher, a lot more physical, a lot more athletic. They're going to be younger. There's going to be a lot of heart. And they're going to make the Phoenix Suns fans proud. You want to go to the Bill. You can't be drilled by 25 points every night.
Right.
You can't always lose every game by double digits. How many games did they lose by double digits this year? I didn't count it. I wish I would have, because I'd like to know that. But how many games did they get beat by double digits?
It was a lot.
You got to be more competitive.
Narrator, it was a lot.
You got to be more competitive. So I think what you're going to see, and this is why I think that they're going to build a team that's going to make you proud. They're going to build a team that's going to fight their asses off. Hey, you beat us, but it wasn't easy.
Yeah.
You had to play your guys 38 minutes. You had to play your star players 38 minutes because we were there with you in the fourth quarter. And you pulled it out, but we made it hard on you. They're going to build that team. I believe they're going to build that team. I think it's going to take a couple of years.
Yes.
I'm not going to say it's going to be overnight success, because the plan can't be a one-year plan. It has to be we're not going to win a championship in 2026. So what can we do to make us better in 26, even better in 27, and then let's try to see if we can compete in 28.
Yeah, and I guess that's what I just can't get over my worry about this is I hear everything you're saying, and it all sounds great. I mean, it really does. Yes, that's exactly the kind of team we would all want the Phoenix Suns to build. But with extremely limited draft capital, with assets that are all tied up in players that are making way too much money, and now teams that can operate with the knowledge that you kind of have to trade those players. You have to get rid of Bradley Beal. You have to get rid of Kevin Durant. It's going to be hard. That's why I made that bet with you. Honestly, I think they are going to have to take their lumps for a year or two, because it's like a knot that has been tied so tight and is such a mess, right? And you'll just sit there for an hour trying to undo the knot to get it out. And I don't think it's going to be so easy as to just, we're going to trade this guy, we're going to trade that guy, we're going to get this guy, we're going to get that guy, and boom, it's going to be the vision of the Phoenix Suns that everybody wants. It's going to take some trial and error especially when you don't have the resources to go do it. You don't have the picks. You're over the second apron. Even if you get under the second apron, you still have limitations with what you're going to get back. It's going to be tough, Gambo. It's going to be really, really hard in year one. Really hard.
I understand. I just think they're starting from such a low. They're one of the worst teams in the NBA. They're one of the 10 worst teams in the NBA. I think that they can win more games than they won this year. I do. I think that they will win more games than they didn't win many games this year.
I know, but I think there are degrees to bad teams in the NBA.
Okay.
I think when you're in the 20s, I mean, we lived this for 5 years. Phoenix Suns teams that we would have been thrilled with 30 wins. Thrilled if they had gotten to 30. That, to me, is the next level of bad to get there. Suns aren't there. You know, the Suns are in that, hey, they were contenders for a while and then they weren't. There's another level of bad to the NBA where you're fortunate if you get 25 wins in this league, 23 wins in this league. That to me is what scares me. Is it's not like the Suns have hit rock bottom by hitting 36. There is much lower they can go. We lived it.
Yeah, 21, 25
wins.
wins. Those teams had no players on it. This is a different
Those
Devin
players
Booker
had
than
Devin
that.
Booker on them.
They had a young Devin Booker that was like 21 years old.
Yeah, Devin Booker with no help.
That was a 21-year-old Devin Booker.
Devin Booker with no help is going to have a hard time winning games. But look, this is why we got to bet on it.
Yeah.
We'll just see how things go. And if you're right, I'll buy you lunch gladly. And if I'm right, you will do the same for me. You will take me to lunch.
Yeah, no, I get it. I mean, they do have assets. They've got, they do have draft picks coming up, but they don't have a lot of control of their draft picks because of swaps and everything like that. The Rockets are getting their draft pick this year. The Suns are the only team in the NBA that they're not in the playoffs, they're not in the play-in tournament, and they're not in the draft lottery.
Yeah, see, you sent me that graphic today. Like it's all 29 teams who are either in the play-in, the playoffs, or the draft lottery.
Yes.
And then there's one team off to the side that's not in all three, and that's the Phoenix Suns. That is what I think the problem is, Gamble. Look, the bill's come due. The bill has come due for the Phoenix Suns. When they went out and got Kevin Durant, when they went out and got Bradley Beal, we all knew that if this didn't work, that was going to be a hella bill to pay, right? You were going to, the waiter was going to bring by the tab. You're looking at go, man, that was an expensive meal we just had. The bill is due. I just think it's going to take them a couple of years to pay it. We might disagree on this one. I think it's going to be hard for them to get out of this because we knew all along how hard it was going to be for them to get out of this.
The Suns have a first-round pick in 5 of the next 7 years. 5 of the next 7.
But
Phoenix is allowed to trade only the 28 or 29. They are allowed to trade the draft rights to the player they select this year. They are not allowed to swap their 2032 first. It's frozen because they finished over the second apron this season. So, yes, there are limitations to what they could do. It is going to hurt when Houston takes that draft pick. They have the Houston Rockets, a sort of thing that the Rockets put out. That draft lottery odds right now are 3.75% for the number 1 pick. They've got a 17% chance at a top 4 pick, courtesy of the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah.
That's a hard pill to swallow. I'm not lying about it. I'm an addition by subtraction guy, and I think eliminating Bradley Beal from this team, and I think Kevin. I've talked to Vince Marauder about this. Like Kevin Durant to me, and he's a great player, but man, he's a drain on the organization. He's a drain on the organization. And I think the Suns are going to be better with KD and Beal gone. I just think that they will because of addition by subtraction.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, you knew we were going to do this today. Open phones here on the Burns and Gambo show because we got a lot to react to. We'll go anywhere you want to go on this one when it comes to the Suns, but a suggested question for you is simply this. Bud's out. Who do you want the Suns to hire as the next coach of the team? Gambo's already gone full-on Blue Oyster Cult with Michael Malone, and he's done it with Taylor Jenkins. Who would you like to see the Suns hire? That or any other direction you want to go with the Suns is good with us. 602-260-9870. 602-260-9870. It's the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports.
Dbacks Brewers.
The 0-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And Puck strikes out the side in the 9th. And the D-backs close out a 5-2 win.
D-backs win the series 2-1. Now a D-backs day off before heading to Florida for 3 games at the Marlins. Listen to Arizona Diamondbacks baseball on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax. And my guy, Stuart Willis, fiduciary right here in Arizona, ready to help you get your finances in order. Have your right financial plan, your retirement plan, your estate plan, to make sure all of those things are done. So that way it's easy for you. It's easy for me to have Stuart Willis helping me with my right plan. All I got to do is come to work every day, bust my ass, make the money, and make sure that it's growing the right way, because he's taking a look at it. He's doing it for me. Multiple money managers looking at life differently, so that way I'm truly diversified in my plan. It's important for all of us. You don't think about it so much when you're in 20s and 30s, but you start to think about it more in your 40s and a lot more in your 50s. And that's why I recommend you get a free portfolio review from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. A free review. You call 602-877-PLAN. They got 5 locations in the Valley ready to help you right now. Call 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California and via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
It's official. Newsmax has become a news giant. It's even listed on the New York Stock Exchange. Over 40 million Americans regularly turn to Newsmax for the news they need to know. They're tuning into the Newsmax channel on all major cable systems. They watch Newsmax 2 on all streaming platforms. They go online to newsmax.com for breaking headlines. Millions more have downloaded the free Newsmax app on their smartphone and home TV. Reuters says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. Tens of millions of Americans like you have made the switch to Newsmax for the news they can trust. So make the switch today. You won't ever look back.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
At Rocket, we believe everyone deserves their shot at the American dream. So if you're feeling locked out of home ownership, we're here to give you back the keys. We're opening doors, breaking down walls, and doing everything we can to turn renters into owners. And we're not going to stop until we help everyone home. To find out more, visit rocket.com. Rocket. Own the dream.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns announced today that they have relieved head coach Mike Budenholzer of his duties. This comes after a 36-46 season that saw the Suns fall short of the play-in tournament. In a statement from the Suns, they said, quote, "Competing at the highest level remains our goal, and we failed to meet expectations this season. Our fans deserve better. Change is needed," close quote. You can read reactions from our Dan Bickley and our Kellen Olson right now on ArizonaSports.com, which is presented by YRefi. Plus, Gambo has got the info that you need on what's next for the Suns at the head coach position, so keep it locked to 98.7 FM for all of the latest. And per NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, ASU running back and NFL draft hopeful Cam Scadaboo has a couple of top 30 visits this week. The NFL draft begins next Thursday. The teams in the report were not disclosed. However, Scadaboo had previously visited the Cleveland Browns, New York Giants, and Arizona Cardinals. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Burns and Gambo, open phones.
602-260-9870. (602-260-9870). 602-260-9870. Come for the phone call. Stay for the Mitch Vereldes dance on the other side of the glass. That was impressive. Taking your phone calls about the state of the Phoenix Suns. Mike Budenholzer fired. Many more decisions coming. James Jones, Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal, et cetera, et cetera. Gambo has already reapered a couple of names at head coach. Michael Malone got reapered. Taylor Jenkins got reapered, but there are a whole bunch of other names out there. That's just one of the questions that are on the docket right now for open phones here on the Burns and Gambo show. You want to talk about that? You want to talk about the state of the Suns? Man, it's on you. Let's go to Jonesy and Gilbert first up here on Burns and Gambo. Hello, Jonesy.
What's up, boys?
What's going on?
I'll say the state of my mental health has gotten a lot better. If you ask my wife and kids, they're a lot happier with me lately now that
the season's over.
Dumpster fire's over. Yeah. But I think I think everything's on the table. I know Book's going to be around, obviously, but how long can you sell him on that vision of just hang in there? And at what point do you pull the plug and say it's not in our best interest anymore to do that?
I don't think that is anytime soon. Book wants to be here. He's the face of the franchise. You never know what's going to happen if you go somewhere else. He might not be the face of the franchise. He might go somewhere else and then get traded, like what happened to Anthony Davis, and all these other players. Cat in Minnesota got traded. So I think he loves it here. He's had a relationship with the previous owner. He's got a relationship with the new owner. He's the face of the franchise. He has a say in what goes on. I don't expect that Book is going to want out.
Yeah, I just want to piggyback on that real quick, then we'll get out to the next call. I worry about a lot of things when it comes to this state that the Suns are in right now and how this offseason is going. I worry about a lot of things and how well it's going to go. I am not worried about Devin Booker. I'm just not.
Right.
Maybe one day I will be. But it just feels like his commitment to staying here and being a part of it is rock solid. And I have no reason to believe otherwise at this point. I'm worried about everything else, finding the right coach, who's running the GM, player decisions, things like that. Don in Avondale, is next up here on Burns and Gambo. Don, welcome to the show. Happy Monday to you.
How you guys doing?
Good.
Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Just to piggyback off the last caller is Devin Booker. He brings so much to the Arizona market, and as far as the revenue, I read a story about Doncic and how much millions of dollars that the Mavericks lost when they traded Doncic. So I would not, as far as the business wise, Book. He's a great player for us, but also he's very valuable to the organization. But when it comes to the coaching, we need a players coach. I think that if you look at the league, the most successful coaches nowadays are, they're for the players, right? Willie Green, Chauncey Billups, they're player coaches. We need the those mentors, the buy-in, the young players that are going to want to run through a brick wall for these coaches. That's personal.
All right, you're breaking up a little bit, Don. So we're gonna take this one over for you, Gambo. You know this because we talked about this at the beginning of the NBA season. I was a huge fan of the J.J. Redick hire in Los Angeles. I thought it was a very, very good one. That is the thing to mimic. That is the thing to emulate if you're the Phoenix Suns. Find your J.J. Redick.
They're going to find a younger,
Find your guy who played in this league.
Players coach.
Who understands this league in that regard, through that vision, through that mindset. Find a guy who can connect with these players beyond the typical coach-player relationship. Because J.J. Redick has been amazing. Now, he's got LeBron James and Luka Doncic, but he's been amazing at what he's been able to do with that roster. I mean, it's worked out way better than I thought.
That's why I'm saying no more. It won't be any retread coach. It'll be a younger, energetic coach, maybe with some experience, but doesn't have to be. That'll be the next hire.
Michael is in Phoenix. He's next up here on the Burns and Gambo show on the day the Suns fire Mike Budenholzer. Michael, welcome to the show. You're not Mike Budenholzer, are you?
Hey. No. Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
One thing that's shocking to me is I've been listening to you and a few other guys talk about this whole Sun situation, and nobody's really talked about the ownership's what his issue's been with all of this. I think all these trades really crippled the whole team, and none of them are. How can anybody stand up and say, yeah, that was a good trade, whether it was trading Ayton or trading away Mikal Bridges? This has created a situation where this team is in a shambles. They have no draft picks. They have no intensity, no energy. And as far as a coach goes, yeah, we need a new coach. Well, Matt Ishbia, go spend some money. You don't have a problem with it. Go after Steve Kerr. Do whatever it takes.
Steve Kerr is not, I mean, why would Steve Kerr leave Golden State? Like Steve loves it there. He's not going to leave Golden State. Steve was here as the GM. He's not. He's staying in Golden State as long, and he's going to retire with Curry probably.
Yeah, I mean, look, if there's gonna be a call about Matt Ishbia and it's gonna say go spend some money, that's not the problem.
No,
that's not now. Go spend it wisely. Okay, sure. The new owner syndrome that people talk about all the time. I'll be curious to see if that gets addressed, how that gets addressed on Thursday when Matt Ishbia meets the media, as we're hearing that he might. I'll be curious to see how he talks about that and how he addresses that, because it does have some of the hallmarks of that in these first couple of years. I have no doubt of his commitment, but Steve Kerr, you're not getting Steve Kerr away from the Golden State Warriors. Not now, not with what they're doing. James is in Phoenix. He's next up here on Burns and Gambo. Hi, James.
Hey, guys.
Hey, James.
Hey, guys. That previous caller's an idiot. That's not happening. So
be nice. Come on, be nice.
That's kind of hilarious, but whatever. Anyways, listen. One thing to think about. I don't think anyone brings this up ever, and I'd like to hear it more often. When the Suns traded for Kevin Durant, who was the most unlikable superstar in the NBA before we traded for him? It was Kevin Durant. And we traded away Mikal Bridges, who we loved, and we traded away Cam Johnson and a whole lot of draft picks for the most unlikable superstar in the NBA. I've stopped watching the Suns. When we lost that playoff series, I think we got, maybe won one game that first year Kevin Durant was here. We blamed it on Chris Paul. No, Kevin Durant was sloppy then. He's been sloppier the last 2 years. This Suns team has been unwatchable. The only reason I ever tune in when you guys are talking about the Suns is just for a laugh to say, man, why are people following this clown of a team? What is going on? They got to turn things around big time. You guys know it.
Boy, that's a big knock on Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant's a great player, but he's not the leader, and he needs the right pieces around him to be great. I don't wish any ill will on Kevin Durant, man. I hope he goes and finds success somewhere else. He's still a phenomenal player. But to your point, I don't think we should all blame Kevin Durant for the Suns' woes. Kevin Durant wasn't the reason the Phoenix Suns failed. He wasn't the reason they had success, but I don't think he's the reason they failed.
I'll be very curious to see how different of a tone the Phoenix Suns strike without Kevin Durant on the roster. I'll just say that. You talk about addition by subtraction.
Yeah.
I'll be really curious to see how different of a tone not having Kevin Durant there will lead the Phoenix Suns to have.
Huge difference.
One more, Jason in Surprise, next up here on Burns and Gambo. Hi, Jason.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
Good. What's
Jason.
Up? Well, there's something that shifted. And you've seen this. It's not just in basketball. It's in all sports. When you're building something, like, you're not really as concerned about what the rest of the league is doing. You're paying attention to your pieces and your places because you're laying out your future. And the Suns were doing that. And boy, this city was loving it. The league was excited. It was good. But then something shifted, and we stopped building something, and we started chasing. And any team in any sport, once you get to a point where you start chasing, okay, Shaquille O'Neal, it was chasing. Kevin Durant's the same thing. You're chasing. You're no longer building. You're in panic mode. You've gotten close. Instead of sticking with what you have, you chase after somebody else's cast-off fruits and hope that it's going to bring some sweetness to you. But it doesn't. It never has.
But the Suns built. Right? The Suns built with Nash and Amari and Sean and Joe Johnson for a short time and everything they had, and then when they couldn't get over the hump, they decided to go try Shaquille O'Neal and go for it. I think you're always all these teams out there. If they try and they fail, they're looking for the next move to get them over the hump. You're saying stay with it, stay with it, stay with it. I get it, but then players start making more and more and more money, and all of a sudden you're limited in what you could do because there's a salary cap and a luxury tax. I don't totally disagree with what you're saying. I'm just saying most teams will go for it for a little while, and then when it doesn't work, they usually see if they can move on and get somebody to help.
I don't agree with everything that caller said. I thought he brought up a lot of good points, a lot of really interesting points about your philosophy and how you're doing it as a team, going from building to chasing. I thought that was really, really interesting.
Yeah, because the Suns had 4 starters, 25 and under.
Yeah, they were building. They were building something. And even like the Shaq, they were building something. And then they traded Shaq and they were chasing. Then they hired Terry Porter as their coach and they were chasing. But then they went back to Alvin Gentry and suddenly they were building again. I get it. I really understand that one. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here in Arizona Sports, thank you for all the phone calls. We appreciate it. Now a word about your Arizona Diamondbacks, because, man, it was fun to watch them this weekend, wasn't it? That's next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You can listen to Arizona Sports 98.7 all over Arizona, even when you're out of range of our mighty transmitter that sits atop South Mountain. If you've got Wi-Fi or any cell signal, you can hear Arizona Sports live on the Arizona Sports app. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon, you wish would never end. The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Chocolate lovers are going absolutely bananas over our new Bluebell Banana Fudge. Rich milk chocolate ice cream swirled with a scrumptious banana-flavored ice cream. Your favorite banana fudge bar, now in a carton.
The good old days are being made right now. The good old days are being made right now.
Bluebell half gallons and 12-pack cups, $6.99 each at all Fry's food and drug stores now through April 22nd.
At Dignity Health's Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Institute, keeping you moving is a joint effort. With minimally invasive techniques and a personalized treatment plan, our team of highly specialized orthopedic experts can keep you in motion. We care for your knees, hips, and shoulders so you can enjoy what moves you. Don't let joint pain put your life on pause. Keep moving forward and find your path back to what you love. Learn more at dignityhealth.org/azortho. Hello, human kindness.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, we'll help you find the perfect diamond. This is your engagement ring, aka only your life's most important piece of jewelry. No need to worry. As gemstone experts since 1929, we handpick only the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds cut to our high standards in every price range. We have diamonds in all shapes and sizes, ready to compare side by side right here in our store. Come see for yourself at Shanco.com or at your local store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. What was your experience with Dr. Joe like, Cynthia?
He's a genius.
Mm-hmm.
He's amazing. He's great with his staff. He makes you feel like family.
So if you guys were to be asked by somebody that is listening right now, would you get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment? Why would you tell them to go to Aria Dental Implant Center?
They take care of you. The price is right. They work with you. They have a great system there.
Yes, they do. can't beat it. And what about your confidence level as well?
You remember when you used to be really confident in your 20s and 30s?
Yep.
Well, you gained that back.
Big time. Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta with some exciting news from Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, the Ford Motor Company from America for America employee pricing event. And this is a big deal, folks. This means you pay what they pay across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs with few exceptions. And if you're considering a new vehicle, you got to give Earnhardt Ford a chance to prove why they've been a trusted name in the Valley for over 73 years. They're a family-owned dealership that offers a no-bull way of doing business. That's why generation after generation of Arizonans return to Earnhardt. Stop in now at Earnhardt Ford and take advantage of employee pricing, or check out their fully digital shopping experience with No Bull Express at EarnhardtFord.com. Offers require approved credit and end June 2nd, 2025. That's EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. U.S. residents only. Available on select new 2024-2025 Ford vehicles only. Exclusions apply. Prior purchases. Traditional AXZD plan ineligible. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details.
Here are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. I'm Tyler Drake. Mike Budenholzer firing inevitable after Suns' most disappointing season in franchise history, writes Dan Bickley. Mike Budenholzer rightfully fired as Suns continue embarrassing spiral. And all in, Patrick Peterson, an Arizona Cardinal for life. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi.
The 0-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And Puck strikes out the side in the 9th. And the Dbacks close out a 5-2 win.
2 outs away on Saturday night from losing a series.
What
against
a comeback!
Milwaukee.
Oh, Saturday night.
I'm putting it on the list.
Put it on the list.
With your permission. Gambo and I are keeping a list of games that could have gone either way for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
I have one game so far. That was the March 30th game, rallied from behind to beat the Cubs.
I'm adding the Saturday game to the list. Down 4-0. 2 outs away from getting shut out on the second consecutive night against the Milwaukee Brewers, rallying for 5 without, Eugenio Suarez got the first out of the inning. There wasn't an out recorded after that. It was either a walk or a hit or a double or a triple or whatever.
Okay, I'm going to put this in the folder.
It's in the folder.
I'm going to put this in. I have the folder. I have a folder. I'm going to put this in the folder. There you go.
What if we have different folders? Do we have to mutually agree?
No, I was going to say, do you want a neutral party bookkeeping this?
You can keep your own. Everybody can keep their own folder if they want. You want to keep a folder? Knock yourself.
You
out.
Get a folder, and you get a folder, and you get a folder.
Okay, I call Manila because that's my favorite kind.
I want a blue folder. It's going to be a blue folder is what I want. That was incredible. It was incredible to watch. And then they did it, not to the same degree. Yeah. They were down 2-0, and it was early on in the game, so it wasn't as dramatic. But to watch them come back again last night, this team has really tapped into the fun right now, Gambo. They are having some fun out there.
Yeah, boy, it is fun to be out at the ballpark. I wish I would have been at the game Saturday, but my wife was coming home from North Carolina with our son from the baseball tournament, so I couldn't go, but I went yesterday. I was at the Diamondbacks game yesterday, stayed for the whole game, was in the locker room, the clubhouse afterwards, and with Lovello, and man, that was a fun baseball game. Saturday was incredible. Not going to lie. Saturday was incredible. But what they did yesterday was terrific. Got some good starting pitching both days, got a good bullpen, and man, just some clutch batting. We've seen a lot of clutch batting from the Arizona Diamondbacks. I was so happy for Jake McCarthy on Saturday to get that big hit.
He was 2 for 30 going into that at-bat for the season. 2 for 30.
2 for 30, and he just came through with that incredible hit. And, most importantly, and we could talk all we want about the big at-bats. You won a series against the Brewers. Mm-hmm. It's a good series win. Corbin Carroll has been sensational. Geraldo Perdomo's at-bats, his ability to, he's walked 10 times in the past 5 games. Mm-hmm. I was talking with Alex Weiner about it last night in the press box with Perdomo and all the walks. Nobody works opposing pitchers better than he does right now.
It's been fantastic.
Plus, he's batting .340 with 2 homers and 13 RBIs. He's a career .240 hitter.
Yeah, he's barreling the ball really, really well. He's hitting it with a lot of force, a lot of contact. He's getting on base a ton. I don't know what goes into this stat, but I did see one today where they were measuring like quality at bats and the highest percentage of quality at bats.
Okay.
Geraldo Perdomo was number one in baseball.
Number one in quality
terms of
at
like
bats.
63% of the. I don't know what defines a quality at bat by this metric, but whatever this metric was said that Geraldo Perdomo was number one on the list. Josh Naylor has been huge for them.
Love him.
The bullpen has been extraordinary so far. Justin Martinez.
He's unhittable.
I read a story today, and I didn't send it because I knew we were going to be all Suns today. But it was about Justin Martinez and how his splitter basically is like a knuckleball.
It's unhittable.
It's just though if he's got it right and it's moving right, it's like a 90-mile-per-hour knuckleball that just moves and dances that you just can't touch. You can't hit it.
The strikeout of Bowers. Splitter. 4 pitches, strikeout.
And
no fastball.
And sometimes he doesn't.
4 straight splitters.
Sometimes he doesn't know where it's going. Okay, and it's a hard pitch to command. But when he's got command of it, you're not hitting that baseball. You're not going to do it. Puck ran into a little bit of trouble yesterday. I'll tell you what, this Jalen Beeks cat has been doing great.
Yeah.
Shelby Miller has been doing great.
Right.
Ryan Nelson has been doing fantastic, and he's probably starting to get to the point of no return a little bit.
4 to 6 weeks.
It's been, since the season started,
3.
It's been 3. He's getting there. Another week or two.
Does somebody just get injured?
No, God, take that.
That gets Ryan Nelson into the starting rotation.
Okay, Gambo.
Okay, I take it back.
Please.
All right, I don't want anybody to get injured, but that's the only way to get him in the starting rotation right now.
Seriously. Do you have a receipt to ask for a return from the universe on that one?
You guys have a dump button. If I say something stupid, you could just hit dump.
Brandon Pfaadt was terrific. Has been terrific during the.
Yeah.
It's like, and I don't even think we've seen the best of. I mean, we saw the best of Zach Gallen in New York. I don't think we've seen the best of Zach. I know we haven't seen the best of Corbin Burns. He's nowhere near the. But he was fine on Saturday night.
Gallen was really good yesterday. Did give up the 2 runs in the first, which is continuing to be an ongoing problem. But you're down 2-0, and then that was it. I mean, they were down 2. Now he didn't get the win, but he didn't get the loss because they came back and they won the game. Scored on a wild pitch. It's 2-1, and they. Naylor ends up scoring on a sac fly by Towitz, 2-2. And then you get the Naylor first pitch RBI single to make it 3-2. And then, you get the big base hit by Alec Thomas to make it 5-2. What was amazing about the game Saturday? Corbin Carroll and Alex Thomas hit balls off the right center field wall that were in exactly the same spot.
Thomas's was a little higher up, just kind of under the yellow line. Corbin Carroll's was a little more. Corbin Carroll, and look, all of these takeaways from the start of the season so far, the number one takeaway has to be Corbin Carroll. He is scalding the baseball right now.
333 batting average, 5 homers, 10 RBIs. And there was a story the other day that I looked at, and we didn't have, obviously, with the firing of Mike Budenholzer today, it changed the show quite a bit. But there was something interesting in the story that I read on Corbin Carroll, and it talked about, can he hit 40 home runs? And then it went on to say that if you take a look at like what he's done in like the last 85 games,
he's like 5th in home runs.
It's 47. It's a 47 homer pace over a full season.
Yeah. If you look at what he's done in the last 85 games or so, I think he's on like 4th or 5th in baseball in home runs, dating back to last season. And it's like almost a 50 home run pace.
Yeah, 47 home run pace. Crazy.
It's resulting in a few more strikeouts, but the data will tell you he's swinging the bat harder. He's barreling it harder.
Yep,
everything is flying off the bat from Corbin Carroll. He is not getting cheated up there at all. And when he squares one up, he's hitting it a ton.
Intentionally walked him in the 8th inning.
Yeah. As they should have.
Yep.
They should have.
He's getting that respect.
Yeah.
Corbin Carroll, put him on base.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, halfway home on this Monday, it's been busy. It's been largely Suns-oriented with the firing of Mike Budenholzer. There's other stuff going on.
Good night,
everyone. No.
I'm sorry.
While Gambo takes back from the universe his desire to see somebody get hurt, we're going to get you caught up on what's going on in sports with the 4 o'clock reset.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, and Dr. Jay Schwartz helping you with all of your eye care needs. I got a buddy of mine that has one of his friends going in for a vision correction procedure with the Schwartz Laser Eye Center today. And Dr. Jay Schwartz does a great job of helping people with LASIK surgery, the clear lens exchange, and all the great procedures that are available to you if you're nearsighted, farsighted, having astigmatism, or just noticing you're not seeing the way you used to see. It's you got to squint. That's how I knew I was having eye problems. I was squinting to see the TV. I was squinting to read the small print wherever I was. It's so small print, I had to squint. And then I was getting these headaches from squinting. And I was like, you know what? Let me just go to the eye doctor and see what's going on. I went to Dr. Jay Schwartz, said, you know what? We could do a vision correction procedure on you. You'd be a great candidate for LASIK surgery. Had it done. One of the best things I've ever done. 58 years old, no glasses, no contacts, see great, daytime, nighttime, up close, far away. Call the Schwartz Laser Eye Center at 480-483-EYES, 3 locations in the Valley. Team Eye Doctor of your Arizona Diamondbacks. That's 480-483-EYES, or go online at teamidoc.com.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Shane O'Hanrahan. And Shane, with all the confusion over tariffs, what does it mean to the automobile industry?
Right now, all that is in limbo. But what I can tell you is every vehicle on Chapman BMW's lot is tariff-free. With financing as low as 1.99%, the time to buy is right now. So get in and get your best selection of your brand new BMW.
That's really good news for people who want to drive off in the ultimate driving machine.
Yes, it is. And Chapman BMW is here to help.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-371-0505. 800-371-0505.
Desert Diamond West Valley brings you the Legends Tribute Series. See an incredible outdoor concert for free every Thursday. This April, see Voyager, Sweet Home Alabama, the Country Artist Tribute, and tribute to Tom Petty and Stevie Nicks, Dragging My Heart. Go online for the full schedule. It's time to live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino West Valley.
An enterprise of the Donna Autumn Nation.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Mother's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for moms and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Ferrell, with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns announced today that they have relieved head coach Mike Budenholzer of his duties. This comes after a 36-46 season that saw the Suns fall short of the play-in tournament. You can read reactions from our Dan Bickley and our Kellen Olson right now on ArizonaSports.com, which is presented by Y-Refi. And per NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, ASU running back and NFL draft hopeful Cam Scadaboo has a couple of top 30 visits this week as the NFL draft is set to begin next Thursday. The teams in the report were not disclosed. Scadaboo had previously visited the Cleveland Browns, New York Giants, and Arizona Cardinals. This report is brought to you by The Window Depot. Make the right choice for windows and doors in your home. Visit thewindowdepot.com or one of their 3 Valley locations for the lowest prices and biggest inventory.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
4 o'clock reset here on the Burns and Gambo show. Mike Budenholzer getting fired is the top story of the day. We know that. You're fired.
What do you mean?
There's other stuff going on too.
Oh yeah, and we got a new Yacht Rock song for coming up.
Woo.
What a tease for Wednesday.
Is Brandon Fott scheduled to pitch on Wednesday?
Wednesday.
Yes,
We're going to
he
play
is.
it Wednesday? Oh, my God, I'm so excited.
Very excited about that.
It's exciting, but we only have an hour show on Wednesday.
So we got to get it in there.
Yeah.
We'll make sure we play our Fott Rock devotion to him on Wednesday. In the meantime, Lauren, you're in control now. You've got the show. What's going on in sports? 4 o'clock reset. Take it away.
All right, well, we do have to lead off with Phoenix Suns firing head coach Mike Budenholzer after 1 season, but what we haven't read off is the Suns' statement, which is short and sweet to say the least. It reads, "Competing at the highest level remains our goal, and we failed to meet expectations this season. Our fans deserve better. Change is needed."
Yeah, there'll be a lot of changes. Mike Budenholzer is just the start. It's that's level 1. There will be many more changes coming. He's the only coach that's been fired so far. They have not let go of the rest of the staff, but I would imagine that will happen at some point. I'm expecting changes in the front office as well, and then obviously a completely new roster, new identity, a team that's going to make the fans proud, a team that's going to play hard, tough, physical basketball.
That's why I have to laugh a little bit when people say that he's being a scapegoat for this. No, he's not. He's just. There are many dominoes to fall. He just happens to be the first one. He's not being scapegoated at all for this.
No, and the Phoenix Suns did go on to lose 9 of their last 10 games. And the NBA playoffs, they're now set. We kept our eyes on those play-in games.
Clippers, Warriors, I was watching that as it was unfolding. Wow. Just wow. Clippers at Golden State win the game in overtime. Kawhi was amazing. And they knocked the Warriors into the play-in.
And Jimmy Butler came up a little gingerly there after colliding with Kawhi. So those play-in games for you guys are Bulls, Heat, Magic, Hawks, Kings, Mavericks.
Okay, let's go over them. I like the Bulls over the Heat.
Okay, Magic, Hawks.
I like the Magic in that game.
I like the Hawks in that game.
Kings, Mavericks.
Mavs.
In Sacramento, I'll take the Kings.
Warriors, Grizzlies.
Warriors.
I'll take the Warriors.
And Bulls, Heat for you, Burnsy.
Give me the Miami Heat.
All right, I like that.
There you go. I got the Bulls.
The once you get through the play-in riffraff stuff, assuming Golden State wins, the Rockets and Warriors in the first round could be epic. The Lakers and Minnesota in the first round could be epic. Denver and the Clippers in the first round could be epic. I'm not all that intrigued by the East. Knicks Pistons could be kind of interesting, but those 3 series out west, assuming that Golden State wins, I get it. The NBA is not everybody's cup of tea. I really look forward to those 3 series when the playoff starts. I think they'll be really good.
I couldn't agree with them more. Now that the Suns are out of it, I'm kind of like bummed and everything. Like we're all down. But man, there are some really great matchups that are going to be worth watching.
Really great matchups that are going to be worth watching, yes.
And Luka Doncic's number 77 Lakers jersey was the NBA's most popular jersey for this regular season, and the Lakers were also the number 1 on team merchandise list.
Not a surprise. Not a surprise.
Who was number 1?
Get Luka.
Luka.
Really?
Luka.
Wow.
Luka's number 77 with the Lakers. Oh, yeah. I can see that.
No surprise there.
Double XL? Triple XL? Beluga?
Are you saying he's out of
Are we
shape?
making fat jokes on here now?
Is that what we're doing?
I just feel like, I think of Luca, I just think of a rather large jersey.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
apparently what
Well,
we're doing. Yes.
That rather large jersey is the #1 selling jersey, and they made it to the playoffs.
Rather large
Hey, Dallas
jersey
is in the play-in
kinda
with AD.
kicking everybody's ass.
They're in the
so-
play-in.
Yeah, woohoo. Great.
What excitement about that!
Yeah.
Woo.
Go get him, Dallas. Yeah, all right.
And in NFL news, a bit of news has been overshadowed by the Suns today is that Patrick Peterson did retire today as a member of the Arizona Cardinals. They selected him 5th overall in the 2011 draft.
I'll give it up for our guy, Darren Urban, who tweeted out a photo of the no-fly zone from back in the day. Did you see this picture?
That was a good roster.
Left to right, it was Dayon Buchanan, Tony Jefferson, Gerard Powers, Tyrann Mathieu, Rashad Johnson, Patrick Peterson. And it's this great photo of the 6 of them lined up on the bench, looking as mean as they could possibly look. And it's great, man. It just brings you back to a time in Cardinal football. That group was special.
They were good.
They were special.
TJ still playing. Tony Jefferson.
He sure is. He's still out there. So, yep, the expected happened. He retired as a member of the Arizona Cardinals, and good for him. He's back. I saw that Fitz was out there. Jay Feely was out there. There were a whole bunch of Cardinals alum who were out there to celebrate Patrick Peterson. Yeah.
They put together a little video montage for him as well. And the NFL draft is just about a week and a half away.
Oh, boy.
And today, the NFL announced the 17 prospects that will attend next week's NFL draft, including U of A wide receiver Terrell McMillan.
Interesting. Who will be the last among those players to get picked? That's always an interesting sort of side story.
Who gets stuck in that green room?
Will the Cardinals selection be there, or is he not there? I haven't looked at the 17 names, but I'll look at them and I'll be curious to see if the Cardinals, because they're right on the cusp, right? They're picking 16th. Do they trade back? Is their guy still in the room? It doesn't matter if their guy is there or isn't there, but I'll be curious to see if he is there and who the last person is in the room.
Mitch and I were talking about it. It seems like you don't want to be Will Levis.
I saw
so
a,
17 go.
Again, a lot of stuff that we were going to talk about today we didn't get a chance. So I saw Pro Football Focus had a Cardinals trade. Chargers trade up to 16, take Matthew Golden. Cardinals get picks number 16. No, they get pick number 22, 86, and 181.
Yeah, they didn't say what the Cardinals would trade down for. They were just saying, here are 4 first-round trades we'd like to see. It would net them an extra mid-third rounder and an early 6th rounder if they were to do something like that. Yeah, I looked at that story, too.
And in a little bit of MLB news, Aaron Judge has been named the captain for Team USA for the 2026 World Baseball Classic. He will be taking over for Mike Trout, who served it last time.
Love the World Baseball Classic. It's a great event.
Captain, my captain.
It's a fantastic event. More. I don't know how you can do more, but more of. I think that international competition, guys get really passionate about it. Really passionate. I like that event.
And to Gambo's point about wanting players to be hurt so you can have somebody else come in and
All right,
pick up for them.
I get it.
I don't feel that way because Justin Steele is out for the season for the Chicago Cubs. He will be having an operation to repair the flexor tendon in his left elbow, the same elbow that kept him out for games last season.
Okay, so blow to the Chicago Cubs.
Did you not want to talk about the Cubs handing the Dodgers the worst home loss like ever?
I'm happy to talk about
in
that.
their history?
Anytime.
The Dodgers aren't playing good baseball right now.
They lost the series to the Cubs in LA.
Yeah. Good. The Dodgers are not playing good. And that Hunter Green from the Cincinnati Reds, can we give him the Cy Young right now? Oh, my God, he's unhittable.
Yeah.
He's unhittable.
I saw a power ranking today. 4 of the 10 National League West teams were in the top 10 in Major League Baseball, as you would expect. Yeah.
And you guys should continue to root for the Cubs, by the way. They start a series against the Padres
Fine.
today.
No,
so.
I got no reason to not root for the Cubs until this weekend when the Diamondbacks are in Chicago, and then I will not root for the Chicago Cubs. Why?
Okay.
Because I can.
That's fair.
Yeah.
When they play the Dbacks, I just go, okay, whoever wins.
Is that a whoever wins series for you? Whoever
It is.
wins, I'm happy.
I like both of them so much. I'm just like, okay, whoever wins.
Fair.
And maybe for the first time ever on this show, we're going to talk about golf. Because it was really exciting.
I'm not
over the
talking
weekend.
about it.
Okay, fine. Then I'll talk about it.
Were you not moved by that at all?
I could care less.
Wow. God, that was great.
I hate golf.
Man, that was...
Happy Bickley got to go. I can't stand it.
Man.
But Rory McIlroy
that
went to a
was a
tie-break
That was
playoff.
a moment yesterday.
Won
Jeez. Yeah, I'm not a huge golf fan, but okay, I get it. That's your opinion. You're entitled to it. It was the most watched day of golf in 7 years. I just saw on Twitter a second ago him finally completing the career Grand Slam after not winning a major tournament in so long. And for him to get that one in that fashion after bogeying it and forcing it to go into fantastic drama. It was a lot of fun to watch and very emotional watching him get emotional about that.
All right, good for him.
God, you're just like
Heartless.
Just seriously,
Heartless.
just a curmudgeon dude over
I
here.
just don't care.
Just a curmudgeon.
I can't fake it. I'm not going to fake it and tell you, I could care less.
Okay.
Where's he from, Rory
Northern
McIlroy?
Ireland.
Northern
Ireland. I love Ireland. It's a beautiful country. Been there a few times. Really like it.
I'll be happy to tell you
Good
about the
for
times
Northern
I've
Ireland.
traveled to his country, but I really don't care about what he's done.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Good for him. Good for Northern Ireland. They've got a champion.
And finally, we'll end with this. The WNBA draft is tonight. It starts in just about 20 minutes from now. The Dallas Wings have the first pick in the draft, and pretty sure they're going to go with Paige Beckers.
You think
Paige
so?
Beckers.
Yeah, you think so?
That's my expert analysis.
Is that why you're here? Is that why they pay you the big bucks around here? I've already seen her all over ESPN.
I was so happy
would
she
imagine
she won that title, and UConn won. So that way she got one.
Very
I was
sweet.
happy for her.
Do the Mercury they traded their pick, didn't they?
They traded their
Yeah,
pick.
they traded their pick, so they don't have one. Okay.
Yep. And with that, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
Thank you, Lauren. We appreciate
Think when he
it.
goes back to Northern Ireland, he'll put the green jacket on all the sheep. This all on Northern Ireland is sheep.
I don't
More
know.
sheep than
but
people.
when he gets to choose the menu next year at the Masters, I'm sure there'll be some Northern Ireland dishes that you have likely sampled that will probably be on the list.
I have.
think.
Yeah, the food in Ireland is not great, but it's okay.
When we come back, Devin Booker, is he the one guy who's going to survive all this with the Phoenix Suns? We'll talk about that next on the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports.
The Suns have fired head coach Mike Budenholzer.
After finishing 11th in the Western Conference and with a 36-46 record.
A team that sought a change from a year last year, bringing in Mike Budenholzer as a championship coach, and regressed in every single way.
There's one domino to fall, maybe the first of many.
We talk about the Suns' single season of the Budenholzer era today on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, back to tell you about the great people at Christian Brothers AC, Plumbing, and Electric. And if you are looking for an AC tune-up, nobody does it better. Nobody does it better than Christian Brothers. Schedule your tune-up now. It's getting hotter and hotter outside. Christian Brothers will do a complete tune-up for $129. I'm not talking about an inspection. I'm talking about a tune-up where they're going to come out and they're going to spend a lot of time on your AC unit. They're going to clean the condenser coils. They're going to do the condensate drain line flush. They're going to do that all for just $129. Other companies will come out and do an inspection for you and then tell you what you need to pay for to get that stuff done. But at Christian Brothers, it's included in the price. You get the condenser coils cleaned, very important so your unit runs efficiently. The condensate drain line flush, and of course, they'll check everything out for you so you are up and running this summer and your AC unit is going to be humming along. Call them at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com.
Okay, sometimes what was once in style just doesn't make any sense anymore. Like those outdated jeans. Oh, you know they look good at one point. But they no longer fit.
Hi, I'm Michael Halliday, attorney and partner at Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Just like fashion, your estate plan can become outdated over time. Whether it's new family members, changes in your financial situation, or shifts in your personal goals, your estate plan should reflect your current life. Think of it like spring cleaning. There's no point in keeping clothes that no longer fit. Much in the same way, key components of an estate plan can easily become outdated, like beneficiary designations, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives. These elements need to be periodically reviewed to ensure they align with your current circumstances. The attorneys at Morris Hall can help.
It's time to update your estate plan with Morris Hall. Schedule your complimentary consultation today at morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta with some exciting news from Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, the Ford Motor Company from America for America employee pricing event. And this is a big deal, folks. This means you pay what they pay across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs with few exceptions. And if you're considering a new vehicle, you got to give Earnhardt Ford a chance to prove why they've been a trusted name in the Valley for over 73 years. They're a family-owned dealership that offers a no-bull way of doing business. That's why generation after generation of Arizonans return to Earnhardt. Stop in now at Earnhardt Ford and take advantage of employee pricing, or check out their fully digital shopping experience with No Bull Express at earnhardtford.com. Offers require approved credit and end June 2nd, 2025. That's earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, U.S. residents only. Available on select new 2024-2025 Ford vehicles only. Exclusions apply. Prior purchases. Traditional AXCD plan ineligible. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details.
On Friday, April 25th, celebrate Country Night with the Dbacks. After the game, enjoy a themed fireworks show plus a concert featuring Scotty Hastings. Get your tickets and field passes at dbacks.com/country.
Hey, it's Wolf. How much of a role should Devin Booker play in the hiring of the Phoenix Suns' next head coach? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
And I have a lot of respect for Devin Booker. I really do. And I've just watched him do these interviews the last week, and I feel bad for him because he has gone through, how many head coaches has he got? He's been there 10 years, but he had 7 head coaches.
Yes, 7.
And it's like, and he's the only one up there who's answering the questions. And I know he's got 3 years left on his contract. Like any other person or any other player and any other team would just say, like, I've had enough. I've had enough. I don't want to go through this again. And I give Devin Booker a ton of credit. And I know the owner has gone on record, and I respect it as far as that. That he's basically untouchable, and they're going to build the roster around. But how much longer does he want to wait when you build the roster around? And as I said it last week on TV, this is probably the most important offseason in Suns franchise history.
It's Bobby Marks, a guest today on the Wolf and Luke Show. The 7 coaches in 10 seasons for Devin Booker: Jeff Hornacek, Earl Watson, Jay Triano, Igor Kokoskov, Monty Williams, Frank Vogel, Mike Budenholzer, and then the new guy will make it 8 coaches in 11 years for Devin Booker since he's been here. 7 in 10, 8 in 11. And yet, as I said before, with all of this chaos going on around the Phoenix Suns, I worry about a lot of it. I worry about most of it as a forever Suns fan. I don't worry about Devin Booker.
No, me either.
I don't worry about him.
No. Likes it here, loves it here, had a relationship with the previous owner, has a relationship with the new owner, has a say in what goes on. Like, they value his opinion. They go to him on everything. So he has that respect. He's the face of the franchise. His brother and his friend, like everybody's here, loves living here. This is one of the best places to live during the NBA season. One of the best.
Sure.
This is a prime destination to be here October, November, December, January, February, March, April. People love living in Arizona during the basketball season. And again, you never know what's going to happen if you go somewhere else. You go somewhere else, you think you're going to be the face of the franchise. You're not. Somebody else is, because, you weren't their guy. So he's happy here. I don't expect anything to change.
Now, there is like an expiration date on my comfort level with this. Like at some point, I'm not going to feel great about this, depending on how bad next season is, how bad the season is after next. If the brain trust realizes that this thing is way more complex, is going to take longer than they think, at some point, I reserve the right a year from now or 2 years from now to be concerned about Devin Booker and him wanting to stay. There is not one thing that he has said or one thing that he has done that made me think he is getting impatient or unhappy with the direction or is unwilling to kind of ride it out again because of his level of trust and his desire to stay here. If anything, the conversation about Devin Booker should be less about what he's feeling and how he feels about what they're about to embark on, and more about whether it behooves the Phoenix Suns to at least explore trading Devin Booker, right? I mean, to me, that's
Okay,
more in
let's
line
talk about
with the conversation, because you talk about the one guy you could truly rebuild this thing, or it's him. It's not Durant,
but
and
you're
it's
going to
not
go
Beal.
But you are going to go back to 20-win seasons and being one of the worst teams in the NBA, and the fans not having any interest in your basketball team, and me and you saying, hey, the next 10 callers get lower level tickets. Call, like, that's what we'll be at.
You might.
That's what you would be at if you traded Book. You would have to really, but I understand it. Like, I understand people that say do that, because if you could get 5 first-round picks and some players and set yourself up for the future, you just never know how a rebuild is going to go. Because the Suns had a 5-year rebuild plan under Ryan McDonough. But the draft picks, Alex Len, Josh Jackson, Dragan Bender, Marquise Chris, they turned that into a 10-year timeline.
I know, but,
to get better.
But you know this. There are so many other examples of it working. There are so many other.
Of course,
I mean, you're citing one specific.
Houston getting Amen Thompson? Oh, my God. Right. Are you kidding me?
Portland's rebuild. Detroit's rebuild.
Love them. Love their rebuild.
I mean, like, it's not. I know there are, and it's not just the Suns who have been, a death sentence kind of rebuild. Charlotte has been rebuilding, it feels like, for the last 10 years. They've been stuck in that hell. There are plenty of teams who have done it wrong, but there are enough teams that have done it right that I'm saying it's at least worth. I'm not advocating for it. I certainly think it's worth, like, just not shutting it off and saying we'll never do it. We won't consider it, which is why the other thing I'm really interested about Booker this offseason, okay, he's not going anywhere. We know that. He said it. They've said it. They've made it abundantly clear. They can extend him this offseason if they want.
Eligible for a 2-year extension.
If they want to renew their vows, so to speak, if both sides want to renew their vows, they can do that. Bobby Marks has talked about this 2-year extension that he being given this offseason.
Like $175 million?
I do wonder if that's, and he addressed this with Dwayne Rankin over at AZ Central, a story I read over the weekend. He said, look, I'm not thinking about it. If they want to talk about it, we'll talk. It's not something that's on my mind right now. I'm not that worried about it.
They have not discussed it as of yet.
I do wonder if they will. I
could
wonder
approach
if they will.
it if he wants that. Yeah, I mean, you're going to look, after, was it Steph Curry got the 1-year extension last year? Everybody thought Durant might, but he wanted to wait and do a 2-year extension, not a 1-year extension. And now at that point, all indications were you were going to keep Kevin Durant. He was going to retire his son, but then the season went to hell in a handbasket. And now Kevin Durant's going to get traded. Devin Booker's eligible for the 2-year extension. It's up to this point, it has not been discussed.
$149 million, according to Bobby Marks.
Okay, 149. Sorry, numbers off.
That's fine. You need to apologize. He just completed the first year of a 4-year, $220 million Supermax deal. So he's got 3 years left on the Supermax. He's up for a 2-year extension after this season that would tack on 2 more seasons. That would be 5 years of Devin Booker that he'd be under contract for that extreme amount of money. And who knows? They might want to do it, and I'm just thinking out loud here, they might want to do it because if the salary cap keeps going up and up, that might be a bargain for a guy like Devin Booker a couple years from now. As crazy as it sounds.
$70 million a year is a bargain.
As crazy as it's made, a bargain, okay, maybe that's a little much, but certainly worth it to do it now relative to a cap that's going to go up and up. Might be worth thinking about.
Yeah. He signs out, I'm going to have to hit him up and go partners on a villa in Lake Como.
Really? Is that what you're going to do?
Let's go. We'll go halvesies, me and you. Let's get the right villa. I mean, that's crazy. That's, yeah, you do it, right? I mean, if he wants to do a 2-year extension and you're going to build around him, that would show the commitment to him.
It would show his commitment. It would show their commitment to him and his commitment to them.
Right.
Hey, this idea that I'm going to ask out,
no.
Man, I just signed a 2-year contract extension with
We're not going anywhere.
I'm good. Let's renew the vows in front of God and everybody.
Shane Doan never left, and he had plenty of opportunities too, and he probably should have. Larry Fitzgerald never left, and he had plenty of opportunities, and maybe he should have. One day, I'd like to sit here and say Devin Booker could have left, and he didn't, and it worked out. And he won an NBA championship, and he brought it to the Phoenix Suns. Because we know damn well that this ownership group is committed to winning at all cost. And I would like to see Book be the guy that stayed and it paid off.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, if you missed it, we ran through some options of names of who could be next as the head coach for the Phoenix Suns. Gambo's even ruled out a couple of them. You'll hear who they are and some of the other names we're talking about next on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
This has always kind of been, throughout history, the sign of a potentially truly great, just pure hitter. Like, he's hitting the ball hard, and it's not on the ground. Like, you're just hitting line drives, and some of them are going over the fence right now. And the way he's hitting them, why would you believe he can't have a 30-home run season?
This is a guy who can hit the home run, a guy that will get on base, a guy that can steal base. The skill set of Corbin Carroll is off the charts. There's nothing he can't do.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here to tell you about V's Barbershop, the best place to get a haircut in the Valley, the best place to get a hot lather shave here in the Valley. And if you've never had one of those before, boy, let me tell you, at V's, that is something special. We took 2 years ago when my son got married, him, the best man, some of the groomsmen, the father of the bride, and other people who were out of town. We all went to V's. We all got our haircuts. It would be nice and good to go for the wedding. And some of the party got the hot lather shaves. And when everybody was done with it, everybody was like, that was the coolest thing ever. That was so nice and so relaxing. And it was just so just kicking back. And yeah, it's the best. It's great. So whether you're looking for a great haircut, whether you're looking for that kind of experience, V's Barbershop has it all. Locations all across the Valley. You're absolutely going to love the haircut. You're going to love the experience. Book your appointment today. Go to vbarbershop.com, whether it's for your haircut or your hot lather shave at V's.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Whether you're shaping up a small yard or tackling serious acreage, Steel walk-behind, zero-turn, and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel, let's go mow. Available at participating dealers.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Hey there, I'm Jack.
And I'm Stag.
We're just two deer that want to make sure you know it's deer season at your authorized John Deere dealer. The deer season that saves bucks, you know? Like us?
Yeah, you can get $3,000 off select John Deere machines. No early wake-up calls or tree stands required.
Just a trip to your authorized dealer before June 2nd.
If you ask us, it's the only deer season worth celebrating.
Visit johndeere.com/deer season to find an authorized dealer and for complete finance details.
When it comes to your electric bill, saving energy means saving money. That's why SRP offers many ways to help you cut costs and boost comfort. From rebates and discounts that can save you thousands of dollars, to expert insights that can help make your home more energy efficient. SRP has tools and programs that give you many ways to save. Explore your options today at srp.net/savings. That's srp.net/savings.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns announced today they have relieved head coach Mike Budenholzer of his duties. This comes after a 36-46 season that saw the Suns fall short of the play-in tournament. In a statement from the Suns, they said, quote, "Competing at the highest level remains our goal, and we failed to meet expectations this season. Our fans deserve better. Change is needed," close quote. And you can read reactions from our Dan Bickley and our Kellen Olson right now on ArizonaSports.com, which is presented by YRefi. Plus, Gambo has got the info on what is next for the Suns at head coach, so keep it locked to 98.7 for all the latest from Gambo. And per NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, ASU running back and NFL draft hopeful Cam Scadaboo has a couple of top 30 visits this week as the NFL draft is set to begin next Thursday. The teams in the report were not disclosed. However, Scadaboo had previously visited the Cleveland Browns, New York Giants, and the Arizona Cardinals. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
That song makes me happy. Very simple person.
Molto Felice.
It makes you very happy. Yes. All right, so that's fine. I don't know if Suns fans are going to be upset that both of those guys have been ruled out, but it's fine by me. I got it's Michael Malone. It would have been the same thing, right? Like it would have been the same. It would have been the same energy. It would have been the same. Hey, I won a championship. I got a ring. This is how it's there's value in that, and we sought that out with Frank Vogel, and we sought that out with Mike Budenholzer, and it didn't. Taylor Jenkins is a little bit different to me. Jenkins doesn't have the I won a ring, I've got that kind of mojo work. He comes across as a very, very smart basketball coach. I would have at least been a little bit intrigued in Taylor Jenkins. I wouldn't have been intrigued at all in Michael Malone. I would have been a little intrigued in Taylor Jenkins, only in that he got kind of a young team to respond to him for the better part of a couple of years, right, and playing pretty well, and they had a bunch of injuries, and, of course, John Morant is a headache to deal with. But I'm not going to get all hung up over the fact that both of those guys have been ruled out. So if not them, who? Who are we talking about here?
I think you look at, does Willie Green become available? Do you look at Mike Brown? Do you look at Jared Dudley? I think Jared Dudley could be a guy that you look at. I'm just trying to give you some names here of guys. Royal Ivy. I think it's going to be a younger, up-and-coming guy, somebody they feel like could relate a little bit better to the players. Chauncey Billups obviously is not going to be that guy. I think he may have been in consideration, but he re-upped with the Portland Trailblazers. So he's going to stay with Portland. But again, I can't. I don't have the list of the guys they're going to interview, but I expect they're going to go through about 5 or 6 of them.
Okay.
And I expect that they'll narrow it down and do a round of interviews, and it may be another round of interviews to get the right guy. I just don't expect it's going to be an older retread guy. I think they go younger, and I think they don't win the press conference with the hire. I don't think it's oh my God, we just hired this coach who won a championship and he coached for 20 years. And oh my God, it's not going to blow you away when they make this hire.
Chris Haynes, NBA insider, put out a list on his Twitter account through his Haynes brief, the video that he does on Twitter. Mitch, do you have
It's about a minute long,
Go
if
ahead.
you're willing to sit through it.
I am willing.
Okay, these are per his sources, just to clarify.
Okay.
Mike Brown. Mike Brown is one of them. Mike Brown, former head coach of the Sacramento Kings. Pelicans head coach, current head coach, Willie Green. So we're going to see, is Willie going to stay there in New Orleans? New Orleans just parted ways with the president of basketball operations, David Griffin. And so we're going to see is Willie going to stay there in place or not. If Willie's going to be outed, Phoenix is definitely going to take a look at Willie. Willie spent some time in Phoenix. Miami assistant, Chris Quinn. Cavs assistant, Johnny Bryant. Mavs assistants, Sean Sweeney and Jared Dudley. Jared Dudley played in Phoenix, has strong ties to the Phoenix area. Rockets assistant, Royal Ivey. Suns assistant, David Fisdale, who is currently the assistant right now for the Suns. And former Suns assistant and BYU head coach, Kevin Young.
That's a list that he says he got.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kevin Young, Willie Green, Mike Brown,
Willie Green,
Chris Quinn, Johnny. Who was the
Johnny Bryant?
Johnny Bryant.
Is that the Cleveland guy?
Yes. Yes, it was the Cavs guy.
I've heard his name too.
Jared Dudley and the other Mavs assistant, whose name I can't read my handwriting because
Sweeney.
Sweeney, thank you. That's who it was. Sweeney. Royal Ivey, who you mentioned just a second ago. Fisdale, which is interesting because I'd wondered if he'd get any consideration given his previous head coaching experience. Kevin Young is a very interesting name given the success to which he led BYU basketball to, and obviously his connections with Devin Booker. Now, it certainly didn't work out very well last year when he was the offensive coordinator of the Suns, but he was thought to be a hot commodity. Other names that didn't make Haynes' list, but that I've at least read in one form or another. Jason Terry of the Jazz, Micah Norrie of the T-Wolves, Jarrett Jack of the Pistons, Sam Cassell of the Boston Celtics.
Where were those names?
Those were
not on Haynes'
USA
list?
Today lists and an AZ Central list were where I saw those names.
Okay. So Haynes is saying Mike Brown, Willie Green, Jared Dudley, Royal Ivey, Kevin Young, Chris Quinn, Johnny Bryant, Sean Sweeney. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 8 guys. That's 8 guys. Yeah, so I'll find out.
Fisdale, because I got 9 names.
Fisdale?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, I didn't add Fisdale.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
No?
Fisdale doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, like he was just part of the coaching staff that, that just is going to get blown out. Now, they haven't fired any of the other coaches yet.
right.
Okay, they haven't fired. Only Mike Budenholzer was fired. So I would. Okay, I'll check. I'll check on that. I'll check on those.
You do whatever you want to do.
But you know what?
He's on Haynes' list.
You know what a lot of those names are? Young and upcoming coaches.
Yeah.
Sean Sweeney, Johnny Bryant, Chris Quinn, Kevin Young, Royal Ivey, Jared Dudley, Willie Green. Like, these are young, up-and-coming coaches. The only one that may not fit that list is Mike Brown. But everybody else is a young, up-and-coming coach. Mike Brown's 55 years old.
Mike Brown's kind of the one who stands out on that list. But, I mean, if we're going with previous experience as a head coach in the NBA, there are 3 on this list that kind of stand out in that regard. Willie Green, Mike Brown, and David Fisdale all have previous head coaching experience in the NBA. So there's that. I mean, look, to me, this is just me, the one that stands out the most is Willie Green. I mean, he was you remember those series against the Pelicans early on when it was like, oh, man, Willie Green knows this organization really, really well. He knows this roster really, really well. And the guy can flat out coach. They had an abysmal year in New Orleans this year, 21 wins. Dave Griffin got let go because of it. They were decimated by injuries. Should Willie Green become available, this is just me here, I would think he vaults to near the top of the list. Now, that's just me speculating.
Good relationship. Good relationship with Book, but so does Jared Dudley. Jared Dudley has a great relationship
So does
with
Kevin
Devin
Young,
Booker.
if we're going to use that as a guide. Kevin Young has a great relationship with Devin Booker.
I know when the Suns were asking all the players, like, who was a veteran that you came up with and respected, and each player was walking by and mentioning the guys, and Devin Booker mentioned Jared Dudley.
Yeah.
He mentioned Jared Dudley as that guy.
Chris Quinn is a really interesting name to me. I don't know anything about him at all other than he comes from Miami, and in Miami, man, they just have a culture. You know?
Sure.
Good or bad, right or wrong. Boy, they have a culture in Miami. And to be able to tap, and I think Chris Quinn's been Spoelstra's assistant for a lot of years, I believe. I got to imagine if there's anybody who kind of understands that culture and how to approach today's player, it's him. Look, what you're looking for, who's my J.J. Redick? Where's my J.J. Redick? Where's now? You know, he's a former player who didn't have any coaching experience, but his skill obviously is his ability to relate to the modern NBA player and to communicate with the modern NBA player.
Right.
He's been very good at it. On this list, who's J.J. Redick? That's who you're looking for. That's who you're looking for if you're the Phoenix Suns. Who can reach this team in the way that the last two older, experienced guys really
Could not do.
That's what you're looking for.
Could not. Yeah, somebody that's going to be able to have a relationship with the player. Look, what we've learned from Monty and then from Vogel and then from Budenholzer, your communication with these players just has to be freaking better. Monty was terrible at it, especially with guys he didn't like Jay Crowder and DeAndre Ayton. Frank couldn't really get through to them, you know, and he tried to be somebody he wasn't. And obviously we saw it with Budenholzer and just how he treated the players, you know, especially the Nurkic thing backfiring. They've got to bring in somebody that can, you know, have a better open line of communication with players.
I do want to say this about Monty real quick, because I know we're late for break. He had it at the beginning.
Right, but then
and at the beginning,
his ego got in the way.
I understand that, but at the beginning, Monty Williams had a direct line to the players in terms of their respect. He had it, and it worked really, really well. When we come back on Burns and Gambo, the future for Kevin Durant. What does that hold as we go into this murky offseason for the Suns? We'll talk about it next on Arizona Sports.
Dbacks Brewers.
The 0-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And Puck strikes out the side in the ninth. And the D-backs close out a 5-2 win.
D-backs win the series 2-1. Now a D-backs day off before heading to Florida for 3 games at the Marlins. Listen to Arizona Diamondbacks baseball on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
DQ presents... Picture this. Picture your favorite DQ treat. Is it a Blizzard treat? Maybe a cone? Are you feeling a shake? Could be a dilly bar kind of day. Or a peanut buster parfait. I'll wait for you to pick. Okay, now picture your favorite treat right where it belongs. In your hand. Or your car cup holder. Your bike basket. Or your special treat fanny pack. Wherever it is, stop picturing it and get your real hands on a real DQ treat today. Only at DQ. Happy tastes good.
At Dignity Health's Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Institute, keeping you moving is a joint effort. With minimally invasive techniques and a personalized treatment plan, our team of highly specialized orthopedic experts can keep you in motion. We care for your knees, hips, and shoulders so you can enjoy what moves you. Don't let joint pain put your life on pause. Keep moving forward and find your path back to what you love. Learn more at dignityhealth.org/azortho. Hello, human kindness.
I'm Dawn. This is my husband, Steve, and we're the Jacksons.
We've had 4 Fulton homes over a course of 20 years. During the building process is what always impresses me is the fact that the communication lines stay very open.
And everything was well organized. We had checklists. This is going to happen at this time. Expect this at this time. And it all worked exactly as they told us to anticipate.
The walkthroughs were almost kind of anticlimactic because the construction supervisors were so much in touch with me that we'd already discussed everything.
One of the things we really like about the Fulton Homes communities is they strive to make them a community, not just a place that you live. You become friends with people in your neighborhood. When we walk in a Fulton home model, it always feels like home.
Fulton Homes,
You're proud to own, we're proud to build.
Okay, sometimes what was once in style just doesn't make any sense anymore. Like those outdated jeans. Oh, you know they look good at one point. But they no longer fit.
Hi, I'm Michael Halliday, attorney and partner at Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Just like fashion, your estate plan can become outdated over time. Whether it's new family members, changes in your financial situation, or shifts in your personal goals, your estate plan should reflect your current life. Think of it like spring cleaning. There's no point in keeping clothes that no longer fit. Much in the same way, key components of an estate plan can easily become outdated, like beneficiary designations, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives. These elements need to be periodically reviewed to ensure they align with your current circumstances. The attorneys at Morris Hall can help.
It's time to update your estate plan with Morris Hall. Schedule your complimentary consultation today at morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
May 5th through the 11th. Get close to the future legends in women's golf. The Carlisle, Arizona Women's Golf Classic returns to TPC Scottsdale's Champions Course. Brought to you by Carlisle Companies. The biggest purse on the Epson Tour means the best in women's golf will be here. May 5th through the 11th at TPC Scottsdale's Champions Course. Go to CarlisleLPGA.com for tickets. Be there for the best.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Lauren's here with the question that we're asking the people today on this edition of Burns and Gambo. On the day Mike Budenholzer relieved of his command after just 1 year of captain of the
kicked off of his post,
mutiny
sent out to sea.
Yes, mutiny on the Bounty, relieved of his duty.
You know, when you've done a show for this long, I'm going to go back and look it up. I wonder how many coaching fires I've had to talk about in my
Across
career.
all sports?
In our career, yeah.
Oh, gosh. I mean,
out of all the major sports in ASU.
In Arizona?
Yeah, think about it.
At least 50.
At least 50 times.
For how long you've been on the air doing the show?
Yeah, 20. I've done the show for 28 years. In my 29th year doing the show.
Yeah, at least. I mean, as long
I
as
go back to Vince Tobin.
Yeah. As long as you count Wally Backman in there, sure.
I got to count Wally Backman in there.
He was manager of the Diamondbacks for about 6 days.
That'll push you right over the edge to 50.
I mean, you know, that stretch of Watson, Triano, and Kokoshkov. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's at least over 50. You started when? When did you start here?
96.
You started
Cotton
doing
Fitzsimmons?
You started doing a talk show in 96?
Yeah. So after next year, it'll be 30 years.
Okay.
30 years. So this is my 29th year.
Okay. Yeah, it's at least 50. At least 50. A lot. A lot. You should make a list. All the coaching. Which was the one that you were the happiest about?
I'm pretty happy about this one.
Recency bias. What was the one that made you the happiest?
Lindsey Hunter.
I knew you'd say that. I knew you'd say that.
Lindsey Hunter, the backstabber. The OJs, the backstabber.
What one made me the happiest? AJ Hinch just popped into my head. That was just a train wreck, man. That whole thing was just a train wreck. But he ended up being a good manager. But the Astros were also the Astros. That's a very complicated thing. I'll have to think on that one. Lauren, you got a poll question. We're stalling here a little bit. We don't mean to. We're just kind of off on a tangent. Go ahead. What do you got?
Yeah, well, you're thinking about that.
Yeah.
I'll read off the poll question, which is, now that Mike Budenholzer's been let go, how many of the following? Bradley Beal, Kevin Durant, Devin Booker, and James Jones will be with the Phoenix Suns for next season? 0, 1, 2, or 3 or more?
1
or 2.
And I came up with who made me the happiest. Terry Porter.
Terry Porter.
When he was the coach of the Suns.
It didn't work, yeah.
Oh, my God. And
wasn't Al Padrique?
No, he was the nicest guy in the world. That team was awful. It wasn't his fault. That team was miserable.
I have my second favorite.
Terry Porter, only because God bless the Suns for recognizing halfway through his first season, oops, we hired the wrong guy. Wrong guy. No way. We move on. That was bold, man.
Buck
You fire a guy-
Showalter.
Oh, you didn't like Buck.
Oh,
huh?
he was a horse's ass.
Yeah, Buck was difficult to
He was
deal
a
with.
miserable son of a gun.
I would have said the same thing about Scott Skiles, too, when he was the head coach of the Suns.
Yeah.
He was not an easy dude to deal with. Not an easy dude at all to deal with. Anyway. 1.
Leading the way. 1 with 54% of the vote, 33% going with 2, 7% going with 3 or more, and 5% going with 0.
That is the poll question. Thank you, Lauren, for putting up with us, meandering our way through it. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo X page. At Burns and Gambo, one word is where it's at. Kevin Durant was responding to a tweet over the weekend from a guy named Cameron on social media who said, man, we don't want you off the team, Slim, but what other options we got? We can't just run it back, and you'll get us the best return. Respectfully. And Kevin Durant responded with one word and a handshake emoji. Respectfully, he said. Almost as if, okay, I get it. You know, it's this is just one guy, but it's nothing against me. It's not like you're blaming me for what happened here, but I got to go because I'm going to get you something in return. I can respect that.
He gets it. I mean, he gets it. You're the guy that's got to go. I don't think KD deserves blame for what happened. They traded for Kevin Durant. He gave this team everything he had. He played hard. He was a great player. Still plays the game at a high level. His body didn't fall apart on the Phoenix Suns. Played a lot of games this year. You know, towards the end. I mean, he got hurt at the end of the season, but you know, he gave the Suns a lot. He almost made, if he would have played in like 3 more games, he would have been eligible for All-NBA, and he probably would have been All-NBA second team. But it just didn't work. And we talked about this too. It's 3 playoff seasons of Kevin Durant because you traded for him for that playoff season. They won 1 round, then they lost in the second round. Then last year they got swept. This year they didn't even make it. So in 3 playoff seasons, the Suns have 1 playoff series win with Kevin Durant. It didn't work. You tried it. It didn't work. You move on.
I think he deserves some of the blame.
Okay.
I don't think he's blameless in all of this. I think he deserves not all of it, not the majority of it, not the lion's share of it, but some of it. I mean, I don't think it's just a coincidence that nothing has worked since the minute he walked in the door. Nothing has worked since the minute he's walked in the door.
But do you think it's his fault?
I think there must be something about him in that locker room that might not be conducive to success.
Okay.
Do you agree with
to
that
a certain
or disagree?
extent? To a certain extent, I think that he plays hard, but I think
and if
the magnitude of how much of a star he is ends up being a drain on everybody else.
So if you agree that there's something about him in that locker room that puts a drag on their ability to be their best because of whatever it is, I don't think you can hold him blameless. That's why I don't hold him blameless. There's something about him that has kept them from being as great as they can.
Okay, I buy that. I buy that. It's a good, it's an astute observation.
It doesn't make it all his fault, and it doesn't, I'm sure he's going to, well, maybe he is, maybe he won't. I don't think he ever cares about me, but I might get a direct message from the guy. I don't know if I do, fine, whatever, but there's just... something's been off. Something's been off since the minute he came into our lives, and everybody can see it.
Here's what I was told about KD from a player. KD cares about his numbers, not about things like weak side defense. He complained about the plays called for book, even though he had more points. He cares about all the plays, not like LeBron. Every KD team doesn't have great chemistry. Suns, when they went to the finals, had energy chemistry. Jay, CP3, McHale, Cam Payne, loose, having fun, dancing around. It irked some of the other teams with all that swagger, but that swagger's gone now. It's a long season not to have fun along the way. When we play him, this was somebody I was talking to, he complains about the doubles. Not going to let me play, are you? Guys like LeBron, Luka, Tatum, Jokic, they don't care about that. No one ever says they love playing with KD. Old teammates will never say, if you ask them who they love playing with, and they're going to say KD first. They're going to say, I like playing with Kyrie. I like playing with Harden. I like playing with Book. I like playing with all these other guys, but they're not going to say KD. So to that point, KD's a great player, and he does whatever it takes to try to win, to win. He's a great player. But there's something about him that is a drain on the team.
So if you believe everything that player just told you, you can't hold Kevin Durant blameless in this.
Okay, it's fair. I think it's fair. I don't think he gets a lion's share of the blame because I think he showed up and played hard and he was efficient and he was great. He was great. He was an all-star. Like he was great. It's just there's something about having KD on your team that, he's a little bit different of a guy.
Yeah.
Again, I respect him as a player, but it just didn't work.
When did the Suns know they were going to fire Mike Budenholzer, and why didn't they do something about it earlier? That is next here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Mike Budenholzer never changed his attitude. He never changed his talking points. The leadership of the team, Kevin Durant, Devin Booker, I don't know how adamant they were to change things. I mean, if you're going to fire him at the end of the season, fire him in the middle of the season. At least try to light a fire.
That's it. This is what's bothering me right in the here and now, that if this is something that has been ongoing, and why wasn't there course correction taken immediately? Immediately, when you've got a team with Devin Booker and Kevin Durant.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Say it with me, Basinonians. It's the big spring refresh at Brooklyn Betting. Now through April 29th, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online. That's right, I said it. 25% off everything. Head on over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations. Grab a knowledgeable sleep expert who will help you find the perfect sleep solution. And tell them Wolf sent you. And remember, shipping is always free. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our energy support program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
Life can be stressful, but selling your home doesn't have to be. I'm Carol Rice with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, and I make home selling easy by properly pricing your home and getting it in front of thousands of my exclusive qualified buyers. Do what Jackie and Mark did, selling in just 5 days for full market value. Call me, Carol Royce, and ask about my 100% of market value or I'll pay the difference guarantee. Or visit carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement, but you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, your local GM dealer. And folks, there has never been a better time to get in a new GMC truck or SUV. Take advantage of low 0.9% APR financing on a 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 Turbo Max full-size truck. Or electrify your savings with an even lower 0% APR for 60 months on 2024 Hummer SUVs or Sierra EV Denali's. All offers require approved credit and end soon. So hurry into Earnhardt Buick GMC or find it all online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. 0% for 60 months is $16.67 per month per $1,000 financed. Based on approved credit, not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 4/30/25.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate
today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Looking to upgrade your home? The Window Depot is your go-to spot for Milgard windows and patio doors. Select from a variety of styles, including aluminum, vinyl, or fiberglass, to start your journey to a brighter, more beautiful home. The Window Depot has Milgard windows in stock, ready to go home today, or their team can help you with a special order. Whether you're looking for energy efficiency, aesthetic appeal, or custom solutions, they've got you covered. Build the home you deserve with Milgard windows and doors from the Window Depot. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns announced today that they have parted ways with head coach Mike Budenholzer. This comes after a 36-46 season that saw the Suns fall short of the play-in tournament. In a statement from the Suns, they said, quote, "Competing at the highest level remains our goal, and we failed to meet expectations this season. Our fans deserve better. Change is needed," close quote. And you can read reactions from our Dan Bickley and our Kellen Olson right now on ArizonaSports.com, which is presented by Y-Refi. And per NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, ASU running back and NFL draft hopeful Cam Scadaboo has a couple of top 30 visits this week. The NFL draft begins next Thursday. The teams in the report were not disclosed. However, Scadaboo had previously visited the Cleveland Browns, New York Giants, and the Arizona Cardinals. This report is brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. We'll get you ready for the NFL Draft. A visit from the one and only Mel Kiper Jr. We hit the airwaves at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
5 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo Show on what's been a very busy day, a very heavy day for the Phoenix Suns. A lot of conversation about them and their future, but in many ways also a very expected day. Mike Budenholzer was relieved of his duties today as head coach of the Phoenix Suns.
Good.
The Suns did actually send out a statement about this.
Yeah. Did it say he sucked? We had to get rid of him?
You know what? In a very ownerly kind of way, it did.
Yeah, good.
Actually, if you're like transcribing this or translating this through the language of ownerese, quote, "Competing at the highest level remains our goal, and we failed to meet expectations this season. Our fans deserve better. Change is needed," close quote. That's a very polite way of saying he sucked. I mean, it really is. That's a very polite way of saying he was terrible at his job.
Yeah,
it is. It's a very polite.
I don't
orderly
think
way.
I'm thinking back to all the years that I've covered sports here. I don't think any coach has accomplished less with a roster than he has, as far as like a good roster. Like I think he may go down as one of the worst, if not the worst coach. How do you have 2 Hall of Famers on your roster and you can't even get into the play-in? 10 teams make the play-in.
Yeah.
Almost everybody makes the play-in. I think he did the least of any of the coaches that have ever been here. And I mean, you want to include Earl Watson or Al Padrique, and I can't include Wally Backman. He actually never managed a game. But I think he's right at the top of the list of coaches who accomplished the least here. And he had a lot of talent.
Well, when you look at it through that prism, yes. I mean, Al Padrique didn't have the talent that, now we're going way back on that one.
Igor Kokoshkov didn't have the talent.
It's like coaches who have had worse records, coaches who have had less success, but coaches who had more to work with than Mike Budenholzer, that's where it gets a little few and far between when it comes to that. The question, and it's funny, as I was walking out of the studio during the commercial break, I heard the promo from the morning show today. As we stumbled on this conversation about, coaches that you were happiest to see go. And I used the Terry Porter example. And then I heard what the guy said about it this morning on that promo. And I thought, here's the argument for why they could have fired Bud earlier than they did and not waited till the end of the season. The Suns organization back in 2009, fired Terry Porter after about 51 games, 61 games, whatever it was. And they gave Alvin Gentry the final 21 or 22 games of that season. Now, Alvin Gentry didn't lead into the playoffs that year. Alvin Gentry wasn't the answer. His record wasn't that much better than Terry Porter. But they knew back then, I believe Steve Kerr, if I remember right, was the general manager of that team. They knew right away, we got it wrong. We got it wrong. Bad coach, bad fit. It's not working. It's not what we want. We got to move off of it. And I know the Suns have, in essence, done the same thing with Mike Budenholzer, firing him after a year. But that iteration of that Suns team made a move so quickly on Terry Porter and brought in Alvin Gentry. The next year, Alvin Gentry led that team to a 54-win season and an appearance in the Western Conference Finals.
My favorite memory.
And it was only the undoing of that roster by Robert Sarver that led them not to have any success the next year, because the next year it was Josh Childress and Hedo Turkoglu and Hakeem Warwick.
Oh, my goodness, the big three.
And Amari Stoudemire was out.
The big three.
We'll never know, and I don't know if it would have made a difference. But if it's true that the Suns started internally thinking about firing Mike Budenholzer around the end of February.
The New Orleans game, February 27th.
When they lost to New Orleans on February 27th.
It was considered.
Had they made a move then, where would we be sitting right now?
It's a fair question. I mean, the best you could have hoped for is a 9 or a 10 seed. You weren't going to get 7 or 8.
Are you sure?
I don't
Even
think you
back
would
on
have.
February 27th?
I don't think you. I think the roster had a lot of issues.
But if we believe that Bud was as bad as he was,
right? But do you think it's going to make 10 more wins? I mean,
against that
schedule, they still were going to go in 2-8 down the stretch. They were losing games by double digits every day.
Against that schedule, probably not. But if that team was as checked out as they played, and since the All-Star break, they were checked out, man. Bobby Marks made that point this morning on Wolf and Luke, saying that they were defensively, their defensive rating was the worst team in the NBA after the All-Star break. They had checked out on Budenholzer.
The Suns lost 46 games. The 8th seed lost 34. They weren't going to be 12 games better. Not 12 games better.
Probably not that much.
No, but could they have
better?
been, if they were 3 games better, they tied Dallas for 10. If they were 5 games better, they're the 9 seed. If they're 5 games better. Is it possible that they're 5 or... I don't know that I'd go more than 5. I always think there's an initial burst when you make a change and you get that, but then eventually you resort back to who you are.
And I know you subscribe to that theory, and I mostly agree with you. I just think on a team that's so talented, that had that many good players on it, that if they were just looking for a different voice that they could believe in and not the voice that they were listening, it would have been a bold move. You know, I mean, it's bold enough firing Mike Budenholzer after a year, firing him under a year, not even letting him finish the season. That is a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for them. It would have been big and bold and loud. It probably wouldn't have made a huge difference, but I wonder. I just wonder how much a Fizdale or a Barry would have, one of the assistants on that staff, would have been able to tap into that team a little bit more. You know, if they fired him 2 days ago, what's the difference?
Yeah, if they weren't playing for him, and there were times, listen,
they weren't.
There's no doubt that this team quit on many of those games.
They weren't.
Hey, we're down 18. That's it. We're done. And, you know, maybe another coach would have inspired them to play a little bit harder. I mean, it's very possible that it may. I get it. I just don't think it makes the difference in 10 games. Because on February 28th, you were only talking about 5 weeks left in the season. You know, so how many games were there in those 5 weeks? You weren't going to be 12 games better. You know, could you have been 3, 4, 5 games better? I think so. But if you go to the New Orleans game on the 27th to give me the record, we can figure out how many games.
They were 27 and 32, so
that's 59 games. There were 23 games left.
23 games left.
I mean,
and over those 23, they won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
So they were 9 and 14. Could they have gone 14 and 9?
Could they have gone 14 and 9?
Again, that gets you the 9 or the 10 seed in the play-in.
Yeah, which gets you the right to have to win a game on the road and then another game on the road, and then you get Oklahoma City in the first round. And in that regard, it wouldn't have changed anything. It just would have been an acknowledgement of, look, nobody's surprised by this move today. Nobody's like, oh, I'm so shocked they fired Mike Budenholzer. We all knew it was coming. You know, it was the worst kept secret in the world. I walked out of here Thursday. I took Friday off to take my wife to Sedona for her anniversary. I told Lauren, when I'm back in here on Monday, We're going to be talking about Mike Budenholzer not being the coach anymore of this team. It is so coming on Monday morning. It was the easiest one in the world to predict. And I just wonder, had they done it a little bit sooner, would it have made any difference? Probably not much enough to have made it worth it, but it's an interesting thought.
Yeah. The only thing I can say is that they did consider it, and I think it was when Budenholzer told Book to stop being vocal and my voice is the one that has to be heard, it was like, oh, okay. Something's really, really wrong here. And that was the beginning of the end for Mike Budenholzer.
Something's really wrong when you're trying to stifle leadership.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah.
When you're trying to put a governor on leadership and saying, hey, chill out. Hey, calm down. Hey, my voice, not yours. What the hell are you talking about? I'm trying to lead this basketball team.
You're certainly not.
I'm trying to be the guy that everybody has been begging me to be on this team. The leader, the guy holding guys accountable.
You ever hear the TNT broadcast? All they do is complain about that we have no leadership.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be a leader.
I'm trying to be a leader. And you're telling me to shut up.
You're telling me to be quiet.
You're telling me to
sit
stop.
down, pipe down.
Yeah. That was the moment. It's over, but it's just begun. It's just the beginning. This is not the end, And when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, we're going to talk about what we mean by that, because we've got front office stuff to get into, and we will. We've also got Bradley Beal stuff to get into. We haven't really talked about that much today. We're going to do that next on the Burns and Gambo show.
The Suns have fired head coach Mike Budenholzer.
I would have bet the farm that if this was going to come down today, this is not a surprise at all.
No, the only thing that gave me pause was just the optics of it, because the Suns got raked over the coals last season for making a similar move with Frank Vogel after getting swept out of the playoffs.
We talk about the Suns' single season of the Budenholzer era today on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
It's there. It's Sanderson Ford has it. Same price that David Kimberly, the owner, pays, you pay. Employee pricing levels the playing field for Ford dealers as everyone gets the same price. However, other dealers will still add addendums and add-ons. Sanderson Ford will not. You choose Sanderson Ford on 51st Avenue in Glendale because they have inventory and a 70-year reputation of treating you right. Ford is undeniably the most America-first automaker in the world. 80% of the vehicles Ford sells are assembled in factories located in America, and they will be less affected by tariffs. Now is the best time to buy a new Ford from America, for America, employee pricing. Sanderson Ford is located on 51st Avenue in Glendale. Sanderson Lincoln also has employee pricing. They are just east of the I-17 on Bell Road, and a boutique store in the Scottsdale quarters. For more info, go to sandersonford.com.
Hey, this is Ryan Thompson, professional baseball player. And if you're looking for an Arizona tax credit before April 15th, please consider donating to Miracle League of Arizona, where hundreds of special needs athletes play ball. Visit miracleleagueaz.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Every business has a purpose to inspire, a purpose to innovate, a purpose to serve. At SRP, our purpose is to power yours. From rebates for energy-efficient upgrades to money-saving programs, we help businesses of all sizes find reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy solutions. Discover the possibilities at SaveWithSRPBiz.com.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Hey, it's Wolf from Presidential Pools, a long-term partner of ours over a decade, and they built my pool. They're also now an official partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Starting this season, Presidential Pools, Arizona's largest pool builder by volume, is teaming up with the Diamondbacks to bring you even more excitement on and off the field. Go with my pool builder and the Diamondbacks' new partner and see how they can help you at presidentialpools.com.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Hey, it's Wolf. Now that the Suns have fired Mike Budenholzer, what is next for Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
By the way, thanks to one of our listeners out there from the text line where you can text us at 620-620.
Okay.
By my count, Gambo has been around for 45 coach firings. 14 for the NBA.
Wow.
6 for the NFL. 9 for Major League Baseball. 7 for the NHL. 5 for ASU football. 4 for ASU basketball. There are a couple of more I didn't count as a firing since Arians, such as Arians, who retired, but not many. So he took out the ones who retired.
What's his name?
Doesn't say. Didn't give his name.
Oh, well, thank you.
By my count, Gambo's been around for 45 coach firings.
How many more are left? How can I get to 50? Come on, I'm calling it a career soon. Can we get to 50?
Well, if the Suns do another one and done, you might have a shot.
Who's next? Gaddon's not going anywhere.
We all know who's next. We all know who's
Kenny
next.
D's not going anywhere.
We all know who's next. Come on. Think about it for 5 more seconds.
Bobby Hurley.
We all know who's next.
Oh, yeah.
We all know.
No, that'll be a mutual parting of ways at the conclusion of the contract.
We all know.
I might only get to 46.
We all know. Yeah,
That might be it for me.
Torey Lovullo has been the manager of the Diamondbacks for the last 7 head coaches of the Phoenix Suns. 7.
Wow. Torey screwed the whole thing up by having some success.
I
would have been at 50 if he just sucked at his job.
Oh, wow. Look at you.
Did you watch 2021? Just asking.
I was here. Yeah, I was here.
Okay, just making sure.
He was lucky to survive that.
He was.
He was very, very fortunate.
And Mike too.
To survive that.
Ken didn't want to. Ken thought it was unfair.
Mike was very fortunate to survive that too.
I got an interesting note for you.
Yeah, hit me.
Because Terry Porter was your number one, right?
Yeah.
So I asked somebody very, very close to the situation, what was the reason Terry Porter got fired? The offense. He wanted us to play slow and run a lot of the T-Wolves old sets that Flip ran. Nash hated it.
Yes.
Take a look back. We scored 140 in 4 straight games after we went back to running and staying out of half-court situations.
Oh, I appreciate you doing that, but that's exactly what I remember about that era. He was trying to San Antonio Spurs the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah.
He was trying to make Steve Nash and Grant Hill like a defensive basketball team. Was like, dude, come on, read the room.
Wanted us to play slow and run a lot of the old T-Wolves. Nash hated it. And we scored 140 in 4 straight games after they went back to running.
And Alvin Gentry was just like, let them eat, man. These guys were all brought in to play D'Antoni-style basketball. Let them eat. Absolutely let them eat.
Alvin was a terrific coach.
He was a terrific coach. It was too bad he was hamstrung with that lousy roster after he took him to the Western Conference Finals because he did not have a chance after that. We've talked about all the change facing the Phoenix Suns this offseason. And if you haven't been with us for the entire 3 hours and 19 minutes of the show.
Where have you been?
We understand.
What am I doing here if you're not going to be here for 3 hours and 19 minutes?
We've talked about KD. We've talked about James. We're going to talk about James Jones in the next segment. We've talked about the next head coach. We've talked about Devin Booker.
Yeah.
We haven't talked about Bradley Beal yet.
Okay.
I don't know if there's much to talk about. You said last week there's a 0% chance that he's coming back, that there's zero chance that he's coming back. I still think it's going to be very painful to get rid of him in the sense that it's not going to be easy to untangle that knot when you're talking about all the bells and whistles that come with Bradley Beal. I don't doubt you. I'm sure he'll be on somebody else's roster next year, but the how is going to be potentially very complicated, complex, and difficult to do.
Yeah, there's three options. One, you could trade Bradley Beal. I think that's the least likely. You'd have to find a team that wants to get off of a contract of their own. Maybe you trade him for 2 or 3 players, and they get off of those players, and then you waive one of those guys. Hey, we got this terrible. Like if they traded Bradley Beal, they would trade for a guy that they would end up waiving. One of the guys they would end up waiving. They're going to trade Bradley Beal and get back 3 good players. The Suns have no interest in including assets to get rid of Bradley Beal.
Amen to that.
So they're not going to include assets. That's number one. Number two is, I think the most likely scenario, you find a way for him to take a little bit less money. And if he takes less money, then he can go make that up somewhere else. He can go, hey, take $25 million less, $30 million less, and go make that up with another team. I think that Bradley Beal would have a lot. I'm going to say a lot. I think he would have interest from teams at about $15 million a year. I think somebody would look at Bradley Beal and say, you know what? I get 60 games out of this guy, scoring 17, 18 points a game, shooting from 3. I'll take that. I could use some scoring punch on my roster. I think Bradley Beal would have no problem getting a 2-year deal for $25 or $30 million. So I think that's the most likely option. Now, for some reason, if he's like, nope, give me all of my money, you can't, which they can't. They can't give him all of his money. Then I don't know what other option you have except to John Wall him and tell him to go home or something. But I don't think he's going to play for the Phoenix Suns ever again.
Well, that's it. Look, all of this, here's the complicated part. It relies to at least some degree on Bradley Beal's cooperation. Now, you're right. He should be very motivated to cooperate. And I think, and this is just my guess, as long as he knows for sure that he's not going to lose a dime in the deal, I think he would cooperate and want to get off this roster and go somewhere else. Sign a 2-year, whatever it is, $25 million deal, 2-year, $30 million deal, whatever it is. I think there's like a $14 million exception he could qualify for. Go sign that somewhere and then take that off of what the Phoenix Suns owe you for the buyout to make it easier to do under the rules. As long as he knows that contract is out there waiting for him, I could see him cooperating with that. I don't think he's going to do it blindly. I don't think he's going to do it hoping that contract is waiting for him. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like he's not going to take a pay cut unless he knows he's going to make it up somewhere else. If he knows he's going to make it up, I would hope that he would do it because I can't imagine, as much as he says nice things about being here,
why do you want to
playing
be here?
Why would you want to be here?
They don't want you here.
They don't want you here.
But
Now, you being here is just as much their problem as it is your problem. They traded for you. They traded for your contract. They traded for your situation. They are just as much at fault for you being here as you are for you being here. So I'm not going to give the Suns a pass on this one. But why would you want to be here? Why would you want to be around for this? And you just got to know that offer's out there.
I think that a lot of people think I'm going to be wrong on this one because they just don't see how Bradley Beal could be traded or walk away from that money. We'll see. I mean, we'll know in 6 months.
But
I just don't believe that Bradley Beal will play for the Suns again.
But even you agree that, I mean, I'm assuming you do, that he's got to make that money up somewhere else?
I think most of it. I disagreed with you on all of it. You got $110 million. If you could make 105 and be happier, would you give up $5 million? But you're happier. You're going to have a much better experience for 2 years.
Or I can make the Suns give me every single dime that I'm owed.
But they can't.
That's what I mean. They can by keeping you on the roster. I mean, right? You can. It requires Bradley Beal's cooperation, and if he doesn't give you his full cooperation, he could just nope, not doing it. Pay me what you owe me. Pay me which is why.
So then, what do? You did the same thing you do with Dbacks, the same thing you do with Eric Gordon. You find a way to tell the guy that you're not like part of our plan.
You just tell him you're not part of our plan. We're not going to play you.
So do you want to play basketball?
You hope that uncomfortableness allows him to leave. I just think that my hope is that because there's this unique connection between Bradley Beal's agent and the Suns front office, that they will in some ways work together to figure out a way for Bradley Beal to get his money somewhere else that he wants to go with a team that wants him.
Sure.
That conveniently happens to be the same amount that needs to be trimmed off of what the Suns owe him so they can waive and stretch him.
I don't think that's hard.
I don't think it will be either, as long as that money's out there waiting for him. As long as somebody's willing to give him that contract, it shouldn't be hard to arrange that as long as that team is out there.
If Bradley Beal was making $15 million a year here, there wouldn't be much of an issue. Be like, oh, okay, $15 million for a guy who can go give you 16, 17 points a game off the bench or however you want to use him. He's not even old. He does have injury history. But, you know, when you're paying a guy $15 million a year, you could deal with the 20 games he misses a lot more than when you're paying him $55 million a year.
Bradley Beal's last 6 seasons. You ready for this?
Yeah.
57, 60, 40, 50, 53, and 53.
And you could deal with that if you're paying him $15 million. And if you're paying him $55 million, it hurts a hell of a lot more.
That is rough. That is rough. But it's exactly what the Suns were getting into. They knew what they were doing, and now they got to untie the knot. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the next big domino to fall for the Phoenix Suns offseason, and the one that, frankly, it sounds like most people want to hear the most about, the front office. We'll talk about it next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Mike Budenholzer relieved of his duties. I marvel at the job that J.J. Redick did this year with the Los Angeles Lakers with a lot of star talent, but he came in with fresh eyes and a different approach, and he held players accountable. Maybe that's what you're looking for as opposed to what's on your resume.
Completely agree. Skill set.
Dreaming is free. It's a clean slate. Anything's possible, right? Let me throw a really off-the-wall name at you.
All right.
Head coach Chris Paul.
Whew. Oh, wow. I'm in.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Lund Mortgage Team is helping a lot of people right now that are dealing with high-rate credit card debt. Yes, those of you out there that have $20,000, $25,000 or more in credit card debt, take a look at what you're paying in interest. It's a lot of money. A lot of these credit card rates are 22%, 25%, 26%, some even more. You could do, if you own a home, there's a very good possibility that you could do a home equity line of credit through the Lund Mortgage Team. That would allow you to pay off the credit card debt completely and pay it back with a smaller home equity line of credit that is going to have a much, much lower interest rate. So if you're one of those people that found yourself up against it for whatever reason, call the Lund Mortgage Team at 623-889-0130 and let them go to work for you and help you with a home equity line of credit. That's 623-889-0130 or go to lundmortgage.com.
At Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, they go the extra mile for their customers. They're your home of the no-fee emergency. Plumbing issue, drain trouble, or AC problem? They've got you covered 24/7, no emergency fees. Their skilled technicians are ready to tackle any issue promptly, saving you time and money. Choose Ready Services for reliable solutions without breaking the bank. Online at ReadyServices.com. Ready Services, where emergencies come with zero fees and your satisfaction is guaranteed.
Okay, sometimes what was once in style just doesn't make any sense anymore. Like those outdated jeans. Oh, you know they look good at one point. But they no longer fit.
Hi, I'm Michael Halliday, attorney and partner at Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Just like fashion, your estate plan can become outdated over time. Whether it's new family members, changes in your financial situation, or shifts in your personal goals, your estate plan should reflect your current life. Think of it like spring cleaning. There's no point in keeping clothes that no longer fit. Much in the same way, key components of an estate plan can easily become outdated, like beneficiary designations, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives. These elements need to be periodically reviewed to ensure they align with your current circumstances. The attorneys at Morris Hall can help.
It's time to update your estate plan with Morris Hall. Schedule your complimentary consultation today at morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are two very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
At Shane Company, we know getting engaged is a big decision. But once you know, you know. That's the way our customers feel when they choose a Shane Company engagement ring. They walk into a warm welcome and walk out with their dream ring, knowing they got it right. For almost 100 years, we've been offering personalized shopping experiences. And we're in it way past the honeymoon, with a free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, cleanings, repairs, and resizing for life. Shop with us at shaneco.com or at your neighborhood store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I'm Mitch Varel, with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns announced today that they have relieved head coach Mike Budenholzer of his duties. This comes after a 36-46 season that saw the Suns fall short of the play-in tournament. In a statement from the Suns, they said, quote, "Competing at the highest level remains our goal, and we failed to meet expectations this season. Our fans deserve better. Change is needed," close quote. And you can read reactions from our Dan Bickley and our Kellen Olson right now on ArizonaSports.com, which is presented by Y-Refi. And per NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, ASU running back and NFL draft hopeful Cam Scadaboo has a couple of top 30 visits this week as the NFL draft is set to begin next Thursday. The teams in the report were not disclosed. However, Scadaboo had previously visited with the Cleveland Browns, New York Giants, and Arizona Cardinals. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc of the Suns and Dbacks. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and the NBA offseason has begun in Phoenix. We'll discuss the changes starting at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
One more thing on the Suns. Their general manager since 2017, James Jones, is under contract until June 30th and no further. He could remain with the organization, but it is not clear that that is going to happen. So there is uncertainty with that.
That was Brian Windhorst on NBA Today on ESPN earlier today. I didn't know James Jones' contract expired in June until I read about it earlier today, which is kind of convenient timing for the organization as a pivot point to want to make a decision about him if they want.
June 30th.
June 30th. His contract can run out, and they can just not bring him back if they want. It's very similar to what happened in Denver. They fired the coach. They just chose not to bring back the general manager on expiring contract. It's the other shoe we're waiting to drop about the Suns. The Beal thing won't happen for a couple months. The Durant thing won't happen for a couple of months. Nothing's going to get done on that until the postseason is done. James Jones, that's the next domino to fall. That's the next shoe.
Yeah, there will be, and I would not make any bets at all that he's, going to be with the organization, not with the organization. I believe that there will be massive changes, and I believe there will be front office changes. Now, what does that mean for James? I don't know. I mean, could he have another role? Could he stay in the role he's at? I really don't have all the answers, but I do know that there will be front office changes, that it's not just we're firing the coach and we're going to change the roster. There will be a revamping of the front office of the Phoenix Suns. What that looks like, time will tell. But there will be a revamping of the front office.
It just feels like if we're going, and this is up for debate, whether you want to call James Jones the chief decision maker in the Suns front office. But let's say for a second that he is the chief decision maker of the Phoenix Suns in the front office. My opinion, you have to make a move. You have to move. You have to move off of that. You have to move away from that if you're the Phoenix Suns. Now,
I would expect something like that. I would expect that probably is the direction you go in.
It gets muddled because there's Josh Bartelstein's presence, because of Matt Ishbia's presence. I understand it's not clear. It's not like the whatever tropical island that you go to where you can see the bottom or whatever. It's not crystal clear like that. it's a little muddy.
Daniel Key in the Bahamas.
See, there you go. I knew you'd come up with something, right? Like you can see
Little
for
island.
miles, right?
Oh,
yeah,
yes.
the water's crystal
Unbelievable.
clear. Okay,
everything.
It's more muddied than that, but certainly if you're trying to, and you've spoken many times today about the different kind of basketball team the Suns are going to try to build this offseason.
Right.
And I'm not saying James is incapable of building it, but it's gone so bad the last couple of years. I just feel like you need a new philosophy in the room. You need a new vision in the room, and it maybe just isn't James's anymore.
Listen, when Robert Sarver owned the team, his CEO was Jason Rowley. Rowley wasn't a basketball guy. He was a business guy. Josh Bartelstein is more of a combo. He's a really good business guy, but he also knows basketball. So you could really go to him for input and stuff like that. He's been around the game for a long time. He played the game. His dad's an agent. But he's also he also does all the stuff that Josh Rowley would do. Like you're running the Mercury, you're running the concerts, you're running all of that stuff. So I don't think it really has anything to do with Josh. I think it more has to do with James. Do you want James to be in charge of the draft? Do you want, which he's been good at? Do you want James to be in charge of free agency? Or do you just want new voices that you could come in? And you got to remember when Matt Ishbia purchased this team and took over this team, he kept James Jones. That wasn't his guy. James was here previously. That was one of Robert's guys.
Sure.
And he's kept James for a few years. And if he feels like now I want to bring in some of my own people, now would be the time to do it.
But you know better than anybody that when there is a regime change as high as an ownership change, those that survive that change are often the ones that should be the most nervous about their future, right? Like, you survived it. Hey, congratulations. You made it through an ownership change, and you're still running the Phoenix Suns. You're still the GM of the Phoenix Suns. But there is, because you're not his guy,
yes,
there is a shelf life to how long you've got, and you better have some success. Now, again, I'm not saying it's all James's fault. I'm just saying if we're really talking about change, true change, I don't think you can. And I like James. James was good to us. He came on our show every single week for 2 or 3 straight years, for 4 or 5 straight years, to talk about the roster decisions that were made. And again, I don't know how many of these decisions were solely his or it was a group or whatever. All I know is it's not working. And it's not working to the point where you're going to have to trade Kevin Durant probably for pennies on the dollar. You're going to have to do some kind of magic trick with Bradley Beal to make him go away. It's just... It's time for something different, and we'll see. We'll see how they do it, but it feels like it's time.
Yeah, you're going to try to have your head coach, your GM, everybody aligned with a certain vision of who you want to be and what you're going to be. And now you've been in this game for a few years, and you've made some mistakes, and now you've got to try to figure out, okay, how do I get this right? The good news is there's a commitment to get it done right. That I believe that they'll be a better team next year than they were this year. I even went on a limb and made a lunch bet with you. I believe so highly that they will be able to turn this around in a shorter period of time. I don't believe that they're going to take 7 years to rebuild this thing and tank and with the draft picks and everything like that. But they got to get the KD trade right. That's going to be an important thing, is to get the KD trade right. But also, again, what is the vision? What type of team? Identify what type of team you want to have. Let us know, what kind of team do you want to build, and then build that team, not in 1 year, but over the course of 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, and some of that, it's you're going to be hamstrung because of the draft and because of the low quality of the picks that you have and the lack of flexibility you have. It's complex, and you got to get if you're going to do this without trading Devin Booker, I should say, you got to get the KD deal as right as you possibly can. Do you trust James to do that? Do you believe? I know this. If James gets let go for whatever reason, I have zero doubt in my mind he will be a general manager again in this league. I believe he will be that guy. Who knows?
I think James is...
Maybe even one day when LeBron James owns a basketball team, he'll hire James Jones. Oh, you laugh, but one of these days when LeBron James is an owner in the NBA of the Vegas franchise, would I be shocked if he hires his old pal James Jones to be his general manager? No, I wouldn't be. I mean, in some ways, we talk about wanting a coach with a fresh young vision, right? Like a new guy who's doesn't. In some ways, I'd love the exact opposite. If they're going to replace James, in some ways, I'd love the exact opposite for the Phoenix Suns. Give me a grizzled veteran general manager in the NBA. A Bob Myers who's been there and done that time. And you know what I mean? Like somebody who really understands roster building in today's NBA and who has success at it. But I'm just mentioning Bob Myers because he's available. He's been working TV for the last year or so. If you want to go inexperienced at coaching, fine. I got no problem with that. The general manager position, I would love that to be a deeply experienced person who understands how to build a roster. Deeply.
I mean, look what ASU did going to Kenny Dillingham from Herm Edwards, right? The older, I'm not saying a Budenholzer was Herm Edwards, but, the older coach to the younger coach, and you got, you want to create this energy and excitement about your basketball team, and you want to play a certain style. And we talked about Terry Porter getting fired because he wanted to slow everything down, and then Alvin Gentry comes in and is scoring 140 every night the next 3 games that they play. Like, you got to identify what you want to be and how you're going to get there, and that coach has to believe in that vision, and that GM has to be in the whoever that may be, whatever decisions they decide to make, because I don't know for sure. I just know that there will be front office changes. The vision's got to align together, and then you got to work to make that happen.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, all right, we'll take a pause on this Suns conversation for just a minute, because the Arizona Diamondbacks right now are doing a lot of things right, and they deserve a little bit of audience too. That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
He is joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Arizona Cardinals owner Michael Bidwell.
What went into the decision to bring back Calais Campbell?
It's all about strengthening your team when you can. Let's bring him back if he's ready to play another year, because of what he can do on the field, in the huddle, on the sideline, and then in the locker room and the community. He just brings a work ethic and a steadiness to things that is going to be a huge positive for our organization.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. Springtime in Arizona is awesome, awesome, awesome. You can make a day trip to southern Arizona. You can go up to Sedona. You can go up to the Grand Canyon. The weather is beautiful across the state. And Liberty GMC is well-stocked with all the vehicles you need to make your statewide travels a lot of fun and a whole bunch of adventure. And that includes $12,250 off a brand-new 2025 GMC Sierra 1500. Pack up the kids, pack up the stuff in the back, and go exploring. $9,500 off a 2024 Yukon. Great people mover in style and in class and in comfort. Or 0% for 60 months on a Hummer EV. You've been thinking about going EV? The Hummer EV is the way to go. And it's all at Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com, home of tariff-free inventory. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So it's the new year, W-2s are out, it's tax time, and soon we'll be getting our tax return checks. Oh, and I know what I'm using mine for. How about you guys? Well, whatever you decide to do with your tax return money, don't forget about your car. You know, getting your taxes done can be confusing, but where to take your car when it needs repairs isn't. That's us at AMCO. Now, you all know it can take 8 weeks or more to get your check back. And no, don't wait till then to get your car fixed. This is the best time of year to get all the things done that you've been meaning or wanting to get repaired on your car. Why now, you ask? Well, that's easy. Amco has the Fix It Fast, Pay It Slow plan all year long. But at tax time, it works the best. You can get your car or truck all fixed up now and drive away, and then pay for it when your tax money comes in. I know that's pretty awesome. That's because we're Amco. Google Amco for your nearest location. That's Amco. AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here. Don't wait another year wishing you had custom shades. Do what I did and call All Pro Shade Concepts. They're celebrating 20 years in 2025 with free estimates, complimentary installation, and they will cover your sales tax. I use roll-down shades to keep the cold air out and turn my patio into another room. And when summer comes, their retractable awnings block the sun and add backyard shade. Visit allproshadeconcepts.com and tell them Wolf sent you.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening, brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. NBA Draft or WNBA Draft is on tonight right now. They're on the, where are we in this?
Haley Van Leith, TCU.
Figure out what pick we're at right now.
Number
12. We're on the 12th pick right now. All right, so the WNBA Draft is on tonight. There's Major League Baseball on tonight. The play-in games don't start until tomorrow in the NBA, so it's an off night for the NBA. Diamondbacks are off tonight. They're back at it tomorrow for a very early game against the Miami Marlins.
I got a recommendation.
Oh, please, go ahead.
And I'm watching this. My wife was away for 5 days with my kids, so baseball tournament in North Carolina. I was home with Mr. Fred, the dog. I binge watched the show. That is so good. It's on Peacock. It's called The Day of the Jackal. It is outstanding. Outstanding TV show.
Eddie Redmayne.
Watch the trailer.
And the girl who played the 00 agent in the last Bond movie. I forget her name. But they thought she was going to be like the next James Bond.
So good. I like right from the get-go. I'm like, I'm sold. Like we're like 1 minute in, I'm like, I'm in. I got 2 episodes left. It's fantastic.
Okay. Day of the Jackal. I think we're going to start The Pit tonight on Max. I think we're going to start that.
The Pit.
It's a medical drama. It's actually got one of the guys from ER on it, and it's described as ER on steroids. It's supposed to be basically somebody described it as a cross between ER and 24, because every episode is 1 hour in this emergency room, right? So it's a very real time kind of. Lauren, you've seen it? It's okay. I think we're gonna start that tonight.
I just sent it to the wife.
Because we finished Breaking Bad finally last week, and God, that show is so good. Oh my God, that show is so good.
It's back. The Last of Us is back.
Yes, yeah. Mitch is very happy.
Mitch, did they put it all out at once or just one episode at a time?
Can't hear you, babe.
I can't hear you.
Can't hear you.
Got ahead of myself. Sorry. One by one, but I haven't seen the season opener.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen it either. I kind of wait. I'd rather wait.
I don't like to watch. One?
Yeah.
Did you? Okay.
Yeah, The Last of Us was good.
Okay. Yeah.
It was good.
I missed The Last of Us.
The Day of the Jackal, trust me.
Gonna watch.
Tell me if
you
you
gotta
like
get the
it.
beginning of us first.
Yes.
Before you could get the last.
Right. Starts at the beginning.
The first season's very faithful to the first video game. I'm curious what they do in the second season.
I know a lot of people are, to see if they're curious, to see if it follows along. It's only 7 episodes, right? I think I read it's only 7 episodes.
Oh.
For the second season of The Last of Us. The first one was like
I know
15
Ted
or
Lasso's
16.
coming back. It's not going to be for a while, but I know Ted Lasso's coming back.
Ted Lasso's coming back.
Uh-huh.
And then I read good things about that new John Hamm series called Your Friends and Neighbors. Did you hear about this one?
No.
It's like a comedy about a guy who, like, he's a hedge fund manager, and he loses his job.
Yeah.
So to keep up the lifestyle that he's got, he starts stealing from his neighbors. He breaks into his neighbor's house and
I
he
watched
steals
the
his
first
stuff.
episode
Was it any
last
good?
night.
No way.
It sets up a good concept. I'm worried a little bit about the execution, but I'm going to give it some more episodes.
But you're going to give it some more episodes?
Yep.
Yeah, it seems like an interesting concept. Like he doesn't want to be shamed into living a lesser lifestyle, so he starts stealing
from his friends?
From his friends and neighbors. He breaks into their houses in the middle of the night and he steals their jewelry. It seems kind of funny. Seems kind of wrong, but it seems kind of funny anyway. Diamondbacks baseball is not on tonight, and that's a shame because I'd love to watch this team keep playing baseball the way they're playing right now. There was so much to take out of that weekend series.
Where do you want to start?
I think you got to start with Corbin Carroll, who's just. It's a laser show out there. He's hitting rockets. He's barreling up the ball. He's swinging harder than he was swinging last year.
Yeah.
And because of that, he's willing to have a few at-bats where maybe he doesn't make great contact. But, boy, when he's squaring the ball up, he is crushing the baseball right now.
His average exit velocity, hard hit rate, and barrel rate have skyrocketed. He's ranked in the 93rd percent or better in all three categories. He is off to a tremendous start. The power is there. The most home runs since July 7, 2024. He's fifth behind Aaron Judge, Shohei Ohtani, Eugenio Suarez, and Kyle Schwarber. He's fifth in home runs since July 7th of last year.
I think the other thing to talk about is Geraldo Perdomo. And I don't know how long this is going to last. I certainly don't know. Like him drawing the walks that he's drawing is great, and he's got an on-base percentage of nearly 500 so far this season. He has been a most unexpected part of this. We knew he was good. Like, I'm very happy with Perdomo as the ninth hitter in this lineup as kind of a second leadoff guy.
Yeah.
The stuff that he's been doing in these at-bats that he's been delivering have been off the charts fantastic.
Yeah, he's drawn 50 walks. He drew 50 walks and struck out 103 times in 2022. He's got 12 walks already this year. His at-bats have been unreal. He's got 10 walks in the last 5 games. He's just really – and plus he's hitting 340 with 2 homers and 13 RBIs for a guy that, is a 240 career hitter. Last year he hit 273, but remember he missed a lot of time. The year before, in a full season, he hit 246. Batting 340 with 2 homers, like that's not going to stick. But if his on-base percentage may go through the roof because he is really showing some incredible plate discipline. And not only that, like he'll foul off 5, 6, 7. A lot of these at-bats are 8, 9, 10 pitches long where he fouls off a lot of at-bats, a lot of pitches.
I don't know what the qualifier is for what counts as a quality at-bat. I know what a quality start is. I don't know what a quality at-bat means. But I did see the stat from Dalton Feely on social media. Notable quality at-bat percentage so far this season. Geraldo Perdomo has the highest percentage of time he gives you a quality at-bat in the majors. Number 1 on that list. 65% of the time he's giving you a quality at-bat. By the way, the other name that Dalton mentioned was Jock Peterson. He's 193rd on that list. He's giving you a quality at-bat about 26% of the time. So far, so good on that one. Then the other thing is the bullpen. Them not having a specific designated closer
has not affected
Who
them at all.
cares?
No.
Who cares?
Nope.
It has not mattered a lick. Not one iota so far this season.
Kind of benefited them that they didn't go out and spend $10 million on a guy because they didn't have it.
Now it could change, or maybe somebody emerges, or maybe Justin Martinez is just too good to not put in that spot. But so far, and it helps that Jalen Beeks is pitching the way that he's pitching. And it helps that Shelby Miller is pitching the way that he's pitching because it's really given Torrey a couple of high leverage options late in games.
Yes.
But the bullpen's been magnificent so far this year. They don't need an established closer, at least so far.
No, I was just taking a look at Paul Sewald's numbers. He's with the Guardians, and he's pitching well, 3.52 ERA. He's got 1 save. He's got a bunch of holds because he's not the 9th inning guy. But, it is incredible that they didn't go out and get a closer. They still could do it if they needed it. But J-Mart and that splitter look unhittable. AJ's been good. You're going to get Ginkle back really soon, which is going to help. You mentioned Shelby Miller and how well he's done. Yeah, the bullpen is, been rock solid for them. Really rock solid.
Jalen Beeks has been a really pleasant surprise. I think they added him just to kind of tide them over until they get Kevin Ginkle and Graveman back. But he's clearly, and Torrey has talked about maybe a higher leverage role for him. It's just, and then Ryan Nelson, the season's about 3 weeks old. You probably got a couple more weeks of this, and you're just going to be committed to him being in this role. You're not going to be able to undo it.
Yeah, you can always make him a starter next year. Happens a lot.
That's going to do it for us. Arizona Sports Tonight with Kellen and Mitch is next. We'll see you tomorrow straight up 2 o'clock here on Burns and Gambo.
Have a great night, everyone.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
You can't use the old excuse about not having enough storage because we know you've got the cloud. Download the Arizona Sports app and keep it on your home screen for breaking sports news, all the Arizona sports shows and podcasts, plus listen to the Suns, Dbacks, ASU Athletics, and more on your phone. The Arizona Sports app is presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Homeowners, upsizing, downsizing, and relocating all have one thing in common. You need to sell your home. If that's you, call Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Tom and Lindy needed a fast sale, and Carol was able to get them 100% of market value in 6 days with her guaranteed multiple cash offer program. Carol did it for them, and she can do it for you, too. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What's it like to study at Northern Arizona University? Good question. The smell of pine trees and crunch of fresh snow? That's NAU, all right. An affordable, quality education guided by seriously dedicated faculty? That's NAU, too. An inspiring, welcoming community that turns goals into impact? That's definitely NAU. When you get your degree as a lumberjack, your passion becomes action, and that's NAU. Learn more and apply today at nau.edu/join.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
Springfest at Lowe's means can't miss savings for your home and lawn. Right now, buy 3 bags, get 3 free on Miracle-Gro 3/4 cubic foot all-purpose garden soil. Plus, buy 2, get 1 free on select exterior paint and stain via mail-in rebate. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 4/16, excludes Alaska and Hawaii. While supplies last, selection varies by location. See rebate form for complete list of eligible products. Offer excludes clearance and mistints and can't be combined with any other offer, promotion, discount, or coupon.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta with some exciting news from Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, the Ford Motor Company from America for America employee pricing event. And this is a big deal, folks. This means you pay what they pay across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs with few exceptions. And if you're considering a new vehicle, you got to give Earnhardt Ford a chance to prove why they've been a trusted name in the Valley for over 73 years. They're a family-owned dealership that offers a no-bull way of doing business. That's why generation after generation of Arizonans return to Earnhardt. Stop in now at Earnhardt Ford and take advantage of employee pricing, or check out their fully digital shopping experience with No Bull Express at earnhardtford.com. Offers require approved credit and end June 2nd, 2025. That's earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. U.S. residents units only. Available on select new 2024-2025 Ford vehicles only. Exclusions apply. Prior purchases. Traditional AXCD plan ineligible. Plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. See dealer for details.
If you're ready to build your dream home, let the Window Depot help. Our expertise spans more than 20 years helping contractors provide custom windows built to last. Our in-house design team works closely with you and your contractor to create the perfect windows. From design to delivery, your contractor will have exactly what they need when they need it. And with the largest inventory and unbeatable prices, your dream windows are just a step away. Visit us in store to get started or find a location near you at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot. Best prices, biggest inventory.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.